Chapter 432. When Pai Lupi saw that he didn't have the chance to take advantage of the aristocratic families, he couldn't help but blow his beard and glare at Li Wangyu. His eyes were full of resentment. However, since things had already gotten to this point, he could only let it go. As a dignified emperor, he couldn't put down his face and compete with Cheng Yaojin and the others for a bet, right? However, when he thought about how in 4 days, his third son would be born, Pai Lupi couldn't help but smile. Ziyu, your literary talent is outstanding. Tell me about it. How should I name my son? You want me to name him again? Don't you know that you're bad at naming? Li Wangyu couldn't help but think about how Carpenter Lu had asked him to name his grandson, but he still hadn't done so. However, if it was someone else, then it wouldn't matter. What was there to think about when it came to naming Li Ji? Li Wangyu blurted out, "Uncle, how about naming him Ji?" Ji? De Ji? Not bad. This name suits me very well. Li Ji, Li Ji. This name is very good. This name is very appropriate. I like it very much. As Pai Lupi spoke, he quickly walked in front of the imperial desk and wrote the 2 words Li Ji on a piece of paper. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. Ziyu, you are indeed talented. This name suits me very well. Li Wangyu laughed in his heart. Nonsense, if you're not satisfied, who's satisfied? Isn't this the name you gave your son? Pai Lupi excitedly paced around the hall and said, "A few days ago, Guanyin maid told me that she dreamed of a bird catcher who caught a lot of pheasants. In the dream, there was a child who bought all of those pheasants and set them all free. Perhaps that child is my son. I have to give him a pet name. Let's call him Ji Nu." Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu's heart calm down a bit. It seemed that he didn't affect history. Li Ji's pet name was still Ji Nu by Pai Lupi. It was fine as long as the butterfly's wings didn't affect Li Ji. He couldn't help but ridicule Pai Lupi's bad taste in his heart. What kind of thing was he giving his 3 most beloved sons and daughters pet names? Li Tai's nickname was Qing Ke, which was a kind of bird. Li Ji's nickname was Ji Nu, which meant a little pheasant. The little princess that Empress Zhang's son would give birth to in the future, Li Er's most beloved daughter, Princess Jin Yang, was actually nicknamed Nuazi, which meant a rhinoceros. Although it was a tradition in China that it was easier to raise a child with a lowly name, Li Er, as the Emperor of Great Tang, had given his 3 most beloved princes and princesses such pet names. After ridiculing Li Er's naming ability, Li Wangyu turned to Li Er and said seriously, "Uncle, I think it's best not to tell Aunt when she will give birth." "Oh, why is that?" "I'm afraid that after she learns about this, she'll be agitated and it won't be good. It's better to wait for the flowers to bloom and let nature take its course." Pai Lupi nodded. "That's right. Zio, you're very thoughtful. Me too, don't let Guanyin know about today's matter. Also, pay attention to what county count who said today. Don't let anyone know about it." Yes. At this time, there were only the 3 of them in the government hall. They didn't have to worry about the eunuchs and palace maids eavesdropping. His Taiji palace had eyes and ears everywhere. In fact, Pai Lupi was well aware of this, but he couldn't stop it. In Noda's Taiji palace, after Pai Lupi had released the palace maids twice, there were still 9,000 palace maids and 6,000 eunuchs. Of these 15,000 people, no matter if it was Pai Lupi or his trusted eunuch, Mi Tuo, they didn't know how many of them communicated with the aristocratic families or were sent into the palace by the aristocratic families. There was no way to identify them. While Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi were talking in the palace, there were large numbers of horse carriages entering the gambling dens of Cheng Yaojin and the other dukes had made their decision yesterday and naturally wouldn't go back on it. Early in the morning, the various manors had gathered gold and copper coins. According to what everyone had discussed, they each transported gold and went to the gambling dens to place their bets. Wang Renyu of the Wang clan of Taiyuan also held a banquet last night and invited Zhang Yuanshou and the other aristocratic family heads. During the banquet, he naturally joked about Li Wangyu taking 10,000 taels of gold to place a bet, which made the aristocratic family heads laugh. If they were to place a bet on whether it would be a son or a daughter, there was a 50% chance that they would be able to bet on it. But if they were to add the exact date of the birth, then they would be giving money to the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Not to mention the odds of 1 to 5, even if it was 1 to 10, they would still dare to bet. These aristocratic family heads could only envy Wang Renyo's good luck to be able to win 10,000 taels of gold from Hu County. Who knew that early in the morning, the aristocratic family heads would unexpectedly receive a report from the manager of the gambling den. A certain duke wanted to come to the gambling den to bet that the empress would give birth to a prince in 4 days. He asked the family heads if they would accept the bet and what were the odds. For these aristocratic family heads, this was like someone giving them a pillow when they were sleepy. They didn't even think about it and immediately nodded in agreement. As for the odds, it was naturally the same as Yongyi Gambling Den, 1 to 5. The same scene was repeated in more than 40 gambling dens in Chang'an City. In these gambling dens, according to the strength of the gambling den and the aristocratic family behind it, they would place bets ranging from 1,000 taels of gold to 10,000 taels of gold. All the aristocratic family heads thought that they were as lucky as Wang Renyu, and were very proud of it. That night, after the evening drum was beaten, the Zheng family of Xingyang hosted a banquet to invite the aristocratic family heads. During the banquet, some aristocratic family heads proudly said that they were lucky today. A certain person went to their gambling den and bet 1,000 taels of gold that the empress would give birth to a prince in 4 days. As soon as he said this, the aristocratic family heads at the banquet said that their gambling dens were the same today. The aristocratic family heads who originally thought that they were lucky instantly stiffened their faces. At this moment, even a fool knew that there must be a problem. The aristocratic family heads who were sitting at the banquet calculated all the bets, and everyone was a little dumbfounded. Including the 10,000 taels of gold that Li Wangyu had bet, a total of 100,000 taels of gold were bet that the empress would give birth to a prince in 4 days. Lord Wang, what's going on? Is there something fishy about this? Some aristocratic family heads panicked and asked Wang Renyu. Wang Renyu's face was also uncertain at this time. He also couldn't figure out what the problem was. A trace of haze flashed through his heart. Did Li Wangyu really know when the empress would give birth? Did he know whether the empress would give birth to a prince or a princess? If so, wouldn't their aristocratic families have to pay out 500,000 taels of gold? Thinking of this terrible possibility, Wang Renyu's body swayed and he almost fell down. No, it's impossible. How could he know this kind of thing? Wang Renyu roared. But what if it's true? Yes, Lord Wang, Cheng Jijie and those people can't be crazy, right? There must be a problem. Heavens, if I really lose, I don't want to live anymore. Duke Chao bet 5,000 taels of gold in my gambling den. If it's 1 to 5, won't I have to pay out 25,000 taels of gold? For a moment, the hall of the Zheng family of Xingyang was filled with wailing sounds as if the end of the world had come. Enough! Making such a racket! What a scandal! Wang Renyu roared and suppressed the aristocratic family heads. He then exchanged glances with Zhang Yuanshou and the other patriarchs of various clans. Their eyes were all filled with viciousness and ruthlessness. Everyone, please be at ease. As long as the empress hasn't given birth, we haven't lost. What are you panicking for? The sky won't fall down. All right, today's banquet will end here. Everyone, please go back. Zhang Yuanshou also stood up and sent the aristocratic family heads away. After the crowd dispersed, the family heads of the aristocratic families with different surnames and 7 hopes stayed behind. Zhang Yuanshou invited them into an elegant room in the mansion, dismissed the attendants, closed the door, and secretly discussed in low voices what was going on. Chapter 433. 4 days passed quickly and the 21st day of the 7th month of the 2nd year of Xinguan arrived. Before the morning drum sounded in Chang'an, Pai Lupi had already gotten up and summoned a servant to help him change his clothes. Everyone, it's still early before the morning court. Won't everyone rest for a while? No, I can't sleep today. Also, send someone to inform everyone that today's morning court is cancelled. Yes. If what Li Wangyu said was true, then today was the day his wife gave birth. How could Pai Lupi be in the mood to attend the morning court? After Pai Lupi got up, he seemed a little anxious and kept pacing back and forth in the hall. Mi Tuo, send someone to ask if Maid Guanyin is feeling unwell. If there is any news, Immediately send someone to report to me. Also, prepare a midwife and a wet nurse. Replying to everyone, this servant has already made the necessary arrangements. Everything is ready. However, should we prepare a wet nurse to feed the princess? Mi Tua asked carefully. Li Er hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. There's no need for that. I believe in Ziyu. Since he dares to pat his chest and say that today is the day of my child's birth, it shouldn't be wrong. Right, summon Zio and let him accompany me to wait for Maid Guanyin to give birth. The reason why Mi Tua asked this was because the wet nurses who fed the princes and princesses milk in the palace were not chosen randomly. The wet nurse who fed the princes could only be a woman who had given birth to a boy. On the other hand, the wet nurse who fed the princesses could only be a woman who had given birth to a girl. Moreover, there were many requirements to choose a wet nurse. She had to be above 15 years old and below 20 years old, have a husband and a son, and have a good appearance. Her third child was only 3 months old. These wet nurses had feelings for the princes and princesses because they had drunk their milk. Especially when the prince who was fed by the wet nurse ascended to the throne, their value would be 100 times higher. In history, many wet nurses were given high positions because of this. For example, Emperor Zhongzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Xian, gave his wet nurses the titles of County Lady and Lady of the State. Only the mother or wife of a third-rank official or above in the Tang dynasty could be conferred the title of Commandery Lady, while only the mother or wife of a first-rank official could be conferred the title of Madame of the State. However, these nannies had to leave their husbands and children to enter the palace at such a young age. Many of them could not leave the palace for the rest of their lives. Since Pai Lupi said so, Mito did not try to persuade him any further. He went to summon Li Wangyu to the legislative hall. Li Wangyu was actually a little nervous as well. After all, he was not the only one who had made a huge bet. All the other high dukes had been dragged down by him. If anything were to happen to her, it would be hard for him to explain himself. Although Cheng Yaojin and the others said that since they had placed a bet, winning or losing was their own business and had nothing to do with Li Wangyu. But out of human nature, if there really was an accident, even if Cheng Yaojin and the others did not blame Li Wangyu, how could they not have any grudges in their hearts? However, since it had already come to this, it was useless to think too much about it. He could only wait and see. After entering the legislative hall, Pai Lupi waved at him and said, "Ziyu, come and play chess with me." Li Wangyu did not know how to play the elephant play of the Tang dynasty. Even if it was the Chinese chess of later generations, he was just a bad chess player. "Uncle, I am not good at chess. Let's forget about it." "Then forget it. Mito, have someone bring tea." Pai Lupi was not in the mood to play chess. Although he had many children, the one he valued the most was the child born by his wife, Empress Zhongsun. Now that Zhongsun was about to give birth, he was no different from an ordinary father. He was equally nervous. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu waited anxiously in the legislative hall. However, there was no news from Empress Zhongsun's residence, which made them very anxious. The two sat until noon. Pai Lupi's face was full of doubts. He looked at Li Wangyu several times, wanting to say something. Li Wangyu naturally knew what Pai Lupi wanted to ask. He was also distressed. "This damned Li Ji, how much longer are you going to stay in your mother's belly?" He was even thinking, if Empress Zhongsun still did not show any signs of pregnancy at night, should he suggest to Pai Lupi that he should give his wife a cesarean section and cut out that little brat Li Ji? Li Wangyu was naturally just thinking about it. Empress Zhongsun was not having a difficult birth. If he suggested cutting open Empress Zhongsun's belly just to win the bet, Pai Lupi would probably slap him to death. The two stared at each other speechlessly. Then, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside the hall. Everyone, Li Zheng Palace's chamberlain has come to report that the Empress's belly is in pain. The midwife has already rushed over and said that the Empress is about to give birth. Mi Tua did not bother to greet Pai Lupi. He rushed in and reported while panting. Pai Lupi suddenly stood up. "Really? Good, quick, go to Li Zheng Palace again. Tell the midwife to be careful and ensure the safety of the mother and child. Tell all the chamberlains in Li Zheng Palace to serve them carefully. When Zhe is born, I will reward him heavily. Yes. Mi Tuo immediately turned and ran out. Li Wangyu was also excited. It seemed that the historical records were correct. Li Ji was really born today. Wahahaha. I'm rich. When he thought about how he could go to Yongyi gambling house and slap their faces after Li Ji was born, he felt really happy. Congratulations, uncle, congratulations, uncle. You are going to be a father again. Li Wangyu did not forget to flatter Pai Lupi. Zio, you're right, but I won't reward you. Haha, you won 50,000 taels of gold. I'm not as rich as you. Pai Lupi was in a good mood and even joked with Li Wangyu. In a good mood, Pai Lupi directly asked the chamberlain to send wine over. He and Li Wangyu drank in the hall and waited for the birth of their prince. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu were not the only ones waiting for Empress Zhongsun to give birth. Today, all the nobles and commoners in Chang and were paying attention to the movements in Lijiang Palace. After Chang Yaojin and the other dukes made a bet with the aristocratic families, how could this matter be kept a secret? With so many people talking, in these few days it had already spread like wildfire. That day, Wang Renyu, in order to make Li Wangyu look bad, ordered people to go to the market and spread the news that Li Wangyu had bet a lot of money on the empress giving birth. The commoners of Chang'an were already talking about it. The commoners of Chang'an were very calm about County Count whose bet on the empress giving birth. After all, they had been baptized by the construction of a polo field and the issuance of lottery tickets. The commoners of Chang'an were already used to County Count whose squandering. The focus of their discussion was not on how County Count who was squandering, but whether or not he could win the bet. Unlike the aristocratic families, most of the commoners of Chang'an believed that County Count who would definitely win. The aristocratic families studied the ways of Confucius and Mencius, and what they learned was, Confucius does not speak of strange forces and chaotic gods. They did not believe the rumors on the streets, nor did they believe that Li Wangyu had used magic to revive a dead pregnant woman. They did not believe it, but the commoners of Chang'an did. Since County Count who could even revive a dead pregnant woman, what was so strange about him being able to determine whether the empress would give birth to a boy or a girl? And after Chang Yaojin and the other Grand Dukes went to the gambling houses to place their bets, the secret was no longer a secret. Almost half of the commoners of Chang'an now knew that County Count who Li Wangyu had determined that the empress would give birth to a prince today. Thus, countless commoners flocked to the gambling houses of Chang'an, wanting to place their bets. Unfortunately, ever since the banquet at the Zheng family's mansion in Xingyang, the aristocratic families were all shocked and doubtful. All the gambling houses had cancelled their bets on whether the empress would give birth to a boy or a girl. This made the commoners of Chang'an very regretful. In the legislative hall, Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi were drinking grape wine, waiting for the good news from Lijian Hall. The two of them slowly took small sips, very satisfied and in a good mood. Everyone, the empress has given birth. Mi Tuo stumbled in from outside the hall, his expression somewhat ugly. Haha. Good, good. Let's go to Lijian Hall. I want to see my child. Pai Lupi threw down his wine cup, laughing as he stood up. But Mi Tuo's next sentence made Li Wangyu feel as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body stiffened. Everyone, the empress has given birth to a prince-princess. Chapter 434. Li Wangyu rushed over to Mi Tuo and grabbed him by the collar, spitting saliva onto Mi Tuo's face. What did you say? Say it again. What did Her Highness the Empress give birth to? County Count who, Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a princess. Mi Tuo's complexion was also very unsightly. When he heard this news, he was also bewildered. After repeatedly questioning the eunuchs who had come to deliver the news, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Mi Tuo could understand Li Wangyu's loss of self-control. No matter who lost 10,000 taels of gold, their performance would not be better than Li Wangyu's. As for Li Wangyu, he was completely confused. Princess? Female? What the F***ck is going on? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Where is the future Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji? Where did Li Ji go? How could Empress Zhongsun give birth to a girl? Could it be that his actions had fanned the wings of history, causing Li Ji to disappear? A series of question marks had already filled Li Wangyu's mind, causing him to go crazy. However, Li Wangyu quickly felt that something was wrong. When he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, it was already the 2nd month of the 2nd year of Chang'an. At that time, Empress Zhongsun had already been pregnant. No matter how much he had messed up history, it was impossible to change what had already happened. Could it be that Li Wangyu had the ability to change the gender of the fetus in Empress Zhongsun's womb? Hearing Mi Tuo's report, Pai Lupi only stared blankly. He did not think too much about it, although he was slightly disappointed that Empress Zhongsun had given birth to a princess. However, Pai Lupi quickly adjusted his mood. After all, they were both born of him and Empress Zhongsun. Regardless of gender, he liked them all. Just like Princess Chang'an, Pai Lupi also treasured her. He even treated Li Li better than he did Li Changqian and Li Tai. Pai Lupi only felt a little regretful that he wouldn't be able to see the scene of those aristocratic families being badly battered. He patted Li Wangyu's shoulder comfortingly. The birth of his daughter was a joyous occasion, but Li Wangyu had lost 10,000 taels of gold. As for Chang Yaojin and the other ministers, it seemed like each of them had lost 10,000 taels of gold. Zio, money is just a worldly possession. Just earn more. You're still young, so don't worry too much about these things. You have also worked hard. Go back to Dingzhou village and have a good rest. Pai Lupi knew that Li Wangyu must have suffered a heavy blow, so he comforted him. Li Wangyu was still in a daze. When he heard Pai Lupi's words, he shook his head and said, "Uncle, I want to see the princess." Li Wangyu was really unwilling if he didn't see the child that Empress Zhongsun gave birth to with his own eyes. He still felt that his head was buzzing and his brain was a mess. And that's fine. Since it's like this, then let's go. Mi Tuo, bring us to Lijin Hall. Pai Lupi didn't know what Li Wangyu was thinking, so he naturally nodded in agreement. Pai Lupi, under the escort of numerous eunuchs and palace guards, went to Lijin Hall. When he arrived at Lijin Hall, the newly born princess had already been washed clean and sent to a wet nurse. She couldn't be seen for the time being. Pai Lupi went to Li Zhenhall's bedroom to visit his wife. Li Wangyu could only stay in Li Zhenhall in a panic. He was restless and didn't know what to do. After a long time, Pai Lupi came out of Empress Zhongsun's bedroom. At this time, the little princess was carefully held in the arms of a palace maid. She was sent to see Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu didn't care about the taboo and directly went over. Wrapped in the brocade quilt was a lively and cute little thing. At this time, it was looking at Pai Lupi with its big black eyes. Pai Lupi immediately liked this little guy. He couldn't help but reach out his thick fingers and play with the baby in the swaddling clothes. Li Wang, you couldn't help but say, "Uncle, are you not going to see if this is a prince or a princess?" Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction, but he still reached out and opened the brocade quilt that wrapped the baby. He glanced at the baby's lower body and asked the palace maid to wrap the baby up again. "How is it? Uncle, is this a prince? Did the midwife see wrongly?" "Zio!" Pai Lupi couldn't help but scold. "Don't mess around. This is my little princess. Can't be wrong." After being scolded by Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu could only helplessly accept this reality, even though he still couldn't understand what had happened in this damned history. Tidying up his incomparably depressed mood, Li Wangyu squeezed out a smile. "Yes, uncle, I was rash." He also reached out to play with the baby in the palace maid's arms. "Uncle, this child is so cute. It's a pity that the name Li Ji can't be used. Uncle needs to give the little princess another name." "Haha, yes, it's a pity. Li Ji really is a good name." As the two spoke, an eunuch came to inform them that His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness the King of Yu, and the eldest princess had come to see his little sister. "Quickly call them in." Pai Lupi naturally smiled and nodded. He had the eunuch call his son and daughter in. Even in the imperial family, having more children was a joyous occasion. After the three little ones came in and saw that Li Wangyu was also present, they all obediently bowed to Pai Lupi first and then to their teacher. "Changqian, Qingke, Chang'an, quickly come and see your little sister." Father, is this a little sister? Hee. I'm also an older sister. Father, little sister is so small. Princess Chang'an reached out to hold the baby's small hand, smiling tenderly. Pai Lupi smiled and rubbed Princess Chang'an's head. That's right, this is Chang'an's little sister. In the future, Chang'an must treat little sister well. Don't bully her. I won't bully little sister. In the future, I'll give my ice cream to little sister to eat. Li Changqian had the appearance of a little adult. Father, when little sister grows up, I will protect her. Li Tai, the little fatty, hesitated for a long time. With a very reluctant appearance, he said, When little sister grows up, I will give her the abacus that my teacher gave me. Li Tai's words finally amused Li Wangyu. Within the grand hall, Pai Lupi and his children appeared to be a happy family, very harmonious and joyous. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly in his heart. Now that things had come to this, he could only face this cruel reality. He prepared to return to Dingzhou village as soon as possible to lick his wounds and seek the comfort of his beautiful superior. Just as Li Wangyu was about to say his goodbyes, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Raising his eyes, he carefully examined Pai Lupi, the three little ones, and the infant in the arms of a palace maid. Wait, this shouldn't be the case. Could it be? A thought flashed through Li Wangyu's mind, causing him to jump in fright. He turned his head and began to search all around the grand hall. Finally, in a corner of the grand hall, he saw a familiar figure. Li Wangyu hurriedly walked over. Do you still remember me? The person he greeted was a palace maid who served Empress Zhangsun in the main hall of Li Palace. This palace maid was the acquaintance, whom Empress Zhangsun had instructed to lead him to the flower garden to find Princess Chang'an. That day, this palace maid had innocently been beaten up by the vicious Zhang Shangyi. Li Wangyu had not forgotten her. Seeing that Li Wangyu was speaking to her, the palace maid hurriedly smiled and curtsied to Li Wangyu. This servant greets the County Earl of Wuxia. Greetings to the County Earl of Wuxia. It's good that you still remember me. Come, I have something to ask you. Li Wangyu lowered his voice, moving close to the palace maid's ear and softly whispering a few words. His manly breath brushed against the palace maid's ear, causing her face to flush red. After hearing Li Wangyu's question, the palace maid tilted her head and frowned in thought for a long time. In the end, she shook her head. This servant does not remember clearly. Normally, I do not pay attention. Then is it convenient for you to go take a look for me now? Yes, this servant will go immediately. Finished speaking, the palace maid lifted her skirt with both hands and trotted towards the inner chambers of Li Palace. Chapter 435. As Li Wangyu waited anxiously, it didn't take long for the little palace maid to trot back from the inner palace. How was it? Li Wangyu hurriedly asked. The young palace maid's face was flushed from running. After taking deep breaths and calming her breathing, she nodded at Li Wangyu and whispered something into his ear. Li Wangyu's expression suddenly changed. He clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged. His expression became ferocious. His sudden change in expression gave the young palace maid a fright. She didn't know why County Count who would suddenly become like this when he learned of this matter. Li Wangyu nodded at her. Many thanks. There's nothing else. You can go about your business. After he finished speaking, he turned and strode toward Pai Lupi, leaving the young palace maid behind him at a loss for what to do. Uncle, this nephew has something important to report. Uncle, please dismiss your attendants. This matter is inconvenient for outsiders to know. Pai Lupi didn't even raise his head. He smiled and teased the baby girl. Zio, if there's anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. We don't have time right now. Li Wangyu wasn't an official of the imperial court. In Pai Lupi's eyes, there was nothing important that had to be said right now. He naturally didn't want to be disturbed at this time. Li Wangyu raised his voice. Uncle, this is an important matter. You have to say it now. There's no time to delay. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He raised his head unhappily and looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, didn't we say it already? We'll talk about it tomorrow. Don't disturb us today. We want to spend time with our daughter. Your Majesty, this subject must report this matter now. Li Wangyu no longer called Pai Lupi uncle. His expression was extremely serious as he looked directly at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi couldn't help but be surprised by his attitude. He knew that Li Wangyu wasn't someone who didn't know the gravity of the situation. Although he had said with certainty that Empress Zhongsun would give birth to an imperial son, in the end, it was a little princess, but this was not a big deal. Pai Lupi still had a lot of trust in Li Wangyu. Seeing that Li Wangyu had even addressed him as Lord and Minister, Pai Lupi naturally couldn't pretend that he hadn't heard anything. He stared into Li Wangyu's eyes. After a few seconds, he finally nodded. All right, I'll listen to what you have to say. What is so important? Your Majesty, please dismiss your servants. This matter should not be known by others. Li Wangyu insisted. After thinking for a while, he added, Mito can stay. As the provincial supervisor of the Department of Internal Servants, Mito was in charge of all matters in the palace. He was in charge of communicating with the 100 Horsemen Department. He would need his help later, so there was no need to avoid him. Pai Lupi saw that he was so serious about this matter. He waved his hand and indicated for all the serving girls in the hall to leave. Pai Lupi also ordered Li Chang'an and the other two to go visit Empress Zhongsun in her sleeping quarters and sent the 3 little ones away. When only Pai Lupi, Mito, and Li Wangyu were left in the hall, Pai Lupi said, All right, what is it? You can speak now. Li Wangyu looked left and right. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he lowered his voice and said something only the 3 of them could hear. His voice was very soft, but in Pai Lupi and Mito's ears, it was like a clap of thunder. It shocked the 2 of them. Uncle, that baby girl is not your biological child. Li Wangyu's words were too shocking. Pai Lupi couldn't help but reach out and dig at his ears, wondering if he was hearing things. What did you say, Zio? Say it again. Uncle, you didn't hear wrong. I said that baby girl is not Uncle's biological child. Li Wangyu's voice was very soft, but his tone was very firm. Mi Tuo, who was standing at the side, was completely stunned. Could it be that the county magistrate had lost his mind because of the shock of losing gold today? How could he say such a thing? The Empress's child was not the Emperor's biological child? Was county magistrate who slandering the Empress for being unchaste? How could he dare to slander the Empress like this? Pai Lupi also became furious. He pointed at Li Wangyu and said angrily, Li Wangyu, do you know what you are saying? You dare to slander the Guanyin maidservant. Zhen will execute your entire family. Li Wangyu was also stunned. What did Pai Lupi mean by such a big reaction? How did he slander Empress Zhongsun? Seeing Mito's expression that looked like he had seen a ghost, Li Wangyu suddenly realized that he hadn't said it clearly and had caused Pai Lupi to misunderstand his meaning. His words didn't mean that Empress Zhongsun was cheating on him. Uncle, you misunderstood your nephew's meaning. What I meant was that the baby girl was not born of you and Aunt. She is a fake. Someone harbored evil intentions and used this baby girl to replace the prince that Aunt gave birth to. Li Wangyu quickly explained. Pai Lupi's anger dissipated a bit when he heard this, but he didn't believe Li Wangyu at all. Li Wangyu, don't speak nonsense. All right, Zhen knows that you are tired today. Go back to the palace. Mito, send County Count Huxian out of the palace. Pai Lupi didn't want to continue talking to Li Wangyu. This fellow's words were becoming more and more outrageous. He even dared to say that his daughter that was just born wasn't born of him and Empress Zhongsun, but was replaced by someone else. It was simply a load of nonsense. How could such a thing happen in Taiji Palace under the watchful eyes of so many people? If it was someone else who dared to say this, Pai Lupi would definitely let that person know what it meant to not offend a monarch's prestige. He would definitely beat that person to death. However, Pai Lupi thought the same as Mito. He thought that it was because Li Wangyu lost the bet and was too shocked. Therefore, Pai Lupi didn't want to punish Li Wangyu for speaking nonsense. He only told Mito to kick Li Wangyu out of Taiji Palace. After Pai Lupi finished speaking, he flung his robe and prepared to leave. Li Wangyu dodged Mito's block and rushed in front of Pai Lupi, opening his arms to block him. "Uncle, this nephew isn't joking. I have proof." "Proof?" Pai Lupi was surprised when he heard this. "What proof?" Li Wangyu quickly pointed at his eyelids. "Eyelids? Uncle, eyelids." "What eyelids? Explain clearly to Jin." Pai Lupi was confused by his words. How could eyelids be used as proof? "Uncle, do you know that some people have single eyelids and some people have double eyelids?" The so-called single eyelids and double eyelids were single eyelids and double eyelids. Most Han people had single eyelids. Whether it was the terracotta soldiers or court ladies, they all had single eyelids. It wasn't until the beginning of the Tang dynasty that due to the fusion of ethnic bloodlines, large amounts of double eyelids appeared. Li Wangyu went to find the little palace maid to ask if Empress Zhongsun had single eyelids or double eyelids. Although he had seen Empress Zhongsun several times, how could he pay attention to whether Empress Zhongsun had single eyelids or double eyelids? He just vaguely felt that Empress Zhongsun seemed to have single eyelids. The little palace maid naturally didn't know. Li Wangyu asked her to go to the bedroom and help him see if Empress Zhongsun had single eyelids or double eyelids. When the little palace maid came back and told Li Wangyu with certainty that Empress Zhongsun had single eyelids, he suddenly woke up and discovered this shocking secret. The baby girl wasn't born of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun. This discovery caused Li Wangyu to shudder with fear, and he finally understood why Li Ji had vanished. Pai Lupi nodded to Li Wangyu's question. Jin naturally knows that some people have double eyelids. It's not strange. Although there weren't many people with double eyelids in the Tang dynasty, it wasn't uncommon. Li Wangyu glanced at Pai Lupi's eyes. "Uncle, you have single eyelids?" "Yes, so what? Chang'an, Qingke, and Chang'an also have single eyelids." Li Wangyu continued. Pai Lupi was already somewhat impatient. "What are you trying to say?" "I just asked the palace maid to check on Aunt. She also has single eyelids." "Enough, are you done?" Pai Lupi didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. "Uncle, that baby girl has double eyelids." Chapter 436. Li Wangyu's words confused Pai Lupi and Mito. So what if the little princess had double eyelids? Was it illegal for Empress Zhongsun to give birth to the little princess with double eyelids? Although Wuxia had always considered single eyelids to be beautiful, they didn't like double eyelids like later generations. Some people even had surgery to remove double eyelids. But even if people considered Slender Phoenix eyes to be beautiful and liked single eyelids, so what? The little princess had double eyelids. What kind of bullsh** T evidence was that? Seeing that Pai Lupi didn't understand what he meant, Li Wangyu repeated what he had just said. "Uncle, that baby girl has double eyelids." Pai Lupi looked at Mito and saw that he was also confused. Then he turned to look at Li Wangyu. "Li Wangyu, what are you trying to say?" "Uncle, if both parents have single eyelids, they can't give birth to a child with double eyelids. So, no matter what, that baby girl can't be born from uncle and aunt," Li Wangyu said firmly. His words made Pai Lupi a little confused. He looked at Mito suspiciously. "Mito, is that so?" Mito quickly bowed. "Everyone, I've never heard of this. But since County Count who said so, why don't you let me verify it?" He had never heard of parents with single eyelids and a child with single eyelids. But what Li Wangyu said was too important. He didn't dare to say whether it was true or false. Mito even prayed in his heart that what Li Wangyu said was not true. Otherwise, there would be a huge earthquake in Taiji Palace. Just the thought of it was too terrifying. Empress Zhongsun gave birth in the main hall of the Eastern Palace, and the baby was actually swapped. If such an unbelievable thing really happened, Mito couldn't imagine how many people would lose their heads because of it. However, he didn't dare to tell Pai Lupi that there was absolutely no such thing. He couldn't afford to take responsibility for such a thing. Therefore, Mito could only tell Pai Lupi that he didn't know. But he was willing to verify what Li Wangyu said. Pai Lupi originally did not believe Li Wangyu's words, but now that he heard Li Wangyu's affirmation, his heart could not help but waver. "Go and investigate. Let the 100 Cavalry Department go to Chang'an City and search for those with single eyelids and double eyelids. Find out if their children have single eyelids or double eyelids, and immediately verify the truth of Li Wangyou's words. Since he had doubts in his heart, Pai Lupi naturally couldn't ignore it. Yes. Mito received the order and hurriedly ran out of the hall to convey Pai Lupi's instructions to the 100 Horsemen department. After Mito left, Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu again. After a long time, he sighed. Zio, if what you said is true, then it's too scary. This kind of thing can also happen in my Taiji palace? Li Wangyu was also silent. He still couldn't believe that this kind of thing could really happen. A leopard cat swapping the crown prince. He originally thought that this kind of thing was just a literary story in the novel The 3 Heroes and 5 Gallants. He didn't expect this kind of thing to actually happen in Taiji Palace. Li Wangyu even felt a chill run down his spine. Who exactly was so audacious? If he didn't know in advance that Empress Zhongxun's child was the future crown prince, Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji, he probably wouldn't have thought that Empress Zhongxun's child would be swapped with a baby girl. In the era without paternity testing, perhaps no one would know the truth of the matter. Even Li Wangyu himself, if he didn't accidentally discover that the baby girl had double eyelids at this time, he would have thought that there was a problem somewhere in history. He definitely wouldn't have thought that Li Ji had been swapped. The reason why Li Wangyu knew that parents with single eyelids was because they couldn't have children with double eyelids was also a coincidence. When he was working in his previous life, he once had a colleague's wife who gave birth to a child. He and a group of colleagues went to visit. After everyone congratulated the colleague who was the father, in the midst of the hubbub, a colleague suddenly joked, "The 2 of you have single eyelids, but the child you gave birth to has double eyelids. It's much prettier than the 2 of you." The person who said this didn't mean it, but the listener did. For some reason, the child's father became suspicious and ran to do a paternity test. The result was self-evident. The child wasn't related to him by blood. His wife had an affair with another man. This matter caused an uproar in Li Wangyu's unit, so the couple naturally divorced. Li Wangyu also remembered that parents with single eyelids couldn't have children with double eyelids. He also specially went online to search and found out that single eyelids were recessive genes, while double eyelids were dominant genes. In a situation where both parents had recessive genes, it was impossible for the child to have a dominant gene. Thus, when he accidentally noticed that Pai Lupi and the 3 little ones all had single eyelids, while the baby girl had double eyelids, this matter immediately appeared in his mind. In addition, Li Wangyu was suspicious of Li Ji's disappearance, so he asked the palace maid to check Empress Zhongxun's eyelids. This confirmed the chilling truth that Li Ji had been swapped out by someone else. It was a baby girl. Li Wangyu then remembered that Li Ji's whereabouts were unknown. So he hurriedly said to Pai Lupi, "Uncle, you have to trust this nephew. Please immediately have people seal the palace and prohibit anyone from leaving Taiji Palace. My aunt's son, Prince Ji, should still be in the palace and hasn't been smuggled out." When Pai Lupi heard this, he only hesitated for a few seconds before making up his mind. It was better to believe that this matter was true than not. Even if it was proven that Li Wangyu's words were wrong, it would at most be a false alarm. However, if the 100 Cavalry Department confirmed Li Wangyu's words, then it would be too frightening. "Come, pass down my orders. Close all the palace doors and seal the palace. No one is allowed to enter or leave the palace without my orders. In addition, all the servants in the palace are to return to their respective palaces and await my orders." Pai Lupi loudly called out to the head of the palace guards outside the hall. Yes. Immediately, a guard accepted the order and ran to pass it down. The officials on duty in the imperial city were shocked to find that the palace doors of Taiji Palace had been closed ahead of time. Taiji Palace had a total of 10 palace doors in the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west. Originally, these palace doors were the same as the city gates of Chang'an. They opened with the beating of the morning drum and closed with the beating of the evening drum. However, it was still early in the morning, so why were the palace doors closed? The officials couldn't help but discuss. Some even thought that today was the day that the Empress would give birth. Could it be that something had happened to the Empress? The officials didn't know what was going on. Even Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhangsun Wuji were also confused. They didn't know what had happened in the palace. As the emperor's uncle, Zhang's son Wuji was worried about his sister's safety and wanted to enter the palace to visit Empress Zhangsun. He went to Shuntian Gate and handed over his waist token, but he was rejected by the guards at the palace doors and was forbidden from entering. This had never happened before. Even he was not allowed to enter the palace, which made Zhang's son Wuji even more anxious. He was afraid that something had happened to his sister. After all, in this era, when a woman gave birth, even if she was as noble as Empress Zhangsun, it was still dangerous. The palace doors of Taiji Palace suddenly closed without any warning, causing an undercurrent to surge in Chang'an City. Chapter 437. In Li Main Hall, Pai Lupi also started to get nervous. He paced back and forth restlessly, calling the servants to ask if Mi Tuo had returned. Li Wangyu sat on the side, pondering how Li Ji had been replaced. He suddenly thought of something and scolded himself for being an idiot. Li Wangyu hurriedly got up and walked to Pai Lupi's side. He said in a low voice, "Uncle, we overlooked something. If Prince Ziji was replaced, it definitely has something to do with the midwife and the palace maids who were serving in Li Main Hall when Aunt gave birth. Uncle, please immediately order people to arrest the midwife and the palace maids." Pai Lupi heard this and immediately reacted. If the 100 Cavalry Department really confirmed what Li Wangyu said, then it naturally had something to do with the midwife and the palace maids. He immediately ordered people to arrest the midwife who delivered Empress Zhangsun and the palace maids who were in Li Main Hall. At this time, Pai Lupi also panicked. It was better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. More than 2 hours later, Mi Tuo rushed back and knelt down in front of Pai Lupi. He didn't even have time to wipe the sweat off his body. Reporting to everyone, the 100 Cavalry Department has reported. They are already in Chang'an City. According to County Uncle Hu's instructions, they are cooperating with the various workshops. They have already found 147 families to verify. Both of these couples have single eyelids and all of their children are. What are they all? Don't stutter when you speak. Speak. Mi Tuo heavily knocked his head on the floor of the hall. 147 families have 314 children. They all have single eyelids. Other than one child who has double eyelids, there are no exceptions. What? Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu both exclaimed. Pai Lupi felt that this ratio was very high, but Li Wangyu was surprised that there was an exception. Pai Lupi was surprised, but he immediately reacted. Since there was an exception, it meant that what Li Wangyu said was not an ironclad rule. Even if he and Empress Zhangsun both had single eyelids, it was still possible for them to have children with double eyelids. Zio, what else do you have to say? Even if both parents had single eyelids, they could still give birth to children with double eyelids. Although the probability is small, it's not impossible. Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu frown. He didn't know what went wrong. Could it be a genetic mutation? However, Mito hesitated and said to Pai Lupi, "Everyone, there is something else behind this." Pai Lupi was puzzled. The 100 Horsemen Division reported that because they only found this child with double eyelids, they were afraid that there was a problem, so they interrogated the family. The madam's maidservant was so scared that she revealed the truth when questioned by the 100 Horsemen Department. Because the Lang Jun of that mansion was away doing business all year round, his wife could not bear the loneliness and had an affair with another man. Therefore, the child with double eyelids might not have been born by that couple. Pai Lupi was stunned. Is there such a thing? Are you sure? There should be no mistake. After the Lang Jun learned about this, he took his wife to the Chang and county government and said that he would sue his wife for adultery. In addition, the 100 Horsemen Division also saw the child with double eyelids, but he looked different from the Lang Jun. He should not be the Lang Jun's biological child. Now the 100 Horsemen Division is still investigating in Chang'an. If there is any other situation, I will report it immediately. Mito answered honestly. The 100 Horsemen Division's reply made Pai Lupi's heart sink to the bottom. In that case, what Li Wangyu said was the truth. He and Empress Zhangsun both had single eyelids, so it was impossible for them to give birth to a child with double eyelids. Pai Lupi wanted to kill someone at this moment. The dignified emperor of the Tang dynasty was actually played in the palm of someone else's hand. If Li Wangyu did not discover the clues, then wouldn't he really be the #1 fool in the world? His own prince had been stolen, but he had raised a fake as his own daughter. If this news were to spread out, he, Li Er, would have no place to put his old face. Pai Lupi was so angry that he pulled out the sword at his waist and fiercely slashed it on a few tables in the hall. He used so much force that the wide table was cut into 2 halves. He turned his head to look at Mito with a murderous look. Mito, immediately interrogate that midwife and the palace maid who was in Lijing Hall. You must find the prince and bring him back. If you can't find the prince, I will skin you alive. He did not have time to find out who the mastermind was. The most important thing now was to find his own son. Yes. Mito also knew that this was a serious matter and did not dare to talk nonsense. He turned his head and rushed out of the hall again. Zio, who do you think would be so daring? If I find out who is plotting against my prince, I will exterminate their entire family. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly. Uncle, I am not speaking nonsense. I am afraid that even Uncle can't do anything to the mastermind behind this. Now he finally understood what was going on. In the original history, there was naturally no such thing as a leopard cat replacing the crown prince. Li Wangyu also guessed the reason why Li Zhihui was inexplicably replaced with a baby girl. Pai Lupi's face was ferocious as he glared at him. Why do you say that? Do you know who did this? Uncle, think about it. Who would benefit from replacing the prince? Uncle, have you forgotten that the birth of Aunt's son involves 500,000 taels of gold? Pai Lupi frowned and immediately looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, you mean those aristocratic families? How dare they do this? Uncle, it's 500,000 taels of gold. Why wouldn't they dare? Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi again. The source of this matter is still your nephew. If it wasn't for your nephew being rash and taking the gold to bet with the Taiwan Wang clan in a fit of anger and urging Lu Guogong and the others to bet, I am afraid that this storm would not have happened. Your nephew is really guilty. Please punish me. Li Wangyu was really regretting it now. He really did not think that those aristocratic families would be so crazy as to do such a thing. He had forgotten that Marx had already said that for a profit of 300%, capital dared to commit any crime, even risking the risk of being hanged. For aristocratic families, 500,000 taels of gold was enough for them to take the risk. Moreover, it was not necessarily less dangerous. Just as he had said to Pai Lupi, even if they knew that it was the aristocratic families who did it, what could they do? For such a shocking case, how could the aristocratic families personally make a move and hand the evidence to Pai Lupi? Needless to say, even if they pursued the matter, they would only catch a few scapegoats. Just like last time, when the Taiwan Wang clan's legitimate son Wang Ziqiao and the others ordered the troops to kill and set fire, they could not obtain any evidence and could not do anything to them. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu for a while before helplessly waving his hand. This matter has nothing to do with you. I will not take my anger out on you. The most important thing now is to find my prince and bring him back. Pai Lupi, who was in the prime of his life, was somewhat dispirited at this time. In an instant, Li Wangyu felt that he had aged a few years. Li Wangyu was right. Even if he knew that the mastermind behind the scenes was an aristocratic family, what could he do? Without any evidence, he, Pai Lupi, could not do anything to these aristocratic families. Uncle, the heavens help the prince. I think that with me Tuo's thunderous methods, the midwife will definitely tell the truth. The prince should still be in Taiji Palace and has not been sent out of the palace. Li Wangyu comforted. I hope so. While the two were talking, they saw Mi Tuo return with an ugly expression. How was it? Did the midwife say anything? Pai Lupi immediately asked. Mi Tuo knelt down and kowtowed. He did not dare to look up at Pai Lupi. Replying to everyone, when this servant went to the room where the imperial guards were holding the midwife had already hanged herself in the room. She was no longer alive. With a clang, the sword in Pai Lupi's hand fell to the ground, making a soft sound. Chapter 438. When Li Wangyu heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. That midwife actually hanged herself? This was clearly because after being captured by the palace guards, she knew that the matter was exposed and committed suicide to escape punishment. But the midwife's death made Li Wangyu feel a chill in his bones. This woman would rather commit suicide than hand over Li Ji in exchange for a chance of survival. Could it be that Li Ji was already killed by her? Pai Lupi calmed his mind and asked with a trembling voice, "What about those palace maids?" Mi Tuo immediately replied, "When Her Highness gave birth, she stayed in Li Main Hall. There were 12 palace maids serving Her Highness. Now, there are no problems with these palace maids. I have already asked the 100 Cavalry Department to take over and interrogate them to find out the prince's whereabouts. Then go quickly. You must make them speak and tell us where my prince is." Pai Lupi roared. "Yes." Mi Tuo heavily knocked his head on the floor and then retreated. As the provincial supervisor of the Internal Servants Department, Mi Tuo actually had a lot of responsibility for such an unbelievable thing happening in Li Main Hall. It was only because Pai Lupi trusted him that he did not pursue his responsibility for the time being. If they could not find Li Ji, or if Li Ji was killed by the midwife and palace maids, then Mi Tuo's fate would not be any better. Li Wangyu watched Mi Tuo leave the hall with a murderous look on his face. He knew that those palace maids who had fallen into Mi Tuo's hands would probably end up very miserably. Mi Tuo was not a soft-hearted person. Even Li Yuan's personal attendants and concubines in the harem, he dared to be ruthless and beat them to death. From this, it could be seen that this person was definitely a black-hearted and merciless person. However, Li Wangyu could not sympathize with those palace maids, although he also knew that it was impossible for all 12 palace maids to participate in this matter. No matter how powerful the aristocratic families were, they could not bribe so many palace maids by Empress Zhangxuan's side at the same time. Moreover, there were too many people and too many mouths. In this kind of matter that could cost one's head, other than the midwife, at most 1 or 2 people participated in it. The other palace maids were most likely innocent, but in this kind of situation, how could they identify them one by one? Now, they could only wait for Mi Tuo's thunderous methods. 2 hours passed, and the sky gradually darkened. The evening drum of Chang'an and city sounded, and bright candles were lit in the main hall. Just as Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu were waiting anxiously, Mito finally came back, but his face was full of worry. As soon as he entered the hall, Mito knelt down in front of Pai Lupi and presented him with a stack of bloody papers. Reporting to everyone, this is the testimony of the 12 palace maids. All of the palace maids and servants had already been interrogated by the experienced criminals of the 100 Cavalry Department. However, these 12 people were adamant that there was no such thing as swapping babies. Moreover, they could both testify to each other that after the Empress gave birth to the baby, the midwife washed the baby and carried it out of the palace. During this time, the baby never left their sight. This servant had people interrogate them severely and used all kinds of torture methods. These palace maids have already fainted several times, but they still gave the same confession. This servant is incompetent. Please punish me." When Pai Lupi heard Mi Tuo's reply, he was so angry that his face turned black. He lifted his foot and kicked Mi Tuo's shoulder. Mi Tuo, who was kneeling on the ground, was kicked 5 or 6 meters away. The confessions in his hands were scattered all over the ground. Mi Tuo's head hit the pillar of the main hall heavily. After a muffled thud, blood immediately flowed out from his forehead. He did not dare to wipe it. Ignoring the pain in his body, he knelt on the ground for a few steps and then lay down in front of Pai Lupi's feet. He did not dare to make a sound. "Beat them. Beat them hard for me. Beat them until these cheese confess. I don't believe it. They're not afraid of death." Pai Lupi became furious, and his face began to twist. Li Wangyu was silent. He bent down and reached out to pick up the confessions scattered on the floor and read them one by one. Just as Mi Tuo said, the confessions of these palace maids were almost the same. This was simply impossible, unless these 12 palace maids all gave false testimony and colluded with each other to confess. But this kind of thing was impossible, so there must be something hidden. Li Wangyu had never figured out how the midwife who delivered the baby for Empress Zhangxuan brought the baby girl into the bedroom of Li Main Hall, and how she replaced Li Ji without letting a newborn baby cry and attract the attention of others. When Empress Zhangxuan gave birth, There were nearly 100 eunuchs and palace maids inside and outside Li main hall, serving the empress of the Tang dynasty in the hall. Combined with the confessions of these palace maids in the bedroom, Li Wangyu was even more confused. To avoid the attention of so many people and secretly switch the baby, this was simply too inconceivable. Could it be that these people knew how to perform magic? Magic? A bolt of lightning flashed through Li Wangyu's mind. It was magic! Since ancient times, there had been ancient magic tricks in Wuxia. Those magicians wore long robes and could produce huge fish tanks, porcelain bowls, flower vases, braziers, and other props out of thin air. It was very magical. This kind of ability to hide things on one's body. Even the Western magicians of later generations did not know the mystery. Could it be that, among the dead midwife or palace maids, there was someone who knew this ancient magic trick? Hiding the baby girl on one's body and replacing Li Ji in front of everyone's eyes? Li Wangyu thought about it and realized that there was indeed such a possibility. However, Li Wangyu couldn't figure out how to make the baby stay quiet and not cry. Could it be that he had drugged the baby? Li Wangyu planned to ask Sun Simiao if there was any medicine that could make the baby stop crying after taking it. At this time, Pai Lupi had already scolded Mi Tuo and was unable to restrain his anger, asking Mi Tuo to continue torturing those palace maids. "Uncle, wait. I want the 100 Horsemen Department to investigate the background of that midwife and the 12 palace maids. When did they enter the palace? Before entering the palace, what did their families do for a living? Did any of them know how to play 100 different kinds of opera?" The Sanlu he mentioned was the name for magic tricks and acrobatics during the Sui and Tang dynasties. It was also called Bai Shi. Pai Lupi breathed heavily and tried to calm his anger. He asked, "Zio, why do you want to investigate this? What's the use of it?" "Uncle, this is what I'm thinking," Li Wangyu told him his guess. Investigating whether these palace maids knew ancient magic tricks was the only way he could think of. After hearing his words, Pai Lupi immediately glared at Mi Tuo. "Did you hear what Hushin County Count said? Useless dog, why aren't you going to investigate?" "Yes, I will personally go to the Yetting Bureau to investigate." Mi Tuo did not dare to say more. He scrambled out of the hall, but before he left, he gave Li Wangyu a grateful look. If he could find some useful clues and rescue Prince Ziji, then Li Wangyu really saved his life. How could Mi Tuo not be grateful? Li Wangyu's conjecture was also a Hail Mary effort. Unexpectedly, an hour later, Mi Tuo came back with good news. Chapter 439. The Yetting Bureau was an organization used by the Tang dynasty to manage the palace maids. The information of all the palace maids was managed by the Yetting Bureau. If Mi Tuo wanted to check the information of the 12 palace maids, he needed to go to the Yetting Bureau. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that he really found the information that Li Wangyu needed from it. Mi Tuo let the servants carry the names of the 12 palace maids and ran back to the Li main hall. Replying to everyone, this servant found it. Pai Lupi quickly asked, "What did you find? Quickly tell me." "The midwife who hanged herself has nothing to do with the Sanlu Bai Shi. Whether it was her or her family, no one knew the Sanlu Bai Shi. Most of the 12 palace maids entered the palace during the Wuda period. There is nothing special about them. But this servant thinks that 2 of them should know the Sanlu Bai Shi." Mi Tuo handed over the name and continued, "Everyone, please look. This palace maid named Yuran entered the palace during the Wuda period. She is from Luoyang and is 23 years old. Her surname is Lu. According to this name, her father, Lu Chang, made a living with the Sanlu Bai Shi. This servant thinks that since Yuran entered the palace at 15, it is not strange that she learned the Sanlu Bai Shi from her father." Pai Lupi took the name and glanced at it. It was the same as what Mi Tuo said. He nodded. "What about the other person? There is also this palace maid named Nian Tao. She was also selected during the Wuda period. No one in her family made a living with the Sanlu Bai Shi, but before she was transferred to the East Palace, she was sent to the Taichung Temple's Tai Lu Bai Shi. This servant thinks that it is possible that she knows the Sanlu Bai Shi." Li Wangyu did not understand and looked at Mi Tuo in confusion. Why was it possible to learn magic in Taichung Temple? Mi Tuo saw that he did not understand and quickly explained, Huxinbo, the Taichung Temple's Tai Lu Bai Shi, in addition to teaching musical instruments and dancing, also teaches the San Lu Bai Shi. When he said this, Li Wangyu immediately understood. If the information of the palace maids in Yeding Bureau was correct, then the two palace maids named Yuran and Yen Tao were indeed suspected of committing a crime. Go, get someone to torture these two lowly servants. We must pry open their mouths and find out where my prince is. Pai Lupi didn't care about the life and death of these palace maids. He only cared about the whereabouts of his son. From the time Empress Zhongsun gave birth until now, it had already been 4 to 5 hours. Night had already fallen, and the sky was getting darker. Pai Lupi was burning with anxiety. He was furious at the thought of his son's unknown fate. Yes. Mito lowered his head and replied, but his feet did not move. What are you waiting for? You dog, what are you waiting for? Pai Lupi saw that he still hadn't left. He couldn't help but glare at him and was about to scold him again. Mi Tuo looked embarrassed and explained hesitantly. Replying to everyone, this servant is worried that those two palace maids will not survive if they continue to fight. This servant is afraid. Afraid that if they are killed, there will be no clues about the prince. He wasn't speaking nonsense. Those delicate palace maids, how could they withstand the torture of the 100 Cavalry Department and the ruthless interrogation veterans? When he came to the Li Main Hall to report to Li Air, most of the 12 palace maids were already on the verge of death from torture. If they continued to be interrogated by torture, they would probably die in a short period of time. If they were killed, where would Mi Tuo go to find the prince? In Noda's Taiji Palace, where could one not hide? Not to mention such a small baby. Ever since he confirmed that his son had been switched, Pai Lupi had ordered the palace guards to search the palace, but they still found nothing. It was already late, but the vast Taiji Palace was filled with imperial guards holding torches as they searched for the crown prince. Pai Lupi heard Mi Tuo say this and his face couldn't help but twitch. He knew that Mi Tuo shouldn't be talking nonsense. If he didn't continue to torture these two people, he wouldn't know where to find his son. But if he continued to torture and beat these two palace maids to death, there would be no clues and he wouldn't be able to find his son. In a dilemma, Pai Lupi was also a little embarrassed, and his face became more and more ugly. Li Wangyu was also secretly anxious at the side. He kept recalling the detective movies he had watched in his mind, trying to find a way to break out of this situation. In Li Wangyu's mind, these two palace maids called Nian Tao and Yuran were likely to be accomplices. First of all, these two people knew magic and could cover each other. Second of all, they had entered the palace in the 3rd year of Wuda. They should have received palace training together, learning the palace etiquette and so on. It was very likely that they had known each other for a long time and had a close relationship. However, since Yuran and Nian Tao didn't commit suicide like the midwife after being controlled by the palace guards, it meant that they didn't want to die. They were still hoping for a fluke, trying to muddle through and find a chance to live. But how to pry open the mouths of these two suspects was a difficult problem. Even the veteran criminal of the 100 Cavalry Department couldn't succeed in making them confess after torture. Could it be that these two palace maids were expected to tell the truth about Li Ji's whereabouts without continuing to torture? If it was really Yuran and Nian Tao who did this, they would rather die than say half a word. Otherwise, what awaited the two of them was not only their own death, but also the 9 generations of Pai Lupi. This point, presumably, these two palace maids were also well aware. In this case, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't confess. Therefore, it was expected that the 100 Cavalry Department couldn't get a result from torture. Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Confessing would be a lenient prison, and refusing to go home for the new year. He and Pai Lupi were really in a predicament now. Pai Lupi was also in a dilemma at this time. He couldn't continue to force a confession, but he also couldn't not force a confession. He was so angry that he picked up the sword that had fallen before and slashed it in the hall to vent his anger. Go, continue to force a confession. Beat them to death. I don't believe that they are not afraid of death. Pai Lupi was still angry and ordered Mi Tuo. Mi Tuo heard Pai Lupi say so and turned to leave, but he was stopped by Li Wangyu. Mi Tuo, wait. Li Wangyu turned to Li Er and cupped his hands. Uncle, I have an idea. Perhaps I can pry open the mouths of these two women. However, I need Uncle to give me an imperial edict and pardon one of them for their crimes, letting bygones be bygones. What? Ziyu, are you crazy? I'm already merciful that I didn't kill 9 generations of these lowly servants. You want me to pardon them? That's impossible. Pai Lupi heard Li Wangyu's words and his lungs were about to explode. Uncle, now, is it more important to find Li Ji or to kill them? Uncle, please reconsider. You! Pai Lupi was speechless for a moment. After a long time, he waved his hand and said, As long as you can find Prince Li Ji, I will do as you say. Thank you, Uncle. I will do my best to find Li Ji. Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi, and then turned to Mi Tuo and said, Mi Tuo, go and tell people to stop torturing them. Lock them up separately and don't let them talk to each other. Mi Tuo looked at Pai Lupi suspiciously and didn't know if he should listen to Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi nodded slightly to him, indicating that he should do as Li Wangyu said. Pai Lupi could only place his hopes on Li Wangyu and hope that he could create a miracle. Chapter 440. After Pai Lupi nodded, Mito naturally did not hesitate and immediately followed Li Wangyu's orders. But in his heart, Mito scoffed at Li Wangyu's actions. Even the experienced criminal cases of the 100 Cavalry Department could not pry open the mouths of the palace maids. Li Wangyu wanted to rely on a pardon edict to find the missing prince? Mito did not believe this at all. In his heart, Mito even thought that Li Wangyu was a fool. At this time, he still dared to cause trouble. He really did not know what was good for him, but of course he would not speak out against it. Because in Mito's view, Li Wangyu's fool behavior was very beneficial to him. Because of his incompetence, he had already lost a lot of points with Pai Lupi today. Whether it was Prince Ziji being replaced by someone or investigating the palace maid suspected of committing the crime, Mi Tuo, as the provincial supervisor of the Department of Internal Servants, was slow to realize that he had let down Li Er's trust in him. Mito was now in a terrible situation and was at his wit's end. At this time, Li Wangyu said that he had a way to take over the interrogation of the 2 palace maids. How could Mito not be happy? No matter whether Li Wangyu succeeded or not, this hot potato was temporarily thrown away. This also allowed Mito to breathe a sigh of relief. Li Wangyu naturally did not know what Mito, the head eunuch of the Internal Servants Department, was thinking. The reason why he suddenly opened his mouth to take over this matter was not because he was afraid that Mito would beat the 2 palace maids to death. It was because he had just thought of a way. He remembered a classic problem in game theory, the prisoner's dilemma. 2 people committed the crime together and made an alliance. The police interrogated the 2 prisoners and gave the following conditions. Both of them lied and each of them was sentenced to 1 year. Both of them confessed and each of them was sentenced to 8 years. One of them lied and one of them denied. The liar was sentenced to 10 years and the confessor was acquitted. Then, 2 prisoners separated from each other. When faced with interrogation, should they lie or confess? The prisoner's dilemma was the most representative example in game theory. The best choice for an individual was not the best choice for a group. This was a test of human nature. Anyone would have thoughts that were beneficial to themselves. Li Wangyu felt that the 2 palace maids, Yueran and Yen Tao, might not be so united. When facing the test of the prisoner's dilemma, they might not be able to resist the temptation of human weakness. Regardless of whether it worked or not, this was the only way to find Li Ji. Since torture didn't work, he might as well try the prisoner's dilemma. After Mi Tuo ordered people to separate Yuran and Yen Tao, the 2 palace maids, Li Wangyu held the imperial edict that Pai Lupi had hurriedly written and entered the room where the palace maid called Yuran was imprisoned. These rooms were used to imprison palace maids under investigation. Other than a bench, there was nothing else inside. After Li Wangyu entered the room, he sat down on the bench and stared at Yuran, who was lying on the floor. He did not speak for a long time. This palace maid had already been beaten black and blue during the interrogation by the 100 Horsemen Department. Her face was full of bruises, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her clothes were tattered and covered in blood. Obviously, this woman was beaten to her last gasp. At this time, she was lying on the floor. If Li Wang you didn't see that her chest was still moving up and down, he would have thought that she had been beaten to death. Li Wang Yu was a little speechless. He rolled his eyes and looked at me Tuo. Can she still speak like this? Don't worry, County Count Hu. She won't die for a while. If you have anything to ask, just ask. Li Wang Yu was helpless. He felt that he was really unlucky. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he had been forced to do things beyond his ability. Whether it was performing surgery for people or interrogating criminal suspects, it was all the same. However, Li Ji's disappearance was indeed related to him. In order to find Li Ji, Li Wang Yu could only take a gamble. You're from Luoyang, right? Li Wang Yu asked. Yuran struggled to raise her head. Yes, I'm from Luoyang. Your Lord LV Chang makes a living in Luoyang by performing Sangu, right? His words made Yuran's body stiffen. After a while, she replied, yes. Haha, if I'm not wrong, before you entered the palace at the age of 15, you should have learned Sangu from your lord, right? Yuran struggled to shake her head, but Li Wang Yu didn't wait for her to speak. He continued, actually, I already know who replaced the prince. Yuran, you don't have to deny it. This must have been done by the midwife Yu and Yen Tao. No, I'm innocent. I don't know anything. Yuran shook her head desperately to show that she was innocent. Li Wang Yu ignored her and continued. The midwife has already hanged herself. Now only you and Yen Tao are left. I'll give the two of you 3 choices now. It's up to you to choose where you want to go. He stood up and walked in front of Yuran. He squatted down and stared into her eyes. He raised a finger. First, you and Yen Tao insist that you don't know about this matter. You can take a gamble and see if you can escape by luck. But I can tell you very responsibly that if you can't find the prince, the saint will be furious. You 12 palace maids will be beaten to death. There's no chance of luck. Li Wang Yu raised a second finger. Second, you and Yen Tao tell me the truth. After we find the prince, I'll plead with the saint to leave your corpses intact and not harm your family. When Mi Tua heard this, he almost couldn't help but laugh. Was County Count Hu joking? If they told him the truth, they would die. If they didn't, they would also die. They would be crazy to tell him the prince's whereabouts. Shouldn't the second condition be that they would be spared as long as they told the truth? But even so, it was useless. The experienced criminal of the 100 Cavalry Department had already said similar words to this group of palace maids. It was useless. Mi Tua didn't know what kind of drug Yuran and Yen Tao had eaten to be so stubborn. The 2 palace maids gritted their teeth. Even if they were beaten to the point of death, they still insisted that they didn't know anything. So even if you beat him to death, Mi Tua didn't believe that Li Wang Yu could make the 2 of them tell the truth with such conditions. Li Wang Yu raised a third finger. Third, I have a saint's edict here. Can pardon one of you. Whoever tells the truth first, after we find the prince, this person will let bygones be bygones. And the other person will be executed immediately. Even 9 generations of your family will be implicated. He stared at Yuran seriously. Yuran, what do you think Yen Tao will choose? Well, that's all I have to say. You can decide for yourself where to go. Li Wang Yu stood up. I'll give you 15 minutes to think about it. But maybe Yen Tao will think faster than you. With that, he turned and pushed the door open. He didn't even look at the palace maid Yuran, who was stunned on the ground. Behind him, Mi Tua was also dumbfounded. Damn, you can interrogate a prisoner like this? Chapter 441. Mito, who had been secretly mocking Li Wang Yu, was taken aback after hearing Li Wang Yu's 3 conditions. These 3 conditions didn't seem to be anything special at first. But when Mito carefully considered the conditions that Li Wang Yu had proposed, he was shocked to find that it seemed to be a difficult choice. He put himself in the shoes of either Yuran or Yen Tao. What would he do when he heard these conditions? What would he choose? Mito could not help but tremble. With a whoosh, cold sweat flowed down his face. Frightening, it was too frightening. He couldn't help but look at Li Wang Yu's back. In his heart, He was even more fearful of this young county earl who had founded the country. Mito made up his mind that he would not provoke this county count in the future. To be able to play with people's hearts to such an extent, County Count Huxian was too frightening. After analyzing Li Wangyu's 3 conditions, he felt that if it were him, no matter what kind of alliance he had with his companions, he would choose to betray them in exchange for the most beneficial choice. Because he could not guarantee what choice his companions would make. Out of self-interest, Mito would definitely choose to betray his companions. What Mito did not know was that this was the game theory of later generations, and the prisoner's dilemma was the most typical example. Of the 3 choices that Li Wangyu had given, if Yueran and Yen Tao chose not to admit it, then they could only resign themselves to fate and leave their fates to Pai Lupi to judge. However, since they would rather be punished and almost beaten to death than reveal Li Ji's whereabouts, it was clear that this was the best choice for them. But whether it was Yueran or Yen Tao, these 2 palace maids, no one could be sure that the other would not choose to betray them. As long as people had selfish motives, for example, they would make a choice that was beneficial to them. In the face of the interrogation and temptation of the 100 Horsemen Department, they could still stick to their alliance. For a certain purpose, they would not relent. But now, in the face of Li Wangyu's conditions, not only did they have to be sure that they could keep their secrets, they had to be 100% sure that the other party would also keep their secrets. And to firmly believe that the other party would not harm others for their own benefit was too much of a test of human nature. Li Wangyu's suggestion not only made me Tuo break out in a cold sweat, but the palace maid Ran also froze, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Then, is that imperial edict real? Li Wangyu had not even stepped out of the room when he heard the hoarse voice of Ran, the palace maid behind him. As soon as she opened her mouth, not only did Li Wangyu raise his eyebrows, but Mi Tuo also opened his eyes wide. Was he going to confess? In fact, the palace maids Ran and Yen Tao had already reached their limits. If not for the fetters in their hearts, they would have spoken long ago. In the face of Li Wangyu's conditions, Ran did not struggle too much and made her choice. Li Wangyu turned around and walked back. He squatted in front of the palace maid, Ran, and unfolded the imperial edict for her to read. Did you see it clearly? This is an imperial edict written by the saint himself. As long as you confess and tell us the whereabouts of the prince, you will be pardoned. Originally, Pai Lupi was not willing to pardon the palace maid. In his heart, he wished he could tear them all into pieces to relieve his hatred. It was Li Wangyu who interceded with Pai Lupi about Li Ji's safety that made him reluctantly write this imperial edict. The palace maid Ran stared at the imperial edict in Li Wangyu's hands. After a long time, she finally said, "I am willing to confess." As soon as she said that, Li Wangyu and Mi Tuo felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. In fact, Li Wangyu was also very nervous. He had never interrogated a criminal before. It was also the first time for him to do this. He let out a long breath, stood up, and waved at Mi Tuo, indicating for him to ask. Mi Tuo gratefully saluted Li Wangyu and squatted in front of Ran. "Tell me first, did the empress give birth to a prince?" Mi Tuo asked very nervously. Since the palace maid Ran had asked, she was very straightforward. She nodded. "Yes, it is." Mi Tuo's heart almost jumped to his throat. "Is the prince okay now? Where is he?" Ran hesitated for a few seconds. Finally, she bit her lower lip and said, "After we replaced the prince in Li Main Hall, Fan Yu asked me and Yen Tao to throw the prince into the well and drown him." When she said this, she coughed violently because of the pain from her wound. Mi Tuo was so anxious that he wanted to strangle her. Mi Tuo knew that the Fan Yu that Ran mentioned was the name of the midwife who had hanged herself. "Tell me what happened after that. You didn't put the prince." Mi Tuo's body began to tremble. He didn't dare to continue halfway, for fear of hearing the terrifying answer. These 2 palace maids, if they really threw the prince into the well and drowned him, it would really be a disaster. Ran finally stopped coughing and shook her head gently. "Yen Tao and I took the prince out of Li Main Hall and found a well, but no one dared to throw him in. In the end, we found a secret place and hid the prince." Originally, we wanted to send him out of the palace and give him to someone to adopt. But we didn't expect that the matter would be exposed and the palace guards would arrest us. After she said this, Mi Tuo almost knelt down and kowtowed to the gods and Buddhas. Thank the ancestors for blessing, the prince was still alive. His voice trembled. You tell me, where's the prince now? In the garden behind Li Main Hall, there is a ginkgo tree. There is a big hole in the branch of the ginkgo tree. I found it when I was picking ginkgo. Together with Nian Tao, we hid the prince in the hollow of the ginkgo tree. The palace maid, you ran, did not hide anything and told her everything. Mi Tuo didn't have the time to continue interrogating her. Together with Li Wangyu, he turned and ran out of the room. Li Wangyu remembered that last time, when he saw Princess Chang'an in the garden behind Li Main Hall. There were indeed many ginkgo trees. The two led a group of palace guards and men from the 100 Cavalry Department, raising torches and heading towards the garden. Search. Don't let go of a single ginkgo tree. Be careful not to harm His Imperial Highness. Mi Tuo ran until he was out of breath. Ignoring everything else, he immediately ordered his men to begin searching for the ginkgo trees in the garden. Yes, sir. The palace guards and men from the 100 Cavalry Department immediately spread out, raising torches and carefully searching the ginkgo trees. As Mi Tuo and Li Wangyu waited anxiously, a guard finally shouted, "Found it! Found it! There is an infant on this tree. The prince has been found." In Mi Tuo's ears, these words were like the sound of nature. He immediately raised his robes and rushed over. Be careful. Be absolutely careful. Don't harm His Imperial Highness. Quickly bring him down. When the Imperial Guards carefully carried the infant in swaddling clothes to Mi Tuo's hands, this lower third-rank eunuch from the Department of Internal Attendance couldn't help but cry. Chapter 442. Mi Tuo was so excited that tears flowed down his cheeks. When he looked at the baby again, he was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating. The baby's eyes were closed and he didn't move at all. Mi Tuo was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Who, County Earl who, you come look. Look at the prince, what happened to him? Mi Tuo was tongue-tied. The fact that Mi Tuo didn't pass out from the shock was already a testament to his mental fortitude. Li Wangyu also hurried forward. Li Ji's appearance in swaddling clothes gave him a fright. He quickly reached out his hand to touch Li Ji's face. He felt the warmth of Li Ji's body. He used his finger to touch Li Ji's nose. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. It's okay. Maybe the two palace maids fed the prince some medicine. Quick, old immortal son is still in the Eastern Palace. Send him over for a diagnosis. Also, send someone to inform His Majesty so that he won't be worried. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Mi Tuo's heart that was in his throat finally relaxed a little. Empress Zhongxun's delivery today was too much of a shock for him. Even Mi Tuo, who was only in his 30s, felt that if this continued, he would age prematurely. Under the protection of a large group of palace guards, the two of them rushed to Sun Simiao's temporary residence in the Eastern Palace. In the Eastern Palace, there were palace guards searching everywhere. Even Sun Simiao's residence was searched by several groups of palace guards. Now that things had escalated to this point, Sun Simiao naturally had a rough idea of what happened today. When he saw Mi Tuo and Li Wangyu rushing over with a baby, he understood everything. Without saying a word, he took the swaddled Li Ji and began to treat him. Old immortal son, how is it? What's wrong with the prince? Well, the prince is fine. Someone fed him eggplant flowers. It's not a big problem. I'll give the prince a few needles and he'll wake up. Sun Simiao's medical skills were naturally trustworthy. After a round of diagnosis, he came to a conclusion. Li Wangyu immediately relaxed. As long as Li Ji was fine, it was fine. He couldn't imagine how chaotic the history of China would be if Li Ji was gone. While Sun Simiao was treating baby Li Ji, Pai Lupi, who had received the news, also rushed over. Zio, did you really find Zhen's pheasant slave? Pai Lupi was so excited that his beard trembled. Yes, uncle. We found the prince. Old immortal son is treating him now. Li Wangyu had just finished speaking when he heard a loud baby cry. Her cries caused everyone present to loosen up a little. Mito held the crying baby tightly in his arms and knelt in front of Pai Lupi. He sobbed and said, "Everyone, we found Prince Ziji. This servant deserves 10,000 deaths." Pai Lupi didn't care about anything else. He directly reached out and took his son from Mito's hands. He looked at him carefully. He subconsciously looked at the baby's eyelids. Single eyelids, just like him and Empress Chang'an. "It's my slave, Zhen's Prince Ziji." "Congratulations, Uncle. You finally found Prince Ziji. With Uncle's great achievements, wisdom, and martial prowess, there are no demons and monsters that can hide. No scheme or trick will succeed." Li Wangyu did not forget to flatter Li Er. By now, he had already reached the point of perfection in flattering Li Er. "Ha ha ha ha. Zio, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll never see my slave again." Pai Lupi also remembered Li Wangyu's contribution. At the same time, he felt a lingering fear. If Li Wangyu hadn't found the clue of the double eyelids, his Prince Ziji would have been stranded among the common people, and he would have raised a Shibei as a princess. "This is what I should do. I don't deserve Uncle's praise." Pai Lupi's heart was filled with emotions. He looked at his crying son in his arms and raised his head to Li Wangyu. "When slave Ziji is a little older, I'll ask Zio to open his eyes for him. He'll still be your disciple like Chang'an and Qingke. Zio, are you willing? F***CK. He wants me to help take care of the child again." Li Wangyu cursed in his heart, but he was actually a little proud. Being the teacher of the future emperor of the Tang dynasty, this feeling seems pretty good. Since your majesty doesn't abandon me, how can I not be diligent? Haha, that's good. Speaking of which, you also saved slave Ziji's life. But since you're slave Ziji's teacher, then I won't reward you otherwise. Saving your own disciple is also a teacher's duty. Haha. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed. "Uncle, you're too serious." Pai Lupi found his son and was in a good mood. However, the baby Li Ji in his arms kept crying. "What's wrong with slave Ziji? Why does he keep crying? Minister's son has checked his body. Are you sure there's no problem?" Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. "Uncle, maybe the prince is hungry. It's already been more than 10 hours since he was born, but he hasn't drunk milk yet." Li Wangyu reminded him in a low voice. Pai Lupi finally reacted. His son had just been born and had been swapped away. Thinking of his son who hadn't drunk a sip of milk since he was born, Pai Lupi's heart ached terribly. "Quick, call the wet nurse." "Yes." Mitua didn't dare to delay. He personally lifted his robe and jogged all the way to call for the wet nurse. Empress Zhangsun still didn't know anything about what happened today. However, she also faintly felt that something seemed to have happened in the palace. The palace maids who were originally serving her in the palace were all swapped out. Moreover, it had been so long since she gave birth, but no one had brought her child back. Empress Zhangsun ignored the weakness after giving birth and summoned the servants and palace maids to ask where her child was. But no matter how she asked, the palace maids and servants in the main hall didn't say a word. They just knelt and kowtowed. This made Empress Zhangsun anxious. It wasn't until Pai Lupi strode into the palace with a baby in his arms that Empress Zhangsun felt a little relieved. "Erlang, what's wrong today? Why are the palace maids in my palace all swapped out? I asked them to bring the child to me, but no one did. This is my child?" Pai Lupi's face was full of affection. He gently placed the baby Li Ji beside Empress Zhangsun. "Guanyin maid, this is our prince. His name is Ji. Haha, this is the name Z you gave me. His nickname is Slave Ziji. Do you like it?" "It's a boy?" Empress Zhangsun was puzzled. She clearly remembered that after she gave birth, the midwife had cleaned the child. The palace maids beside her, Yuran and Yen Tao, had held the child for her to see. They had said very clearly that it was a little princess. Why did it suddenly become a prince? When Pai Lupi heard her words, the smile on his face couldn't help but disappear. His face was full of murderous intent. Thinking of today's matter, Pai Lupi really wanted to kill someone to vent his anger. There's another mystery in this matter. When Guanyin Maid's body recovers, Zhen will tell you slowly. While Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun were talking, Mi Tuo and Li Wangyu were still busy interrogating the palace maid Yu Ran. Now that Li Ji had been found, the matter hadn't been investigated clearly. Chapter 443. As the heart of the Tang dynasty, Taiji Palace's every move affected every nerve of this powerful empire, especially in Chang'an. When the news of Empress Zhangsun's labor and her impending delivery reached Pai Lupi's ears, it had already been leaked to the outside world through various channels in the palace. This made the aristocratic families whose gambling houses had accepted large amounts of bets from Cheng Yaojin feel as if their parents had died. They felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. These aristocratic families couldn't believe that County Count Huxin really knew when the Empress would give birth. Could it be that this young man really had immortal spells? Many of the family heads who had received the news hurriedly ran to the Wang clan of Taiji, the Zheng clan of Xingyang, and the Cui clan of Bowling to ask what they should do now. Could they just watch as they lost 500,000 taels of gold? Contrary to the expectations of these family heads, whether it was Wang Renyu or Zhang Yuanshou, they didn't seem to be worried about losing the bet at all. Everyone, the sky hasn't fallen yet. It's true that the Empress gave birth today, but who can be sure that the Empress will give birth to a prince? Wang Renyu comforted the family heads who had come to complain tearfully, but a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lord Wang, that County Count Huxin can even predict when the Empress will give birth. How can he be wrong about whether the baby is a boy or a girl? I can only blame myself for being too greedy and accepting Duke Chao's 6,000 taels of gold. If I lose 30,000 taels of gold, I can't live anymore. Well, what's the use of saying this now? Didn't my Wang clan of Taiji also have that bastard Li who bet 10,000 taels of gold? If I lose, I'll have to pay 50,000 taels of gold. I haven't said anything yet, so why are you all so flustered? Wang Renyou's unhappy rebuke made the family heads speechless for a moment. They could only sit and wait anxiously for news. When the gates of Taiji Palace suddenly closed and the palace was locked down, everyone was surprised and didn't know what had happened. But the news of Empress Zhangsun giving birth to a baby girl still spread before Pai Lupi ordered the palace to be locked down. The news quickly spread throughout Chang'an. The aristocratic families with casinos couldn't help but celebrate. They felt that County Count who, as well as the dukes and prefectural dukes, had gone for wool and come home shorn. Previously, he had been worried for nothing for a few days. Now he could finally put his hanging heart down. The patriarchs of the aristocratic families who found Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the others were even more relieved. They didn't care about what happened in Taiji Palace. As long as they didn't lose their gold, it was a good thing. On the other hand, Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the other clan heads, who had been calm all this time, couldn't help but glance at each other with worry in their eyes when they learned that Taiji Palace had sealed off the palace. Li Wangyou's guess was not wrong at all. It was Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and a few other masters of the aristocratic families who played the game of swapping the crown prince in the main hall of the Taiji Palace. In their gambling houses, at least 10,000 taels of gold had been betting that Empress Zhangsun would give birth to a prince today. If they lost, each family would have to pay 50 to 60,000 gold taels. 50,000 gold taels was equivalent to 300,000 strings of cash. 300 million was not a small amount. Even with the thousands of years of accumulation of the 5 families and 7 hopes, to take out so much gold would have to be exhausted. They might even have to sell some land. These aristocratic families naturally had many properties in their family. All kinds of real estate, land, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings were worth at least tens of millions of strings of cash. They could be said to be as rich as a country. But in terms of gold and copper coins, it was like those super rich people on the Forbes list in the future. Although they were worth tens of billions of dollars, they might not have much cash in their accounts. How could Wang Renyu and the others be willing to give away their shiny copper coins and gold for nothing? After realizing that something was wrong, the few of them secretly plotted and decided on this trick of swapping the crown prince with a leopard cat. They bribed the midwives in the palace and mobilized the spies buried in Taiji Palace. After careful planning, they really almost succeeded. If not for the fact that Li Wangyu knew the history, and that the baby girl they had sent into the palace to replace the prince had double eyelids, perhaps this matter would have been done without anyone noticing and without anyone noticing. Originally, when news came from the palace that Empress Zhongsun had given birth to a princess, Wang Renyu and the others could not help but feel delighted. So what if Li Shimin was the emperor of the Tang dynasty? Wasn't he still being played by the aristocratic families? Thinking about how Li Shimin was going to raise a fake and treat her as his own daughter, Wang Renyu and the others nearly laughed out loud. But then the Taiji Palace closed in advance and locked down the palace. Not only did they cut off contact with the palace and could not send out any news, but it also cast a shadow over their hearts. Was the matter exposed? Did Pai Lupi find out about the matter of swapping the prince? Zhang Yuanshou lowered his voice and whispered into Wang Renyou's ear, "Lord Wang, have you dealt with that matter cleanly? Don't worry, Duke Zheng. That baby girl was bought from the outskirts of Xianying yesterday from a farmer's family who had just given birth. After that, this old man had already sent people to silence that family. As for the midwife in the palace, not only did she accept Lady Chui's gold, but her family has also been transferred and controlled by Lady Chui. She knows the stakes and how to choose. As for the two maids in the Empress's palace, they don't matter. They don't even know who they are working for." Wang Renyu said with a ruthless expression. "That's good. Took me a lot of effort to send that baby girl into the palace. Because of this, I sent people to kill her after she was sent into the palace. What a pity. We spent a lot of gold to buy that colonel from Wing Chun sect." Zhang Yuanshou said that it was a pity, but his face was full of pride. Daring to do such a thing in Taiji Palace made the heads of the 5 families and 7 families very proud. For this matter, the aristocratic families also cooperated with each other. The midwife in the palace was bought by Lady Chui of Bowling. Her family was also controlled. Therefore, the midwife didn't dare to betray them in the end. She would rather hang herself to protect her family. Lady Zheng of Xingyang was responsible for sending the baby girl to the Eastern Palace. The baby girl came from the Wang clan of Taiyuan. The 2 maids beside Empress Zhongsun were spies that Lady Lu of Fanyang had planted in the palace. Just as Li Wangyu said, for gold, these aristocratic families could do anything. Demons and chariots couldn't meet. Let's wait and see. I hope there won't be any accidents. Wang Renyu sighed. They weren't worried that this matter would implicate them. Even if Pai Lupi was suspicious, it didn't matter. In short, there wouldn't be any conclusive evidence, and Pai Lupi couldn't do anything to them. But if the matter was really exposed, their painstaking planning would be in vain. Those glittering gold would still have to be compensated. This was what the aristocratic families were most worried about. That night, many people in Chang'an city were in no mood to sleep. They were all waiting for the news to come out of Taiji Palace at dawn the next day. Chapter 444. Wang Renyu and the other aristocratic families worried for an entire night, but there was no more news from the Taiji Palace. After Pai Lupi became ruthless, the Taiji Palace became like an iron wall. Those spies that were bribed by the aristocratic families or buried in the Taiji Palace all became well-behaved. No one dared to offend the heavens at this moment. The next morning, the morning drum sounded in Chang'an city, and the city gates opened. It was time for the officials to go to court. Yesterday, Pai Lupi was not on a day off, so he had to go to court today. After a complicated ceremony, Pai Lupi sat on the throne and looked at the officials in the hall expressionlessly. His appearance made many people in the hall uneasy. They did not know what happened in the Taiji Palace yesterday. Zhongsun Wuji could not help but stand up. "Your Majesty, did the Empress give birth yesterday? What's the situation now? Is the mother and child safe?" The aristocratic families knew about the news that came out of the Taiji Palace. Zhongsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Cheng Yaojin, Pai Lupi's trusted officials, knew nothing. After all, they could not be as bold as the aristocratic families to plant spies in the palace. Yesterday, the Taiji Palace suddenly closed and locked down. Zhongsun Wuji and Fang Xianling had offered their tokens to meet Pai Lupi, but they were all rejected. At that time, Pai Lupi was anxiously looking for his missing prince. so he did not have the time to explain things to them. Zhangsun Wuji, who did not understand the situation, was anxious for an entire night. To Zhangsun Wuji, he was worried about his sister. On the other hand, he was worried that if anything happened to Empress Zhangsun, the Zhangsun family would be neglected by Pai Lupi. What Zhangsun Wuji did not know was that in history, after Empress Zhangsun died, Pai Lupi did not neglect the Zhangsun family. Instead, he took care of the Zhangsun family even more. However, this was not a good thing. After Zhangsun Wuji became an official, things would move in the opposite direction. After Li Ji ascended the throne, Wu Meinyang instructed Su Jingzong to accuse Zhangsun Wuji of treason. Zhangsun Wuji was removed from his position, stripped of his title, exiled, and forced to commit suicide. After his death, his family's property was confiscated, and his family members were exiled to Lingnan as slaves. The Zhangsun clan suffered a calamity. But now, in Zhangsun Wuji's eyes, the Zhangsun clan's glory and wealth were all tied to Empress Zhangsun. Naturally, he was extremely nervous and concerned. After Zhangsun Wuji asked this question, the hall instantly quietened down. All the officials turned their gazes towards Pai Lupi, who was on the royal stairs. When the family heads heard Zhangsun Wuji's question, they couldn't help but smile. Looking at Chang Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingde, Chai Linggu, and the other duke's eyes, there was also a bit of ridicule. From their point of view, they would be able to earn a huge sum of money this time. As for the 100,000 taels of gold that Chang Yaojin had bet, they would be safe. Hearing Zhangsun Wuji's question, Pai Lupi looked at the officials in the hall and suddenly laughed. Haha, auxiliary machine. Don't worry. Yesterday, the Empress gave birth to a son. Now, both mother and son are safe. Zhangsun Wuji's courtesy name was Zhangsun Wuji. When Zhangsun Wuji heard Pai Lupi's words, he couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. After worrying for an entire night, his heart was finally at ease. Congratulations, Your Majesty. I wonder if the Empress gave birth to a prince or a princess. Zhangsun Wuji asked again. When he asked this question, Chang Yaojin, who couldn't help but want to know if he had one or not, couldn't help but stand out and agree. That's right, Your Majesty. Did the Empress give birth to a boy or a girl? Pai Lupi didn't answer directly. He smiled and looked at the officials. Haha, since all of you want to know, then I will order people to carry the child to the hall and let all of you see for yourselves. I will also be happy with all of you. After speaking, he gestured to Mi Tuo, and Mi Tuo immediately turned and left Taiji Palace. Not long later, amidst the officials' anticipation, Mi Tuo carried a baby in swaddling clothes and went up to the hall. Your Majesty, is this a boy or a girl? Old Chang can't tell. Chang Yaojin looked at the tightly wrapped baby and immediately shouted. It was impossible to tell if this baby was a boy or a girl from its appearance, not to mention that it was wrapped in a brocade blanket. Pai Lupi looked at Chang Yaojin with a smile that wasn't a smile. Jijia, then you can go and lift the blanket to take a look. I will pardon you. His words made the usually carefree Chang Yaojin a little confused. Let me go and take a look? What did he mean? Could it be that he was going to lift the baby's blanket in the hall to see if there was a little chick inside? This was a descendant of the imperial family, and it was the son or daughter of the first wife of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun. The status was incomparably noble. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for the court. How can I go and take a look? Pai Lupi's words made Chang Yaojin a little confused. He couldn't figure out what Pai Lupi was up to. I asked you to go and take a look, so go and take a look. Don't be so wishy-washy. Then I'll go and take a look. Your Majesty, please forgive old Cheng's rudeness. Chang Yaojin, this troublemaker, didn't care so much. Since Pai Lupi told him to take a look, he wouldn't be polite. He directly strode over to Mi Tuo and reached out to lift the brocade blanket on the baby. His actions caused many officials in the hall to cry out in surprise. Chang Yaojin's actions were truly too rude. Chang Jijia, don't be rude. Wei Zhang was very anxious and hurriedly stepped out to shout. However, Wei Zhang's shout was still a step too slow. Chang Yaojin still lifted the blanket on the baby in Mi Tuo's arms and stuck his head out to sweep a glance under the baby's body. With this one glance, even Chang Yaojin, this crude and boorish fellow, couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, Yuchi Jingda and the others were also anxious. Was this Her Highness the Empress a boy or a girl? This was related to their wager of 10,000 taels of gold. After a long time, this old fellow finally squeezed out an extremely ugly smile from his face and bowed towards Pai Lupi, saying, "This official congratulates your majesty on the birth of a princess." When Chang Yaojin's words came out, Qin Qiong, Yuchi Jingda, Chai Linggu, and the others were all stunned. How was this possible? That day, Li Wangyu, that brat, had said with certainty that Empress Zhangsun would give birth to a prince yesterday. How did it become a princess? Cheng Jijia, could it be that you're seeing things? Look carefully. Yuchi Jingda didn't have time to worry about losing decorum in front of the hall and shouted, "Nonsense! This elder isn't blind. How could I be wrong?" Chang Yaojin's words made Yuchi Jingda speechless, his old face full of vexation. And in the hall, the smiles on the faces of those aristocratic family heads became even brighter. They looked at Chang Yaojin and the others with ridicule and pride. Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic family heads couldn't help but look at each other, their hearts relaxing somewhat. An aristocratic family official stepped out and bowed towards Pai Lupi. "Congratulations to your majesty on the birth of a princess. We ask that your majesty confer the title of princess today and announce it to the world. Let the common people of the world know and congratulate your majesty." When he said confer the title of princess, he was referring to the title of princess. Pai Lupi didn't respond. Instead, he stood up and walked down the royal steps to Mi Tuo's side. "Haha, yesterday the empress gave birth to a princess. We were actually very happy. However, that damned Huxin County Count actually told us something that made us very angry. We would like to ask all the officials to help us judge. See if that Li Wangyu is speaking nonsense." He pointed at his eyelids and continued, "Huxin County Count said that we have single eyelids. The Empress also has single eyelids. Do all the officials think this is the case?" Li Er's words, which came out of nowhere, confused all the officials in the hall. Everything was perfectly fine. Why was he talking about single eyelids? At this moment, which of the officials in the hall cared whether or not Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun had single eyelids? Chapter 445. Pai Lupi saw that the officials in the hall were silent, so he continued, "I and the Empress both have single eyelids, so there is nothing strange about that. However, County Count who told me that the children born to parents with single eyelids will also have single eyelids. They will not be able to give birth to children with double eyelids. Do all of you think this is the case?" The officials in the hall were still baffled by his words. However, Wang Renyu and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They suddenly looked at the baby girl in Mi Tuo's arms. However, they were so far away that they couldn't clearly see whether the baby girl had single eyelids or double eyelids. Chang Yaojin was standing in front of the baby girl. When he heard this, he couldn't help but look at the baby girl in Mi Tuo's arms. When he saw the baby girl's eyes, even Chang Yaojin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Although he was called a troublemaker, he was actually terrifyingly shrewd. Pai Lupi's seemingly brainless words, coupled with the baby girl's eyes, allowed Chang Yaojin to instantly guess something. That fake smile that was as ugly as crying immediately melted like ice. Chang Yaojin's dark face was now filled with a brilliant smile. "Your Majesty, since County Count who said this, old Chang thinks that there should be some truth to it," Chang Yaojin said to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi nodded at him, then looked at the officials. "Do all of you think that County Count whose words make sense? Who the hell would know about this?" The officials in the hall all looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Who would have the time to care about this? Did they have nothing better to do? Seeing that no one spoke, Pai Lupi continued, "I also don't believe this, but to verify it, I ordered the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate in Chang'an. What do all of you think the results are?" He didn't wait for the officials to answer. He looked at Mi Tuo. "Mi Tuo, Tell all of you the results of the 100 Cavalry Department's investigation. Yes. This servant ordered the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate a total of 1367 families in Chang'an. Their parents all have single eyelids. Altogether, they had 3,749 children. All of them had single eyelids without exception. Mi Tuo's words caused the ministers in the hall to whisper among themselves. No one usually paid attention to this kind of thing. Hearing Mi Tuo's words, many officials who had single eyelids began to wonder if their children had single eyelids or double eyelids when they returned from court. But why did Pai Lupi bring this up? The officials were still confused. Pai Lupi looked at the ministers in the hall. He suddenly pointed at the baby girl in Mi Tuo's arms and raised his voice. I find it weird why the Empress and I both have single eyelids. But yesterday, the Empress gave birth to a son in Lijian Hall. When the palace maid carried her to Zhen, the baby girl had double eyelids. After Pai Lupi finished speaking, the Taiji Palace fell silent for a few seconds before a commotion broke out. At this time, all of the ministers no longer cared about the etiquette of the imperial court. They all whispered to each other and began to discuss. As the imperial censor, Wei Zhang naturally had to correct the etiquette of the imperial court. Seeing the chaos in the hall, the old man was so angry that he kept scolding loudly, "Silence! Stop the noise! Silence!" Wei Zhang scolded with a dark face for a long time before the ministers finally shut up. They all looked at Pai Lupi again, wanting to get an explanation from him. What did Pai Lupi mean? Was he implying that the Empress was unfaithful? Or was he implying that the baby girl was not born of the Empress? Regardless of which possibility it was, this was undoubtedly a bomb that could take people's lives. Thinking of the consequences, many people began to tremble. Only Wang Renyu and the other heads of the aristocratic families had ugly expressions. Zhang Yuanshou could not help but glare at Wang Renyu. The baby girl was found by the Wang clan of Taiyuan. There were so many babies to choose from. Why did they choose a child with double eyelids? Wang Renyu could only smile bitterly at this. If Pai Lupi did not say this today, who would know what double eyelids and single eyelids were? This was unheard of. Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other generals reacted the fastest. All the dukes and prefectural dukes stepped out and bowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, are there any demons and chariots trying to cause trouble in the palace? I am willing to help your Majesty get rid of them and return the Tang dynasty to its former glory. I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for your Majesty. Pai Lupi looked at Chang Yaojin and the others with gratification. He waved his hands, indicating for them to stand up. What a coincidence. Yesterday, another baby was found in the palace. As Li Er spoke, he turned his head to look at Mi Tuo. Go, bring that child to the main hall and let him meet everyone. Mi Tuo accepted the order and handed the baby girl to a servant beside him. He then hurried out of the hall. Not long after, Mi Tuo carefully carried a baby in his arms and returned to the main hall. 2 babies? What did this mean? Could it be that Her Highness gave birth to twins yesterday? In the hall, the officials did not know what was going on. The noise that was suppressed by Wei Zhang just now rose again. Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the others' faces instantly turned ashen, and their bodies trembled. Had the matter been exposed? Could it be that their painstaking plan had turned into nothing because of that bastardly Wang Yu? Thinking of this, Wang Renyu could not help but clench his fists so hard that his fingernails dug into his flesh. Chang Yaojin's eyes lit up when he saw the baby. Your Majesty, this child has single eyelids. The single eyelids. Is this a boy? Pai Lupi smiled and nodded. I named him Ji. When he said this, how could Chang Yaojin and the others not understand Pai Lupi's meaning? This baby boy was obviously the prince born by Empress Zhang's son. Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others all knelt down again. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have a Prince Ji. Haha, everyone get up. Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He helped Chang Yaojin and the others up and turned to look at Mi Tuo. Announce the imperial edict. Yes. Mi Tuo carefully handed the baby Li Ji in his arms to the eunuch beside him. He took a yellow silk and walked to the front of the imperial stairs. There is a system. As soon as Mi Tuo's words came out, all the officials in the hall knelt down again to listen to the imperial edict. Prince Ji, Mother Empress Zhang's son, Zhen's ninth son. Ji is young and intelligent, dignified and serene, generous and benevolent, harmonious brothers. I will confer the title of Prince Jin and announce it to the world. If Li Wangyu heard this imperial edict, he would probably laugh until his teeth fell out. Pai Lupi was too shameless. A newborn baby, you have the nerve to say that he is young and intelligent, dignified and serene? Isn't this making a ghost? As for Li Ji being conferred the title of Prince Jin, it was the little wings of history flapping again. In the original history, Li Ji was only conferred the title of Prince Jin by Pai Lupi in the 5th year of Chang'an. But this was not a big deal. After the imperial edict was read, the others did not care. But in the hall, the heads of the aristocratic families looked as if their fathers had died. Each and every one of them had a sad face. They never thought that just a moment ago, they thought that victory was in their hands. How could the situation be reversed in an instant? Pai Lupi not only said that the empress gave birth to a prince, but also directly conferred the title of Prince Jin. This was really hard for them to accept. Some of the heads of the aristocratic families were not willing to lose 10,000 taels of gold. They couldn't help but ask, "May I ask your majesty, what is going on with that baby girl?" Pai Lupi was waiting for someone to ask this question. Chapter 446. Chang'an City, Shenyang Lane. Early in the morning, the lane had just opened when an endless stream of carriages drove into the lane. The old guard guarding the lane was shocked. He couldn't understand what was going on. Shenyang Lane wasn't the eastern or western markets, so why were there so many carriages? Could it be that some family in the lane was moving? When the four-wheeled carriages passed by the Wanyan County Yamen, the Yamen runners had sharp eyes. They immediately saw Li Wangyu on horseback and hurried forward to greet him. "Greetings, County Count Hu. So early in the morning. Is there something you need? Do you need our help?" Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand. "It's fine. A few days ago, I made a bet at Yongyi Gambling House. Today, I'm going to the gambling house to collect the gold and copper coins I won." His words stunned the Yamen runners. Those dozens of carriages were all going to carry the copper coins? This county count was truly extravagant. How many copper coins would he need to carry with so many carriages? Some of the more astute Yamen runners immediately remembered the matter in Chang, and that had caused quite a stir. It was this county count in front of them who had placed a heavy bet of 10,000 taels of gold that the empress would give birth to a prince yesterday. From the looks of it, county count who had won? TSK, 10,000 taels of gold. How much money did he win from Yongyi Gambling House? No wonder he had to bring so many carriages today. When the Yamen runners heard this, they didn't even care about being on duty at the Yamen and enthusiastically led the way. It was rare to see such a grand occasion. Although the gold and copper coins weren't theirs, it was still good to be able to see them. This grand occasion of seeing tens of thousands of gold and copper coins was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. Only a fool wouldn't go and see the excitement. Li Wangyu didn't object. Just like this, the group of people majestically charged to the entrance of Yongyi Gambling House. When the clerk of the gambling house saw this scene, he was shocked. He quickly turned around and ran into the gambling house. Shopkeeper Wang, who had received the news, also rushed out. He was also shocked by this scene. He couldn't understand why County Count, who was leading a group of Yamen runners and carriages. He had already received Wang Rinyo's notice and knew that the winners of this shocking gamble were the aristocratic families. It was true that Empress Zhang's son had given birth yesterday, but the child was not a prince, but a princess. Since that was the case, according to the agreement between the two parties, the winner was the gambling house. The 10,000 taels of gold that Li Wangyu had bet was not surnamed Li, but Wang. Then what was the meaning of this county magistrate bringing people here? Could it be that after losing such a large sum of gold, he became angry out of humiliation and wanted to cause trouble? Shopkeeper Wang calmed himself down and cupped his hands towards Li Wangyu. "May I ask what brings you here today? Is there anything I can do for you? Do you want to bet a few more rounds? Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head. No, I'm here to collect the gold today. That day, I bet 10,000 taels of gold that Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a prince yesterday. Your gambling house bet 1.5, so you should have lost 50,000 taels of gold to someone. Quickly go and check. I still have matters to attend to, so I can't afford to delay. Nanny? Shopkeeper Wang looked at Li Wangyu as if he was looking at a madman. Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a princess, so how dare you say it was a prince? Why would County Magistrate Wang say that? Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a princess yesterday, so our gambling house won the bet. Shopkeeper Wang hurriedly argued. Li Wangyu looked at him with interest. Oh? How did you know about this? This. His rhetorical question left Shopkeeper Wang speechless. Yesterday, Pai Lupi sealed off the palace and did not reveal the news to the outside world. Logically speaking, as the shopkeeper of a gambling house, he should not know about this kind of extremely secretive imperial affair. This is just my guess. Shopkeeper Wang could only make up a random excuse. He could not say that the family head told him. Li Wangyu raised his head and laughed. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Yesterday, Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a prince. Therefore, according to the bet, your gambling house needs to pay a certain someone 50,000 taels of gold. His words made Shopkeeper Wang's face darken. He increasingly felt that Li Wangyu was here to cause trouble today. Where did County Magistrate Wang find out? Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. It's very simple. Because I was in Taiji Palace yesterday, so how could I not know? Yesterday, Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a prince. This cannot be wrong. Shopkeeper Wang, quickly get someone to bring out the gold and count it. I do not have time to argue with you. Or does your Yongyi gambling house not want to admit your loss? Humph, if that is the case, then I will go to Taiji Palace and ask the saint to make the decision. His words almost choked Shopkeeper Wang's anger. In Shopkeeper Wang's opinion, this County Magistrate Wang was going too far. However, he had no way to refute Li Wangyu's words. After all, Li Wangyu said that he was in Taiji Palace yesterday. He had no way to refute this. Shopkeeper Wang reacted quickly and rolled his eyes. What is County Magistrate Wang saying? If our gambling house lost, we naturally have to pay according to the bet. However, whether Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a prince or a princess, there is no proof. Let's wait for the official's news. When Li Wangyu heard this, he raised his head to look at the sky and nodded. Yes, Shopkeeper Wang, what you said makes sense. Since that is the case, I am not an unreasonable person. Let's wait and see. I believe there will be news soon. County Magistrate Wang, how about you wait for the official's news to come out before you exchange the gold? Look at how strong the sun is. It will not be beautiful if it shines on a noble person like you. Shopkeeper Wang did not want Li Wangyu to continue blocking the entrance of the gambling house and could only persuade him. Li Wangyu chuckled. No matter. I can rest under the shade of this tree. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped over and dismounted from his horse. He also had Niu Wu lead his men to the boiled water shop in Shenyang Lane to buy iced drinks for the farmers driving the carriages, as well as the bailiffs of Wanyan County. Li Wangyu sat under a large tree in front of the gambling house and waited leisurely. With the shade of a tree above his head and iced drinks to drink, he was very comfortable. Shopkeeper Wang was in a difficult position. He could neither leave nor stay. He could only accompany Li Wangyu and wait in front of the gambling house. He cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Shopkeeper Wang could only summon a member of the Wang clan and whisper a few instructions to him. The Wang clansman naturally obeyed the order and ran in the direction of the Taiji Palace. Shopkeeper Wang wanted to find his family's patriarch, Wang Renyu. However, he also knew that it was still the time for court. Presumably, his patriarch was still in Taiji Palace and had not left court. Just as he was feeling gloomy, he saw a bailiff of Wanyan County running over with a scroll in his hand. There is an imperial edict. The saint has issued an imperial edict and announced it to the world. The bailiff was panting from running. Before he even got close, he began to shout loudly. When Li Wangyu heard this, he could not help but smile. Chapter 447. When the bailiff of Wanyan County loudly announced that Pai Lupi had conferred the title of Prince Jean to his newly born son, shopkeeper Wang was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? The Empress really gave birth to a prince yesterday? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Shopkeeper Wang murmured. He was unwilling to believe it, nor did he dare to believe it. Li Wangyu slowly stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. He looked at manager Wang with a mocking expression and said, "What's wrong? Shopkeeper Wang doesn't even believe the saint's edict? This is an edict that has been announced to the world. You dare to doubt it? What are your intentions?" No, I don't dare. I just... Shopkeeper Wang didn't know what to say for a moment. Shopkeeper Wang, now that the official's news has arrived, isn't it time for me to honor my bet? Your Yongyi gambling house isn't going to renege on the debt, right? Li Wangyu pressed. Shopkeeper Wang repeatedly waved his hand, but he didn't know how to answer. If they really had to pay 50,000 taels of gold to Hu Xiannan, their Yongyi gambling house really didn't need to open. Even the gambling house didn't have that much money. Unless Taiyuan Wang clan was willing to take out the gold, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to act on his own. In the gambling house's treasury, there wasn't that much gold and copper coins. County Earl Hu, don't be impatient. If our gambling house really loses, this money will naturally be paid to you. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Wangyu. Wait, what do you mean if you lose? Could it be that the saint's edict is fake? How dare you? Li Wangyu turned his head to look at the bailiffs of Wanyan County who had gathered around to watch the show. He raised his eyebrows. Everyone, did you hear what Yongyi Gambling House said? How can this person say such disgraceful words? He even dares to question the saint's edict. Does he want to rebel? With this big hat on his head, before the bailiffs of Wanyan County could say anything, shopkeeper Wang's knees went soft and he directly knelt down. County Earl Hu, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. That's not what I meant. How would I dare to question the saint's edict? Then tell me, did I win the bet or not? Shopkeeper Wang forcefully suppressed the panic in his heart. He swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, Yes, it was County Count who won the bet. According to the agreement, our Yongyi gambling house should pay you 50,000 taels of gold. But what? If you lose, take out the money to compensate me. That day, I brought over 40 carriages full of money to place my bet. What? Does your gambling house still want to deny it? Li Wangyu said unhurriedly. No, it's just that we don't have that much gold at the moment. Manager Wang's forehead was already covered in sweat. The more he spoke, the softer his voice became. He was about to faint. This gambling house was built on credibility. Otherwise, how could it attract gamblers? There were 72 gambling houses in Chang'an. Which gambler couldn't go to gamble? But today, if their Yongyi gambling house couldn't take out the gold, then they would lose all credibility. Not only would the Yongyi gambling house's reputation be ruined, but the reputation of the Taiyuan Wang clan would also be affected. This was a consequence that manager Wang didn't dare to imagine. County Count Hu, please allow me to report to the family head. May County Count Hu be magnanimous and give our gambling house some time to transfer the gold and copper coins. Manager Wang was at his wit's end. This matter had already exceeded the scope of what he could do. He could only wait for Wang Renyu to deal with it. When Li Wangyu ran to the Yongyi gambling house to ask for the gold, the scene in Taiji Palace was completely different. Li Er sat back down on the throne and recounted what had happened in the Eastern Palace yesterday, as if he was narrating a story in a book. In the main hall, the officials heard that someone was so daring as to collude with the midwife and 2 palace maids to smuggle a drugged baby girl into the palace. In the emperor's bedroom in Lijiang Palace, they used the Sanyu by Shi as a smokescreen to replace Prince Ji with the baby girl that everyone had just seen. What was even more deranged was that Prince Ji and the others actually wanted to drown in the well. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 palace maids didn't have the guts to kill Prince Ji, Li Ji would have already lost his life. When Chang Yaojin and the others heard that someone was so arrogant, They were so angry that they started cursing loudly in the main hall. This group of old scoundrels cursed with the vulgar language of the army, which was very unpleasant to hear. Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the others were so angry that they clenched their teeth, but they still had to pretend to be distressed, as if Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others were right to curse, and they were very sullen. Wei Zheng's face was also as black as the bottom of a pot. His eagle-like eyes scanned the officials in the main hall, as if he wanted to find the mastermind behind the scenes. He couldn't even be bothered to correct Chang Yaojin and the others' impolite behavior. If it weren't for his identity, the old man would have also cursed these rebels and traitors. When Zhongsun Wuji found out that his nephew was almost replaced and almost killed, his face was also ashen. He looked around at the officials, unable to restrain his anger, as if he was prepared to fight to the death. Their attitude made Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic family heads even more nervous. Fortunately, they were all old foxes. No matter how turbulent their hearts were, they didn't show it on their faces. Moreover, they were also confident that they would clean up the mess. Even if Pai Lupi discovered the truth, he couldn't do anything to them. Actually, there was no lack of smart people in the main hall. Many people guessed that this matter had something to do with the aristocratic families, especially when they thought about the matter of the bet that had caused a huge uproar in the streets. They even suspected that the masterminds behind this matter were the aristocratic families that currently stood in the imperial court. But no one dared to say such words. How would they dare to offend these aristocratic families for no reason? Actually, the reason why Pai Lupi exposed this matter in front of the civil and military officials was just to disgust these aristocratic families. The 100 Cavalry Division investigated the Eastern Palace matter overnight, but as Li Wangyu expected, they found nothing. The midwife had died, and there was no evidence. Palace maids Yu Ran and Nian Tao had no idea who ordered them. The person who gave the mission to the two girls and passed the message was a direct eunuch of the Eastern Palace. Direct eunuch, a lower official of the 9th grade. An inconspicuous small official. But when the 100 Cavalry Division rushed to the room of the direct eunuch, they found that he had been poisoned to death. He had been murdered. Obviously, this was another attempt to silence the witnesses. The clues to trace the palace maids Yu Ran and Nian Tao online were cut off. When the 100 Cavalry Division was investigating how the baby girl entered the palace, they also encountered such a situation. The 100 Cavalry Division finally found a colonel guarding the Eastern Palace Wing Chun sect, and there seemed to be some problems. After interrogating the Wing Chun sect guards, they learned that yesterday their colonel had rushed into the palace with a package, and when he left the package was gone. Therefore, the 100 Cavalry Department rushed to the colonel's residence. When they broke in, they found that the colonel had been stabbed several times and was lying in a pool of blood. He could not be more dead than he already was. One by one, the clues were cut off and the 100 Cavalry Division had no clue. Pai Lupi was well aware of this, but he could only sigh. The aristocratic families were indeed ruthless. In order to keep it a secret, they did not leave any future trouble. Because there was no other way, Pai Lupi could only use this method to make the matter of the Eastern Palace public. He scolded and humiliated the aristocratic families to vent the anger in his heart. In the main hall, Chang Yaojin's mouth was like a river, endlessly cursing for a long time. Indescribable things had already happened with the 18 generations of ancestors of the mastermind. Wang Gong, Zheng Gong, Lu Gong, the two Chui Gong, do you think I am right? Shouldn't this kind of treacherous traitor be executed by his mother? Chang Yaojin scolded for a long time, and even asked the family heads if he was right. Wang Renyu. Chang Yaojin suddenly changed the topic. Chui Gong, can I honor my bet? As soon as he said this, there was no need to mention how ugly the clan head's complexion was. Chapter 448. The family head of the Chui family, Chui Xian, had an ugly expression on his face. This damnable Chang Jijia, as his son-in-law, didn't give the Chui clan any face at all. He regretted even more. Why was he so blind that he agreed to let his daughter marry this old man? However, Chui Xian was just thinking about it. Chang Yaojin's first wife was only 30 years old and passed away due to illness. Only then did Chang Yaojin remarry Chui. Although people were proud to marry a girl with 5 surnames, Chui Xian's daughter was not a virgin. When she married Chang Yaojin, Chui was already 30 years old and was considered as second marriage. The Tang dynasty was open and women remarrying was nothing new. Although Chang Yaojin and Chui were not the first wives, their relationship was not bad. However, towards Chui Xian, this cheap father-in-law, he did not have much respect. There was a reason why Chang Yaojin and Chui Xian did not like each other. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes were proud of their family's prestige and were ashamed to marry another family. When they married their daughter to another family, they would ask for a large number of betrothal gifts. Even Pai Lupi could not tolerate the arrogance of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. He once said, Chui, Lu, Li, Zhang, and Wang, the 5 surnames are proud and arrogant. Every time a girl marries into another family, they will ask for a large number of betrothal gifts. They are like merchants and have bad customs. Since the weight is not appropriate, we need to change it. Chang Yaojin was a duke, but he was still forced to send a lot of betrothal gifts to the Chui family to marry Chui. This made Chang Yaojin furious, but he could not do anything about it. Therefore, when everyone was fighting over the gambling house in Duke Lu's residence, Chang Yaojin shamelessly snatched the right to bet on the Chui clan's Chang'an gambling house in Qinghe and went to bet 5,000 gold taels. Actually, Chang Yaojin gave face to his wife and only bet 5,000 gold. Otherwise, if he bet 10,000 gold, the Chui family would lose even more. However, Chui Xian would not let Chang Yaojin off because of this. He was already in a bad mood. Now that he saw Chang Yaojin shamelessly asking him for the bet in front of the saints and officials, he was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. However, in the main hall, Chang Yaojin could shamelessly ask for the bet in front of everyone. But Chui Xian could not fall out with him. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. What are you saying, Hai Duke Lu? Do you think the Chui clan of Qinghe River is someone who would renege on a debt? The 25,000 taels of gold that should be paid to you will naturally not be missing a single coin. I will pay you in full. After Chui Xian finished speaking, he put on a straight face and no longer looked at Chang Yaojin. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and would get angry. Hee, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Chui. Chang'an gambling house is really good. I will go there often to take care of business in the future. Chang Yaojin's words made Chui Xian so angry that he almost had a heart attack. With Chang Yaojin taking the lead, Yuqi Jingde, Chai Linggu, and the others did not hold back. In the main hall, in front of Pai Lupi and the officials, they asked the aristocratic families behind the gambling house for their winnings. Pai Lupi was not angry and did not stop them. Instead, he looked at this scene with interest. How could those aristocratic family heads say no in this main hall? They could only pinch their noses and accept it. They all promised that they would pay the full amount of gold after the court. Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and Chui Xian were all very regretful at this time. Not only did their families suffer heavy losses, but they also went for wool and came back shorn. The gains did not make up for the losses. These aristocratic family heads were so regretful that their intestines turned green. As for Li Wangyu, who caused all this, the aristocratic families hated him to the core. In particular, Taiyuan Wang clan hated Li Wangyu to the core. He wished that he could peel off his skin, break his bones, and scatter his ashes to vent the anger in his heart. But before Wang Renyu could figure out how to deal with Li Wangyu, he heard Pai Lupi suddenly speak from the throne. Everyone, County Count, who has been in the palace recently to protect the Empress's birth, can be said that he has worked hard and performed a great service. We originally wanted to let him stay in the palace for a few more days to reward County Count Hu for his hard work. But he said goodbye to us early this morning, saying that there was no more overnight money at home. He had to go to Yongyi gambling house to collect his winnings to support his family. AI. This county count who is only 16 years old and has no parents. He is very pitiful. You uncles cannot bully him for being young. When Wang Renyu heard Pai Lupi's words, he was so angry that he almost jumped up and cursed. What kind of nonsense was this? Pai Lupi, how could you say such nonsense? That bastard Li Wangyu has no overnight money at home and has to collect winnings to support his family? who in Chang'an City didn't know that Li's family was making a lot of money every day. The other aristocratic families had long been envious of the Li family's properties. If it weren't for the fact that there were members of the royal family involved, they would have already taken action. Pai Lupi's words. Wasn't it obvious that he was helping that Li brat collect his winnings? In the main hall, who didn't know that Yongyi gambling house was the property of Taiyuan Wang clan? The main hall, which had originally become very noisy because of Cheng Yaojin and the others wanting to collect their winnings, became even more lively with Pai Lupi's words. In Taiji Palace, the officials who had nothing to do with this matter all became onlookers and looked at Wang Renyu with interest. Even the saint had spoken up to help County Count who collect his winnings. TSK, what great face. One could imagine the status of County Count who in the saint's heart. He really was in the emperor's heart. Wang Renyu's face alternated between green and white, and he was speechless for a long time. At this point, what else could he say? However, when he thought about paying 50,000 taels of gold to Li Wangyu, Wang Renyu felt his heart bleed. 300,000 strings of copper coins. In the current Tang dynasty, the Kaiyuan Tongbao that the imperial court cast every year was only 300,000 strings of copper coins. Could be seen how rich Li Wangyu's harvest was this time. Not only Li Wangyu but even Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yu Qijingde, and Chai Linggu, these dukes and prefectural dukes all made a lot of money. To be able to cut meat and drink blood from aristocratic families was simply too delightful. When the imperial court ended, Wang Renyu walked out of Taiji Palace with an ashen face. He saw his family members anxiously pacing back and forth outside the palace. Seeing their family head appear, the family members hurriedly ran forward and whispered about how County Count who had gone to Yongyi gambling house early in the morning to collect his winnings. Although Wang Renyu was mentally prepared, when he heard this, he still couldn't stop the blood in his heart from rushing up. He almost disregarded his status and cursed out loud. His chest heaved up and down as he gasped for air. After a long time, he suppressed the evil fire in his heart and ordered in a hoarse voice, "Let the treasury of the manor count the gold and copper coins and compensate him. This old man will definitely take revenge in the future. My Taiji Wang clan cannot live under the same sky as this bastard." While Wang Renyu was cursing, Li Wangyu couldn't help but sneeze a few times. He rubbed his nose and looked at shopkeeper Wang. "It's almost noon. How long will it take for you to compensate me with your gold? I don't have the time to grind my teeth with you here." Yes. County Count who, please calm down. 50,000 taels of gold is truly a huge amount. Please be magnanimous. Shopkeeper Wang was already on the verge of tears. He already foresaw that his end wouldn't be good. Although it was family head Wang Renyu who hinted for him to accept this bet, he was still a scapegoat. He would definitely be treated as a scapegoat and severely punished by his family. Chapter 449. After Wang Renyu spoke, Taiyuan Wang clan naturally did not waste any more time. Soon, an endless stream of carriages drove into Shenyang Lane's Yongyi Casino, and unloaded carriage after carriage of copper coins and silk. Taiyuan Wang clan also deliberately disgusted Li Wangyu. He clearly had enough gold in his treasury, but he deliberately did not take it out. Instead, he brought in carriage after carriage of copper coins and silk. Even these copper coins had been stored in Taiyuan Wang clan's treasury for too long. Many of the ropes that connected the copper coins had rotted and broken, and the scattered copper coins were piled up in baskets. Many of the copper coins were even rusted and looked very old and shabby. Li Wangyu did not dislike them. As long as he gave enough money, copper coins were copper coins. He even planned to accept silk, which he had always disliked. Silk was also used as a currency in the Tang dynasty. 2 bolts of silk were equal to 1 copper coin. China had been short of copper since ancient times. Although copper coins were legal tender, they had always been in a state of shortage. Therefore, even in the Tang dynasty, silk was still one of the currencies used for transactions. During the Tang dynasty, Yang Guozhong ruled the world. In the history books, it was recorded that his family had accumulated 30 million bolts of silk. From this, one could see the status of silk as a currency. If Taiyuan Wang clan only used silk to exchange for copper coins, Li Wangyu would have accepted it. In any case, he had already made preparations. Previously, he had asked Pai Lupi for a favor and planned to transport all the copper coins and silk that he had won from Taiyuan Wang clan into the palace to exchange for gold. However, when Li Wangyu grabbed a handful of scattered copper coins from the basket containing the copper coins, he was so angry that he almost threw the copper coins at shopkeeper Wang's face. The copper coins that he had grabbed were obviously not Kaiyuan Tongbao. Not only were the coins smaller, but they were also thin and light. Li Wangyu immediately reacted. This was private money. The Tang dynasty had been short of copper coins for a long time. The Kaiyuan Tongbao that Wu De started to cast in the 4th year could only cast 300,000 strings of coins a year. He had been in Jingguan for 2 years, but in only 7 years he had only made 2 million copper coins. Even if half of these copper coins were in Chang'an, and it was still a drop in the bucket. Therefore, it was normal to barter and use silk as currency. If there was a shortage of money, the aristocratic families would forge private coins within their own sphere of influence to make up for the shortage of copper coins. Naturally, this money could not be compared to Kai Yuan Tongbao. Although the material and workmanship were not bad, compared to Kai Yuan Tongbao, it was much lighter. Private money could be circulated, but most of the time, 2 or 3 pieces of private money could be exchanged for 1 Kai Yuan Tongbao. Now, the Taiyuan Wang clan had actually moved so much private money. Obviously, they were planning to use shoddy goods to cheat their way through. How could Li Wangyu not be angry? Shopkeeper Wang, what is the meaning of your Taiyuan Wang clan's actions? Using so much private money to offset the official salary? Do you think I'm a fool? Perhaps the new servants made a mistake. I'll have them exchange it for county count who. Shopkeeper Wang saw that his plan to fish in troubled waters was discovered by Li Wangyu, so he could only awkwardly apologize and push the blame to the temporary workers. He was about to call people to move the private money away when Li Wangyu's eyes turned and he reached out to stop him. Wait, the money is already here, so don't go through so much trouble. Give me a discount, I'll accept this private money. How does county count who plan to give me a discount? I won't take advantage of you. 2 caddies of private money can be exchanged for 1 caddy of official money. If your Taiyuan Wang clan is willing, I'll accept it and save you the trouble of moving it back and forth. On the market, depending on the region, 2 or 3 pieces of private money could be exchanged for 1 Kai Yuan Tongbao. Li Wangyu's conditions were actually not too harsh, and he was even charging a lot less. Shopkeeper Wang asked the accountant sent by the Taiyuan Wang clan and immediately nodded in agreement. This kind of large transaction of copper coins was always weighed by official weights. 5 caddies of Kai Yuan Tongbao copper coins was the norm. Private money was slightly lighter, and 6 caddies was the norm. Under normal circumstances, 12 to 18 caddies of private money could be exchanged for 5 caddies of Kai Yuan Tongbao copper coins. Now that Li Wangyu proposed to exchange 10 caddies of private money for 5 caddies of official money, how could the Taiyuan Wang clan not agree? Niu Wu wanted to persuade him from the side, as he felt that his clan was at a disadvantage. However, Li Wangyu didn't care. Being at a disadvantage was a blessing, not to mention that he had other plans. He beckoned Shopkeeper Wang over. Shopkeeper Wang, does your Taiyuan Wang clan have a lot of private money? If there's a lot, I can accept it all and exchange it according to this ratio. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Shopkeeper Wang couldn't help but be overjoyed. County count who, are you serious? These copper coins worth 50,000 caddies of gold can all be exchanged for private money? Li Wangyu nodded. Of course. How much does your Taiyuan Wang clan have? I'll take it all. Shopkeeper Wang was naturally overjoyed at this. If he could pay Li Wangyu the 50,000 caddies of gold according to the ratio of 2 caddies of private money to 1 caddy of official money, he might be able to avoid punishment from his clan. Now, he only needed to pay 3 million caddies of private money to clear his gambling debt. As for the private money, if 3 private coins were exchanged for 1 official coin, it would only be worth 160,000 caddies of coins on the market. This was equivalent to saving 140,000 caddies of coins. Even if it was 2 for 1, it would only be 250,000 caddies of coins, saving 50,000 caddies of coins. This wasn't a small amount, so Shopkeeper Wang naturally nodded in agreement. He was afraid that Li Wangyu would go back on his words, so he hurriedly called for the workers to bring back all the Kai Yuan Tong Bao copper coins, including the silk, and exchange them all for the private money of the Taiyuan Wang clan. Li Wangyu didn't reject any of them, counting the coins while ordering people to load them up. He directly sent the private money to the Taiji Palace in four-wheeled carriages. After half a day, when the sun was about to set in the west, he finally finished counting the 3 million caddies of private money. At this point, Li Wangyu and the Taiyuan Wang clan's gambling debt was cleared. He took out the promissory note from Yongyi Gambling House and handed it back to shopkeeper Wang. "Okay, I'm done with your gambling house." Shopkeeper Wang held onto the promissory note and nearly cried. The ups and downs of the past few days were simply too exciting. Shopkeeper Wang made up his mind that as long as he avoided punishment from his clan, he would return to Taiyuan and never come back to Chang'an City again. When Li Wangyu escorted the last carriage of coins into the Taiji Palace, he was stopped by Mi Tuo. "County Earl, why did you order people to transport all your private money? How am I supposed to exchange it for gold?" The eunuchs of the Tang dynasty usually called themselves miscellaneous scholars. As for Mi Tuo, he was the highest-ranked eunuch in the Taiji Palace. He only called himself a servant in front of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun. He originally called himself a certain someone in front of Li Wangyu. Until this incident in the Eastern Palace, Mi Tuo was in awe of Li Wangyu. Furthermore, Li Wangyu was Pai Lupi's nephew. So Mi Tuo lowered his status and started to call himself a servant in front of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi had agreed that the copper coins he transported from the Wang clan in Taiyuan would be exchanged for gold. Pai Lupi naturally left this matter to Mi Tuo, the provincial supervisor of the Internal Affairs Department. However, when the copper coins were transported into the palace today, Mi Tuo was stunned. What was transported into the palace was not Kaiyuan Tongbao, but carriage after carriage of private money. He really did not understand what the county earl was doing. How could such private money be exchanged for gold? Chapter 450. In response to Mito's question, Li Wangyu chuckled and said, "Mito, I won't exchange this money for gold. I'll keep it in the palace for the time being, and I'll explain it to the saint. It's getting late today, and I'll go to the palace another day to explain it to the saint." Mito naturally had no objection to Li Wangyu's words. Otherwise, Mito wouldn't be able to explain it to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun if he exchanged this money for gold. It was getting late, and the drum of dusk had already sounded in Chang'an City. Li Wangyu didn't dare to delay any longer. He had been away from home for several days and couldn't wait to return to Dingzhou village. He didn't have time to talk to Mito, and hurriedly left. He left Taiji Palace to meet Niu Wu, and rode to Dingzhou village. It was already night when he returned to the Li family's old house, and the methane lamps in the mansion had already been lit. His beautiful superior guessed that he might return home today, so she had been waiting for him in the central room. Not only was she waiting for him, but Aphrodite, Perrin, the old butler Li Heng, and Yo Yong were also waiting for their Lang Jun to return home. This time, Li Wangyu had been away for 5 or 6 days. Not only were Aphrodite, Perrin, and the others worried about him, but even his beautiful superior was also worried. After she transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, her feelings for Li Wangyu grew stronger. No matter what, she felt deep in her heart that she was just a passerby in the Tang dynasty. Everything here gave her a sense of unreality. In this environment, she could share many secrets with Li Wangyu. It was also because of this that her dependence and longing for Li Wangyu grew stronger after their relationship warmed up. Li Wangyu jumped off the horse, threw the reins to Niu Yong, and turned to look at his beautiful superior, who was smiling sweetly at him, with a bright smile on his face. His beautiful superior trotted 2 steps forward, as if she wanted to hug Li Wangyu, but she quickly realized that this was not the future. With so many pairs of eyes looking at her, she felt embarrassed. However, Li Wangyu didn't care about that at all. He walked directly to his beautiful boss and hugged her tightly. Not only did Niu Yong and Niu Wu widen their eyes, even the old butler, Li Heng, was dumbfounded. On the other hand, Aphrodite and Perrin almost cried out in surprise at their Longjuan's bold move and covered their eyes with their hands shyly. However, between the gaps of his fingers, there were two pairs of eyes that were rolling around. They stared at Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, unwilling to even blink. After the old man Li Heng reacted, he hurriedly gestured to the Niu brothers, indicating for them to leave quickly. They had to avoid their Longjuan's actions. The two brothers of the Niu family laughed and left with their arms around each other's shoulders. But the beautiful boss was a little shy in Li Wangyu's hug. She gently used her strength and struggled out of his arms. She blushed and rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu, but her tone was very gentle. "You're finally back? You haven't eaten yet, right? Go take a bath first. I'll get Perrin and the rest to heat up the food for you." Li Wangyu almost blurted out the words, "Take a bath together." Fortunately, he stopped himself at the last moment and didn't make a big mistake. Otherwise, Niu would have to go to the Temple of Nature to find Sun Simiao to save his life. Lying in his own bathtub and drinking 2 cups of rice wine that his beautiful superior prepared for him, Li Wangyu felt that this was life. Compared to Taiji Palace, Li Wangyu felt that Pai Lupi's life was simply too tacky, especially the toilets in the palace, which made Li Wangyu complain that they were useless, let alone bathing. After a comfortable hot bath, he had a warm and sweet dinner with the company of beauties. During the dinner, not only did his beautiful superior whisper affectionately to him, but there was also Aphrodite, the little vixen, who poured tea and wine for him attentively. Even Perrin, the little girl, obediently knelt behind him and gently massaged his shoulders and back. No one else could have such a good life. Li Wangyu suddenly felt that God was treating him well. As a small white-collar loser in the future, he could also live such a spurned, rotten life. It was really his ancestors' graves that were smoking. As Li Wangyu ate and drank, he vividly described what had happened in the Eastern Palace to the group of beauties, young and old. His beautiful superior also had a rough idea of what had happened in Chang'an city from the rumors in the streets. But at this time, she learned from Li Wangyu that Li Ji, the future emperor of the Tang dynasty, had actually been almost replaced by a leopard cat. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. She also never expected that those aristocratic families would be so daring. "Wangyu, then you have to be more careful in the future. This time you have offended those aristocratic families. Be careful that they will take revenge on you by hook or by crook," his beautiful superior said worriedly. In response, Li Wangyu casually waved his hand. "Why should I be afraid of them? I am not an official in the imperial court, so there is nothing they can use against me. Besides, don't I have Li Shimin to back me up? Those aristocratic families can't do anything." Although he said so, his beautiful superior was obviously still a little worried. But now was not the time to talk about this, so she didn't say much. Dinner lasted until the moon was high in the sky before everyone dispersed and went back to their rooms to rest. When he woke up the next day, Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to the 3 million pounds of private money that was now piled up in the Taiji Palace's treasury. After breakfast, he leisurely strolled around the village. "Greetings, Lang Jun." "Hello, Lang Jun." "Hello, Lang Jun. You are back from Chang'an City? I heard that you have been living in the palace during this time. What is it like in the Taiji Palace?" The villagers who didn't go to work, as well as the aunties in the village, hurriedly greeted Li Wangyu when they saw him. Some gossipy people even asked Li Wangyu what the Taiji Palace was like. In response, Li Wangyu cheerfully nodded and greeted everyone. He was bored, so he also described the palace's scenery to everyone in a gossipy manner. The villagers and aunties who heard him exclaimed from time to time. More and more villagers and aunties gathered around Li Wangyu. Everyone was happy to listen to their own Mr. Xiao Lang talk about these new things. Just as Li Wangyu was speaking eloquently, his saliva flying everywhere, he saw Carpenter Lu squeeze into the crowd and greet him with his hands clasped. "Hello, Lang Jun." Dare I ask, Lang Jun, about the name you gave my grandson? Did you come up with a good one?" Carpenter Lu's words stunned Li Wangyu. Damn it, I completely forgot about this. He also didn't ask Ma Zhou and Yen Liben about the surname Lu. Now that Carpenter Lu asked him that, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Li Wangyu's mind raced. Surname Lu, what name should I give him? Looking at Carpenter Lu's expectant gaze, Li Wangyu blurted out, Lu Dehua. Yes, I gave your grandson the name Lu Dehua. Virtue is morality, and virtue is Tao. This child was born in a Taoist temple, so he is fated with Tao. Huawei is glorious, and it means that your grandson will have a bright future. Carpenter Lu muttered. Lu Dehua? Good. That's really great. Lang Jun is a great talent. Thank you, Lang Jun. Thank you. The surrounding villagers were also envious of the name Li Wangyu gave Carpenter Lu's grandson. They looked at Carpenter Lu with burning eyes. TSK. This child of the Lu family was given a name by Lang Jun himself. What a blessing. Li Wangyu secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If anyone wanted to give him a name in the future, he would fight it out with that person. It was really too difficult. While the crowd was bustling, Niu Wu came over. Lang Jun, Yang Mingfu is here to visit. Hearing that Yang Quan was here, Li Wangyu quickly cupped his fists and bid farewell to the villagers. He then went back to his old residence. Chapter 451. When Li Wangyu returned to the residence, Yang Quan had already been waiting in the main room for a long time. Brother Shuqing, how have you been? We haven't seen each other for a long time and I've missed you. What brings you to my residence today? Li Wangyu and Yang Quan greeted each other with a smile. Now that he had been conferred the title of County Earl, there was a big difference between his status and Yang Quan's. However, he firmly disagreed with Yang Quan calling him by his title. Thus, he and Yang Quan simply called each other by their courtesy names and called each other brothers. This made it easier for them to get along. In fact, there was a big age difference between the two of them. Yang Quan's son was only a few years younger than Li Wangyu. However, the ancient people didn't care much about the age difference. That old man Chang'an was already 70 years old, but he was still willing to be friends with Li Wangyu despite the difference in age. Brother Zio, I'm here today to give you an invitation. Yang Quan stroked his beard and said with a smile. Li Wangyu smiled and joked. Brother Shuqing, what invitation are you giving? Did your wife give birth to another child for you? Or did you buy a new house? When he said that Yang Quan had bought a new house, he meant to ask if he had taken in another concubine. This Yang Quan was also a romantic person. He was middle-aged and had a beautiful wife at home. He even took in a few concubines. He was very carefree, which made Li Wangyu very envious. However, this was also very normal. The Tang people were generally like this, so there was nothing strange about it. On the contrary, people like Fang Yai's father, Fang Xianling, who only had one wife and no concubines, were more unique. Thus, the story of Lady Fang being jealous was passed down through the ages. Being teased by Li Wangyu like this, Yang Quan couldn't help but blush. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, Brother Li Wangyu, don't speak nonsense. Cough cough. I'm just sending the invitation on behalf of my teacher. Upon hearing that it was Yang Quan's post, Li Wangyu didn't continue to tease him. Instead, he hurriedly asked, Is there any good news, Master Yu? On the 5th of next month, it will be teacher's birthday. As disciples, we naturally have to properly host a birthday banquet for our masters. That's why I'm here today to deliver an invitation to Brother Zio, inviting you to attend the banquet. Yang Quan's words made Li Wangyu clap his hands and laugh out loud. Of course, I have to go to Lord Yu's 70th birthday. Duke Yu treats me like a nephew. It's his birthday. How could he dare to miss it? Haha, of course. Teacher really values Brother Zio. Even I am envious of you. The birthday banquet will be held at Buzhengfang, at teacher's residence. At that time, we will be waiting respectfully for Brother Zio. Birthday banquets were considered a very grand event in the Tang dynasty. Longevity was the most important of the 5 blessings, and birthday banquets were the most important. Therefore, Yushernan's 70th birthday was naturally a big event. Not to mention, Yushernan was a great scholar and a high official in the imperial court. He had countless disciples. For his birthday banquet, even Pai Lupi would send an eunuch to announce the imperial edict and present gifts as a sign of congratulation. After sending off Yang Quan, Li Wangyu began to ponder what he should give Yushernan as a gift. If he were to give him some gold or jewelry, the old man would definitely not like it. Last time, he didn't have the money to buy that piece of land facing the sun. so he borrowed 1,000 strings of copper coins from Yu Shernan. But when he had the money, the old man didn't want him to pay him back. It was clear that Yu Shernan didn't care about these things at all. But if he were to give him some poems, calligraphy, and paintings, it would be too light on the gift but heavy on the thought. Although the old man would definitely like it, he didn't know how many influential people in Chang'an and city would be there to give him their birthday banquets. If he were to just give away his own poems, it would be too embarrassing. If things didn't go well, people would say that he, the dignified county earl who founded the country, was so stingy and stingy. That wouldn't be good. For a moment, Li Wangyu was a bit worried. Gifting was indeed a skill. His beautiful superior came out and saw him frowning. She curiously asked what was wrong. Li Wangyu told her about Yu Shernan's 70th birthday banquet in a few days. He was also worried about what gift to give. His beautiful superior smiled with her beautiful eyes. Isn't that simple? Give him a birthday cake. It's delicious and has a good taste. Besides, no one in the Tang dynasty has ever seen a cream cake, right? It's a rare thing. Li Wangyu was stunned. You know how to make a cream cake? Aha! The beautiful superior raised her proud neck, looking like a little princess who didn't know who she was. Li Wangyu was overjoyed. He stepped forward and hugged his beautiful superior, giving her a big peck on her pink face. His sudden attack startled the beautiful superior, who couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Bashful, her soft fists suddenly fell on Li Wangyu's chest like raindrops. This was the so-called flirting. Since his beautiful superior knew how to make a cream cake, Li Wangyu didn't bother to think about giving a gift. He planned to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor with a clear conscience. Something like a cream cake was used as a birthday gift. In the future, it would be better to give some calligraphy and paintings. But in the Tang dynasty, it couldn't be more appropriate. Sure enough, a virtuous wife at home was better than 10,000 acres of fertile land. Hee, Changqing, then I'll leave the gift to you. Yu Gong's birthday is on the 5th of next month. You can arrange it according to the schedule. After Li Wangyu settled the matter of the congratulatory gift, he crossed his legs and leisurely drank his tea while humming a little tune. He looked like the foolish son of a landlord. Needless to say, it was extremely hateful. Seeing him like this, the beautiful superior couldn't help but gnash her teeth in hatred. She couldn't help but reach out her slender white fingers, quickly and accurately clamped Li Wangyu's ear, and gently twisted it. Ouch! It hurts! It hurts! Let go! Let go! Changqing, what are you doing? Li Wangyu cried out in pain. Humph, you want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? In your dreams. That birthday cake was my gift. What gift do you want to give Yu Gong? Go prepare it yourself. The beautiful superior snorted discontentedly. When Li Wangyu heard her words, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Changqing, what are you saying? You don't even know Yu Gong. Why are you giving him a gift? Be good. Leave the cake to me. Li Wangyu only thought that the beautiful superior was joking with him. Su Changqing glanced at him. Yu Gong has a son. Do you know? I know. Yu Chang, courtesy name Jing Ming. I saw him when I went to Yu Gong's residence. Yu Gong is quite good. He actually had a son at such an old age. Yu Chang is now 28 years old. But Yu Gong is already 70 years old. When Li Wangyu talked about Yu Shernan's gossip, he was also in high spirits. It wasn't strange for Yu Shernan to have a son in his 40s. But in the Tang dynasty, having a son at such an old age was a rare occurrence. The beautiful superior asked again, Yu Chang has a wife called Yun. Do you know? How could I know? I only know Yu Chang, we're not close. Li Wangyu didn't understand what the beautiful superior meant. That Yun is very close to me now, and we can be considered best friends. She already invited me to Yu Gong's birthday yesterday. Did you know? The beautiful superior laughed proudly, but Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. Chao Sak. Wait, Changqing, when did you get to know that Yun? Best friends? Are you kidding me? Li Wangyu was so anxious that he even blurted out the Japanese language. But he didn't know that Su Changqing really didn't lie to him. Chapter 452. His beautiful boss had to travel between Chang'an City and Dingzhou village almost every day. Plus, after she came to the Tang dynasty, she was addicted to riding horses and did not want to ride anymore. Even her favorite horse, Zhao Yebai, would only go out for a walk occasionally. Now that it was summer, his beautiful boss did not want her delicate white skin to be tanned by riding back and forth every day. Li Wangyu's heart ached for her, so he asked Carpenter Lu to help his beautiful boss build a special four-wheeled carriage for her to ride. Although Li Wangyu could not make springs and rubber in the Tang dynasty, the wisdom of the ancients was not to be underestimated. Wuxia had carriages since ancient times. Although they were two-wheeled carriages, how could the carriages of the high officials and nobles endure the pain of the bumpy ride? Therefore, all kinds of shock absorption measures were exhausted. For example, leather was wrapped around the wheels, which was the same principle as rubber tires. It increased the cushioning by increasing the softness. Thick cushions were placed on the seats to make the buttocks more comfortable. There was also a device called rabbit concealing device, which was installed between the axle and the carriage and had a spring-like shock absorption effect. In Shiming, this device was described as like human clogs, which meant that it was as comfortable as wearing shoes. Li Wangyu was not short of money now, so he did not hesitate to use a lot of money to build the carriage for his beautiful boss. He used whatever was useful and did not care about the cost. Li Wangyu also followed the layout of carriages in the future and had people use leather, soft fur, and cotton to build comfortable seats. There was even a bed for lying down to rest. Even the 4 horses that pulled the carriage were fine horses that he had specially bought from Shi City. The only regret was that he could not make glass. The windows of the carriage could not be made to be transparent. The 4-wheeled carriage for his beautiful boss was built. When it was driven on the road, it was as eye-catching as the Bentley, Rolls-Royce, and other luxury cars in the future. His beautiful boss naturally liked the spacious and comfortable 4-wheeled carriage. After trying it again, she was so excited that she even took the initiative to give Li Wangyu a kiss, which made Li Wangyu feel that it was worth it. Since the unique, luxurious carriage of the Tang dynasty was built, his beautiful boss had been riding it between Dingzhou village and Chang'an city every day. She did not feel tired at all. Coincidentally, a few days ago, on the way to Chang'an in a carriage, his beautiful superior ran into a broken carriage by the roadside. The axle of the carriage was broken, and one of the wheels fell off. The coachman was so anxious that he stomped his feet, but it was useless. The beautiful boss immediately asked Niu Yong to stop the carriage and asked if he needed help. After asking around, he learned that there were women in the broken carriage who were on their way back to Chang'an city to visit their relatives in Hu County. They were worried about the broken carriage when it broke down. The beautiful boss warmly invited the young woman to get on her carriage and send her back to Chang'an city. The young woman led her maidservant and thanked her beautiful superior repeatedly before boarding the carriage. This wide 4-wheeled carriage, which she had never seen before, made the young woman very surprised. After asking carefully, she learned that the carriage was personally built by County Count Hu, which made her even more surprised. The two chatted along the way and realized that they were actually close. This young woman was Yu Shernan's daughter-in-law, Yun. Of course, Madame Yun knew Li Wangyu, the county count of Huxian. Not only was the county count of Huxian famous in Chang'an, but her father-in-law often talked about him at home. This made her very curious about this young county count who founded the country. After learning that his beautiful superior was a relative of County Count Hu, he became even closer and even warmly invited her to his home. His beautiful superior had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty and did not have many friends. Seeing Yun's enthusiasm, she did not refuse. The two of them became closer and closer as time went by. When his beautiful superior went to Chang'an city to take care of the underwear workshop and carriage business, she would often send people to invite Yun. Therefore, Yun naturally invited her to Yu Shernan's 70th birthday celebration. As a relative of County Count Hu, she would go to Yu Mansion to celebrate. In response, his beautiful superior naturally nodded happily. Therefore, his beautiful superior naturally wanted to give the birthday cake to Yu Shernan as a birthday gift. After understanding all of this, Li Wang, you couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How could this work? Hihi. Changqing, let's consider the cake as a gift from both of us. Okay? Li Wangyu asked with a cheeky grin. Humph, no way. We women are not here to celebrate our birthdays with you stinky men. If you take it and give it to Buddha, I'll be empty-handed. You're dreaming. His beautiful superior mercilessly rejected Li Wangyu's suggestion, making him very sad. He knew that his beautiful superior was right. Although the Tang dynasty was liberal, the nobles still strictly followed Confucian etiquette. This was especially true for the birthday banquet of a grand scholar like Yu Chang'an. Therefore, during the banquet, the madams and young ladies of the noble families who came to celebrate would sit alone in a hall. At that time, Yu Chang'an, the birthday boy, would go and receive their blessings and gifts. Humph! What's so great about that? It's not like I can't think of a gift. Just you wait. The gift I've prepared will definitely be much better than that birthday cake. Li Wangyu said stubbornly, refusing to back down. How could the beautiful superior not see through his stubbornness? She couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Hee. Then take your time to think about it. Be careful, or else your gift won't be as good as my birthday cake. That would be too embarrassing. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. She waved her hand and didn't take a single cloud with her. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand, wanting to stop her, but he put it down disappointedly. If he begged his beautiful superior again, he would lose face. He was still a bit of a male chauvinist. How could he be willing to lose face and beg his beautiful superior again at this time? He propped his head up with one hand and subconsciously tapped the table with the other. He was thinking hard about what gift he could give Yu Chang'an. If he wanted to build a four-wheeled carriage, it would be quite suitable as a gift. He still remembered the first time he saw Yu Chang'an, that old man. Yu Chang'an had an old servant by his side and was sitting in a creaky old ox cart. Building a comfortable carriage for the old man would be the most suitable. But this carriage was completely handmade. It wasn't something that could be built in just a few days. He couldn't give the beautiful superior's carriage to Yu Chang'an, right? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu patted his head in annoyance. When he was building the carriage, why didn't he think of building more? This was a good gift. Yu Chang'an, Kong Yingda, Lu Quan, these big shots, he should have given one to them as a token of his sincerity. He decided to make a note of this matter and ask Carpenter Lu to build him more carriages to use as a gift. But it was too late to talk about this now. It was obviously not in time. If he wanted to give Yu Chang'an a gift, he would have to think of another way. Li Wangyu racked his brains for a long time and finally slapped the table. Wahahaha! I really am a genius. Yi Su Changqing, wait and see. Let's see what you have to fight with me. After thinking of what gift to give, Li Wangyu didn't care about the hot weather. He directly got up and called for Ox Warrior to prepare a horse. He was going to Chang'an City. Chapter 453. His beautiful superior had recently discovered that Li Wangyu had been acting all mysterious and busy, traveling between Chang'an City and Dingzhou village from time to time. She asked out of curiosity, but Li Wangyu refused to answer and only said that he was preparing a gift for Yu Chang'an. It's a secret. Anyway, my gift will definitely be better than your birthday cake. I don't believe you. His beautiful superior naturally snorted in disdain, thinking that Li Wangyu was pretending to be mysterious. She didn't believe that Li Wangyu could have come up with anything good in such a short time. Time flew by and it was already the 5th day of the 8th lunar month. Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior dressed up and prepared to go to Chang'an City's Bujing Square for the birthday banquet. With the help of Aphrodite and Perrin, his beautiful superior had already prepared a huge cream cake. She put it in a box and asked Niu Wu and Niu Yong to carefully carry the cake onto the carriage. Natural cream made from milk was the most resistant to heat. Once the temperature was too high, it would melt like ice cream. In order to prevent the cream from melting, she carefully found a lot of ice cubes and piled them around the cake box to cool it down. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was only holding a slender wooden box in his hand. Riding on the jade flower horse, he was very relaxed. His beautiful superior had already seen that the wooden box contained a painting scroll. If it wasn't Li Wangyu's sketch, then it must have been something that Yen Libin had drawn on his behalf. His beautiful superior made a funny face at him and stuck out her pink tongue. Hey, this is the birthday gift you prepared? Just a painting? Hee hee, who was the one who said that his gift would definitely be better than mine? Hee hee, what's the rush? Just wait and see. If I say that my gift is better than yours, then it's definitely better. When have I ever spoken without thinking? Oh, is that so? I heard that someone named Carpenter Lu's grandson Lu Dehua Lu. Does that count as speaking without thinking? His beautiful superior winked at Li Wangyu mischievously. Her words made Li Wangyu's face turn red. F***CK. Didn't I blurt it out because of Carpenter Lu's questions that day? The fact that he didn't name Carpenter Lu's grandson Lu Jin was already very kind to him. Let's go, let's go. It's getting late. Take the carriage. Be careful of the cake. We have to let Nyo Yong walk slower. Li Wangyu quickly changed the topic. The beautiful boss raised her head smugly and beckoned Aphrodite and Perrin to get into the car. Today, the two of them, as the personal attendants of their beautiful superior, were brought along to the Yu residence to have some fun. Avro and Perrin often went to work in Chang'an with their beautiful boss, so they naturally knew Madame Yun. The two brothers, Nyo Wu and Nyo Yong, escorted Li Wangyu and the three women and set off for Chang'an City. When they arrived at Buzhengfang, the place was already filled with all kinds of carriages and horses. It was Yu Shernan's 70th birthday, and the guests who came to wish him well were as numerous as the clouds. The beautiful superior's four-wheeled carriage could hardly move, so she had no choice but to get off and walk. As for the huge cake box, it was carefully carried by the Nyo brothers to the Yu residence. Today, the gates of the Yu residence were all open to welcome the guests. Li Wangyu immediately saw Yang Quan and Yu Chang standing at the entrance to welcome the guests. Haha, younger brother Zio, you're finally here. Teacher has asked several times if you've arrived. Yang Quan immediately cupped his hands in greeting when he saw Li Wangyu. Yu Chang also bowed to Li Wangyu. Thank you, County Count Hu, for coming to celebrate my lord's birthday. Please take a seat in the central room. Brother Jingming is too polite. These are the women of my residence. They were invited by Brother Jingming's wife to celebrate Duke Yu's birthday. Li Wangyu hurriedly introduced his beautiful superior to Yu Chang. The two sides exchanged greetings for a while before they were welcomed into the residence. The beautiful superior, Aphrodite, and Perrin were naturally received by Madame Yun, who led them to a small sitting room at the side of the main hall. The small sitting room was separated from the main hall by a curtain, so it was actually very transparent. Meanwhile, Li Wangyu was politely invited into the main hall of Yu Mansion by Yu Chang. Brat, why are you so late? Come and drink. As soon as Li Wangyu entered the main hall, he heard Chang Yaojin's hoarse voice and subconsciously wanted to turn and run. Fortunately, he immediately reacted. This was not Duke Lu's residence, but Yu Shernan's birthday banquet. Chang Yaojin wouldn't be too presumptuous, right? This nephew greets Uncle Chang. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Chang Yaojin and winked at the three brothers beside him as a greeting. Brat, why don't you come to my residence to drink? I haven't thanked you for winning the gold yet. Chang Yaojin laughed. Li Wangyu was speechless. Damn, are you going to thank me? You're clearly planning to repay kindness with enmity. If he went to Duke Lu's residence to drink, Li Wangyu suspected that he would die of alcohol poisoning sooner or later. Li Wangyu didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly used the excuse of going to greet the others and stayed far away from Chang Yaojin. Today, Yu Chang's main hall was filled with familiar faces. Li Wangyu even had an illusion that Chang Chao from Taiji Palace had been brought here. A room full of big shots, all of them high-ranking officials of the imperial court. As one of the 18 scholars of the Duke of Qin's residence, Yu Shernan was very familiar with Pai Lupi's trusted ministers. They had all been officials of the imperial court for many years. Today was Yu Shernan's 70th birthday, so how could these big shots not personally come to congratulate him? Li Wangyu's status wasn't low, but he was the youngest. He could only hurry forward and greet these big shots one by one. After a round of greetings, Li Wangyu felt that he couldn't straighten his back. Not only were almost all of the big shots of the imperial court present, but even Li Wangyu's group of bad friends were present. They had all followed their fathers to Yu Chang's residence to give birthday greetings. When they saw Li Wangyu, they all winked at each other. It was very lively. What surprised Li Wangyu was that the patriarchs of the 5 surnames and 7 looks had also come today. He didn't know that Yu Yao's Yu clan was also one of the aristocratic families. However, Yu Chang'an was more politically inclined towards Pai Lupi. He was Pai Lupi's trusted minister and one of the future 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion. When Wang Renyu saw Li Wangyu, his expression turned cold. However, it wasn't good for him to flare up. He snorted coldly and no longer looked at him. On the other hand, a young man beside Wang Renyu was glaring at Li Wangyu provocatively. "Brother Yai, who's the one glaring at me?" Li Wangyu curiously asked Fang Yai. "He's the second son of Taiyuan Wang clan's Wang Ziyu. His elder brother is that bastard Wang Ziqiao. He's not much different from his elder brother. He's also a bastard. Zio, it seems that he's very unhappy with you after you won so much money from Taiyuan Wang clan." Li Wangyu curled his lips in disdain. "So what if he's unhappy? Is he going to bite me? I like to see this kind of person the most. He's clearly unhappy with me, but he can't do anything about it." "Haha. Zio, you're so bad." Fang Yai laughed heartily. He kept patting Li Wangyu's back with his palm. Today, the Yu clan was celebrating the closing of the Yu clan. Just as the main hall was bustling with noise and excitement, Li Wangyu was surprised to see another familiar figure enter the hall. Damn. Pai Lupi actually came in person. TSK, Yu Chang'an really has a lot of face. Seeing Pai Lupi come in person, the main hall was once again bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone stepped forward to greet him. "Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. Today, I'm also here to celebrate Duke Yu's birthday. There's no need to be so formal." Pai Lupi smiled and waved at everyone. When Yu Chang'an received the news, he immediately rushed to the main hall. "This old subject greets your majesty. Duke Yu, there's no need to be so courteous. Yu Chang, quickly help your lord up." Pai Lupi hurriedly stopped Yu Chang'an from greeting him. "Duke Yu, I wish you a long life, as long as the South Mountain, as long as the East Sea, and as many children and grandchildren as possible. Thank you, your majesty. Please take a seat." After the commotion, everyone finally sat down again. With the arrival of the sage, the Yu clan became even livelier. Chapter 454. When Pai Lupi saw Li Wangyu, he gestured for him to sit next to him. "Zio, you bastard. How could you leave so much of your private money in my palace and not care about it? What are you trying to do?" As soon as Li Wangyu sat down, Pai Lupi asked quietly. Ever since Li Wangyu moved the 3 million caddies of money into Tai Chi Palace, he hadn't asked about it. This made Pai Lupi very depressed. Now that he finally caught him, how could he not ask him? I've been busy preparing a congratulatory gift for Duke Yu these few days and forgot about this matter. I'll tell you about it later. It's a good thing." "What good thing? Tell me." Pai Lupi wasn't going to let him go. It's turning your money into official money. Are you interested?" Li Wangyu laughed. Pai Lupi glared at him and planned to ask more questions. But it was already time for the birthday celebration. The guests had already begun. Pai Lupi could only give up for now. He planned to ask Li Wangyu later. In the main hall of Yu Manor, Yu Chang'an was wearing new clothes and a red ribbon. He sat facing the south, ready to receive the congratulations and bows of his relatives and juniors. The birthday celebration began. His eldest son, Yu Chang, lit the birthday lantern. The lantern was made of red candles. The god of longevity would light one every 10 years. There were a total of 7 red candles, similar to the birthday candles of modern times. There was a master of ceremonies. Yu Chang'an's children and grandchildren walked into the hall in order of seniority. Yu Chang'an had a son and a daughter. His daughter, Yu Xiuyao, was already married. Today, she brought her children home to celebrate her father's birthday. Yu Chang'an's older brother, Yu Shiji, was killed by Yuan Huaji 10 years ago during the chaos of the Sui dynasty. However, he left behind 4 sons, all of whom were married and had families. As the head of the Yu Yao Yu clan, Yu Chang'an was celebrating his birthday today. Naturally, these juniors had to come and kowtow to congratulate him and present their gifts. This was Li Wangyu's first time seeing a Tang celebrate a birthday, and he was all smiles as he watched, finding it extremely amusing. After Yu Shernan's relatives and juniors had finished paying their respects, it was now the turn of the guests. Li Wangyu suddenly realized that this birthday celebration seemed to have become a way for the aristocratic families to flaunt their wealth. Every time a guest presented a gift to Yu Shernan, there would be an MC loudly announcing the list of gifts. To give a gift, there must be a gift list. To receive a gift, there must be a gift account. Actually, Yu Shernan didn't accept all the gifts that were sent to him. According to custom, most of the time, the owner would accept a few items and return a few items. The gift list was marked with respectfully received, which meant that the owner had accepted it. On the other hand, those who wrote thank you were returning the guests. After the gift list was marked by the owner, it had to be returned to the original owner as proof of receiving the gift. The gift account was naturally used by the owner to record the gift so that the owner could return the gift after the event. If the gift giver couldn't attend in person due to other matters, he would send someone to deliver the gift along with his name card. This was equivalent to him personally delivering the gift. As long as Yu Shernan nodded to accept the gift, there would be servants of the Yu residence who would bring the dazzling gifts into the main hall to display to the guests present. Many of the gifts given by the aristocratic families were all priceless treasures. Li Wangyu couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw this. He felt that he was a rich man now, but compared to the gifts given by the aristocratic families, he seemed to be very poor. Li Wangyu cursed inwardly. No wonder Yang's was said that his teacher was rich. Just these congratulatory gifts, if converted to copper coins, would be worth tens of thousands of strings of coins. In fact, this wasn't Yu Shernan showing off. This was the custom of the Tang dynasty, and the old man couldn't do anything about it. Yu Shernan even had a headache. Since ancient times, China had been particular about it's impolite not to reciprocate. Returning the gift was also a troublesome matter. The Wang clan of Taiyuan sends a 3-foot Langxian tree. When the master of ceremonies read out the gift list, his voice couldn't help but raise a few notches. It attracted the attention of everyone in the noisy main hall. When Pai Lupi heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and murmured, "This Wang clan of Taiyuan is really generous. They're willing to give such a treasure as a gift?" Li Wangyu didn't quite understand. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Uncle, is the gift given by the Wang clan of Taiyuan to Yugong very precious?" Pai Lupi rolled his eyes at him. "You don't even know about the Langxian tree? It's also called the pearl tree. It's produced in Mount Penglai and is shaped like a coral. Its texture is like a branch of ginger, and when hit, it will produce the sound of metal and stone. The Langxian tree is even more precious than a coral. Moreover, a 3-foot-tall Langxian tree is even more precious. It can be said to be priceless." When Li Wangyu heard Pai Lupi's words, he suddenly remembered an ancient poem about the Langxian tree. For example, "The Langxian tree is not a tree in the mortal world. Where is the phoenix in the morning sun?" There was also a poem by Du Fu. "Knowing that the Lord's plan will grow, the Ganoderma Langxian tree will grow day by day." The Langxian tree alongside the Ganoderma Langxian tree should be the Langxian tree given by the Wang clan of Taiyuan, right? Wasn't that the legendary immortal tree? Could it be that it really existed? When Yu Shernan heard the master of ceremonies read out the gift list and heard that it was a gift from the Wang clan of Taiyuan, he couldn't help but stand up and cup his hands towards Wang Renyu. "Lord Wang, this gift is truly too precious. This old man is ashamed to accept it. Lord Wang, please take it back. This old man appreciates this gift in his heart. Thank you." Wang Run, you also stood up and laughed heartily. "Lord Yu, what are you saying? How can you take back a gift that has already been given?" This, Yu Shernan was somewhat hesitant. The Langxian tree given by the Wang clan of Taiyuan was truly too precious. A 3-foot-tall Langxian tree might be able to sell for 10,000 taels of gold. The value of this gift was truly too great. Although the gifts given by the many guests today were valuable, most of them were only worth 100 strings of copper coins. Dukes like Cheng Yaojin had given gifts worth 1,000 strings of copper coins, which was already very precious. However, the Taiyuan Wang clan had given a gift worth 10,000 taels of gold. How could Yu Shernan not feel conflicted? Seeing Yu Shernan's hesitation, before Wang Renyu could say anything, his second son Wang Ziyu suddenly spoke up. Lord Yu, this Langxian tree was specially chosen by our lord for you. Please accept it, Duke Yu. Otherwise, if word gets out, won't others think that our Taiyuan Wang clan of Taiyuan can't even afford to give out gifts? If we give you something that looks good to fool you, then our Taiyuan Wang clan's face will be completely lost. His words were extremely impolite. It was as if Yu Shernan's refusal to accept the Taiyuan Wang clan's gift was looking down on them. Yu Shernan was taken aback when he heard this. Why did Wang Renyu's second son speak so harshly? Wang Renyu didn't take it to heart. He smiled and said, My son is young and doesn't know how to speak properly. Please don't blame him, Lord Yu. Please don't be so courteous and accept this Langxian tree. Young your sister. Li Wangyu was also displeased by Wang Ziyu's impoliteness. He cursed inwardly Wang Ziyu in his 20s. Wang Renyu, you have the nerve to call him young? I'm the one who's called young, all right? However, Li Wangyu's displeasure was one thing. Today was Yu Shernan's birthday banquet. He naturally couldn't disrupt Yu Manor's joyous occasion. He could only curse silently. Seeing the Wang father and son's attitude, Yu Shernan could only smile and nod. He thanked Wang Renyu again and accepted the gift. Seeing Yu Shernan accept the gift, Yu Manor's servants carefully carried the Langxian tree gifted by the Taiyuan Wang clan into the main room and displayed it for everyone to see. The Langxian tree was shaped like a coral, but under the illumination of the lights in the main hall, it sparkled with jewels. Li Wangyu was stunned by the sight of it. He hadn't seen this object in his previous life, whether in museums or on the internet. It was truly magical. It was indeed very rare and had been lost in the long river of history for more than 1,000 years. When the 3-feet-tall Langxian tree was revealed, the guests in the main hall all cried out in surprise. Even the women in the small hall were startled. Behind the bead curtains separating the small hall and the main room, the women all gathered around and pointed at the Langxian tree, discussing animatedly. Wang Ziyu of the Taiyuan Wang clan became even more proud. He looked around like a proud rooster. When he saw Li Wangyu, he couldn't help but stand up and salute Yu Shernan. Lord Yu, I heard. Chapter 455. Wang Ziyu glanced at Li Wangyu and then cupped his hands toward Yu Shernan. Duke Yu, I heard that County Count who has also prepared a congratulatory gift for Duke Yu's birthday. A few days ago, our Taiyuan Wang clan lost 50,000 taels of gold to County Count Hu, allowing him to make a fortune. Even though our Taiyuan Wang clan has lost so much money, we still have to give you a generous gift to celebrate your 70th birthday. Presumably, the gift that County Count Hu has prepared for you today should be even more extraordinary. Right? Why don't we let County Count Hu give you his birthday first, so that we can broaden our horizons and listen to County Count Hu's gift list? His words caused the noisy hall to quiet down a little. What was the Taiyuan Wang clan planning? Were they planning to humiliate County Count Hu? Everyone present knew of the conflict between the Taiyuan Wang clan and County Count Hu. Everyone felt that the Taiyuan Wang clan had eyes but failed to see. Originally, the two families had planned to become in-laws, and the Wang and Li clans had done the best for Qin and Jin. But in the end, Li Zhou had only been dead for a year, and County Count Hu was still a nobody. But the Taiyuan Wang clan impatiently came to cancel the engagement. The Taiyuan Wang clan had paid a compensation of more than 100 taels of gold to force County Count Hu to cancel the engagement. This matter was despised by all the noble clans and nobles of Chang'an. But no one had expected that after the Taiyuan Wang clan canceled the engagement, in just a few short months, Li Wangyu would soar into the sky. From a nobody, he had been conferred the title of County Count of the founding county, and his nobility had been increased several times. Now, County Count Hu was in the heart of the emperor, and his talent was on full display. In Chang'an, every noble family with a young lady of the right age would want to marry this young county earl, who was the first county earl of the country. Now, the Taiyuan Wang clan had made themselves the laughingstock of Chang'an, and yet they were still entangled with County Count Hu. It was truly despicable. When the Count of Hu County won 50,000 taels of gold from the Taiyuan Wang clan, everyone felt that the Taiyuan Wang clan deserved it. Since your family's casino dares to open a bet and dare to accept the bet, then you have to accept your loss. The second son of the Wang clan, Wang Ziyu, saying these words at this time was rather petty. Everyone was well aware of the meaning behind Wang Ziyu's words. Wasn't it because their Taiyuan Wang clan had sent a great gift today and wanted to use it to humiliate Li Wangyu? However, among all the people who came to celebrate Yu Shernan's birthday, which family could present a more valuable gift than the one from the Taiyuan Wang clan? Moreover, Li Wangyu was not the only one who had won gold in the hall of Yu Mansion. Chang Yaojin, Chai Linggu, Yuchi Jingda, these big shots, had also ruthlessly bitten off a piece of meat from the aristocratic families. Wang Ziyu's words were too offensive. All the big shots present showed displeasure, feeling that this second son of the Wang clan was too frivolous. However, due to their status, it was inconvenient for them to get angry with this junior, so they could only pretend that they didn't hear anything. Thinking of this, Chang Yaojin and the other big shots suddenly realized that they were treating Wang Ziyu, who was already 20 years old, as a junior, so they didn't lower themselves to his level. However, when facing Li Wangyu, no one treated him as a 16-year-old youth. Whether it was Chang Yaojin or Yuchi Jingda, although they usually called him little brat and virtuous nephew, in their hearts, they treated him as an equal and trusted his words. Therefore, when Li Wangyu proposed to place a large bet on the empress giving birth to a child, these big shots agreed so quickly. Comparing the two, Chang Yaojin could only secretly mutter, "Freak." Then, he suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely at Chang Chumo and his two brothers, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. His expression, however, made Chang Chumo and his two brothers confused. What was the meaning of this? The one who spoke was that bastard Wang Ziyu. Why was their father glaring at them? How could they know that there was a kind of harm in this world called other people's children? Yu Shernan was also quite dissatisfied with Wang Ziyu's words. But today, the hall was full of guests, so he couldn't say much and could only laugh. Haha, no hurry, no hurry. Li Ziyo and I are friends. His gift is not worth much. It's most likely to be calligraphy or paintings or something of little value. Hearing virtuous nephew Wang's words, this old man now feels that he has lost out. They all say that the gift is light, but the thought is heavy. Ziyo, next time, don't be so sentimental with this old man. Haha. His words were not only helping Li Wangyu out of his predicament, but also mocking himself, which made all the guests in the hall burst out laughing. He originally thought that this matter was over, but who knew that Wang Ziyu would not let it go and continued. Duke, you still hasn't heard the list of gifts from the county earl. How do you know that the county earl didn't send a great gift today? Yu Shernan saw that this second son of the Wang clan was so stubborn and couldn't help but get angry. He raised his eyes to look at Wang Renyu, wanting to see what he meant. But he saw that Wang Renyu was minding his own business and drinking wine, as if he didn't hear his son's words. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became a little strange. Even Pai Lupi's face stiffened. Today was Yu Shernan's 70th birthday, and in order to make Li Wangyu lose face, the Wang clan of Taiyuan actually disregarded Yu Shernan's dignity. It was truly infuriating. Li Wangyu stood up at this time. Haha, Yu Gong actually guessed what I was going to send. Yu Gong is right, but... Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a woman's voice. However, my family's Langjun has prepared another gift, Yu Gong. I'm sure you won't be able to guess. The one who spoke was his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu was stunned. Wasn't she in the small hall next door? Why did she come out? Just as he was about to speak, his beautiful superior winked at him, then curtsied to Yu Shernan. This little girl is the older cousin of County Count Hu. Today, I've been invited by the Yun family to celebrate Yu Gong's birthday. I wish Yu Gong to leap like a tiger and cross the new era of 70 years, to soar through the mountains of poetry. The beautiful superior's older cousin was rather vague. Everyone in the hall, including Pai Lupi, couldn't help but smile knowingly, thinking that this young lady and Li Wangyu were simply deceiving themselves. Yu Shernan naturally knew of this Lady Su, and when they met today, he also laughed heartily. Haha. Old me thanks Lady Su for her auspicious words. Lady Su said earlier that Zio had prepared a congratulatory gift for this old man. Is it something this old man can't guess? Yugong will know at a glance. The beautiful superior turned her head towards the entrance of the hall and saw the two brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, carrying a large wooden box into the hall. Li Wangyu was also stunned. Didn't his beautiful superior say that he was going to give this birthday cake to Yu Shernan? Why was it given in his name? He immediately reacted. This beautiful superior was angry with Wang Ziyu's words just now, and was afraid that he would lose face in front of everyone, so she said this. After thinking this through, Li Wangyu's gaze towards his beautiful superior became even more tender. The congratulatory gift from County Count who was directly carried into the hall by his own troops. And this was beyond everyone's expectations. There wasn't a list of gifts, and Yu Shernan didn't agree to accept this gift, so why was it carried in? This was against the rules. Yu Shernan smiled mischievously. Lady Su, are you sure that old me will accept this gift? The beautiful superior smiled and nodded. Hehe. Yugong will definitely accept this gift. Oh, you're that confident? Then bring it out for everyone to see. This old man wants to see what kind of congratulatory gift Ziyu has prepared for this old man. Since Yu Shernan said this, the others naturally didn't have any objections. They all cast curious gazes towards the wooden box carried by the Li family's troops. Chapter 456. The huge wooden box was very ordinary. It was about 1 meter square and was square in shape. There were many ice cubes on top of the wooden box. This caused everyone, including Li Er and Yu Shernan, to be inexplicably surprised. No one understood why the gift was covered with ice cubes. Could it be a freshwater fish that Huxin County Count fished out from the river? Or was it a lychee from Izhou? During the Tang Dynasty, Sichuan's Fuzhou, Bazhou, Tongzhou, and other places were rich in lychees. The poem, Riding in the Red Dust, the concubine smiled. No one knew it was a lychee. It was actually referring to the lychees that were transported from Sichuan, not Lingnan. At that time, Tang Xuanzong had ordered people to build a road from Peizhou to Chang'an to transport lychees. It was also called the Lychee Road. If it was lychees, it was rare. Especially during the early Tang Dynasty, even Pai Lupi could not eat fresh lychees. However, it was only rare. Compared to the 3-feet-tall Langxian tree that the Wang clan of Taiyuan gave, it was nothing special. Seeing the big wooden box, Wang Ziyu could not help but show a mocking expression. He was already thinking about how to mock Li Wangyu for being stingy and stingy. He wanted to make him lose face in front of everyone. Inside the wooden box was the birthday cake made by his beautiful boss. Because there would be many guests at the birthday banquet, if the cake was too small, it would not be enough for everyone. Their beautiful boss spent a lot of effort to make such a big birthday cake as a gift. The two brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, hated the birthday cake very much. They had already tasted the cake. It was very delicious and could be said to be the best in the world. However, the process of making the cake was like a nightmare to the two brothers. There was no other reason than that there were no mechanical devices in the Tang Dynasty. The cream used to make the cake had to be spun and stirred continuously. In the future, it was simple. A few hundred yuan electric mixer could solve the problem. However, to make the cream now, it was all manual labor. The thought of stirring more than 10 kilograms of milk with a paddle made one's scalp tingle. Even strong men like the Niu brothers almost dislocated their hands because they had to whip the cream. Therefore, the Niu brothers both loved and hated this birthday cake. Li Wangyu leaned close to his beautiful boss's ear and whispered, "Changqing, what are you doing? Are you afraid that I'll lose face?" The beautiful superior rolled her eyes at him. "Humph, you're so stubborn. I couldn't stand that Taiyuan Wang clan's arrogance. Wasn't it just a precious gift? What's the big deal? At least, no one in the Tang Dynasty has ever seen the birthday cake I made." Li Wangyu's heart was naturally warmed by his beautiful superior's protectiveness. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, he would have hugged her and kissed her passionately. Removing the ice covering the outside, the wooden box containing the cake was carefully opened by the Niu brothers, revealing the true face of the birthday cake. When the huge cream cake was displayed in front of everyone, everyone was stunned. What was that? The people present could be said to be the most distinguished and knowledgeable group of people in the Tang dynasty, but none of them had ever seen this thing in front of them. This object was very big, flat, and round. Its entire body was pure white, and it looked a bit like white marble. There were many patterns on it, and it was very exquisite, especially the huge longevity peach on the cake, which was even more eye-catching. The meaning of the birthday celebration was self-evident. There was also a birthday poem written on Noda's cake. Chang'an leaned closer to take a closer look and murmured the poem. More than 70 years have been a dream. The morning comes, the birthday comes, the children and grandchildren come. Worries are gone, no pain. The heart is unmoved. There is 1,000 pounds of weight here. Early years for the world to use. Middle-aged Zen doubts the heavens. When the stone tower is built, there is not a crack. Who will share it? Send it to heaven and earth. Good poem. Zio, is this your new work? Yang Quan clapped his hands and applauded. The guests also praised. Chang'an was so excited that his beard trembled. He couldn't help but cry as he recited the poem. Wasn't this phrase describing Chang'an's entire life? Zio, you really know me well. Just based on this poem alone, this gift is the best this old man has seen today. With much difficulty, Chang'an was finally able to wipe away his tears under Yu Chang's coaxing. He held Li Wangyu's hand tightly as he spoke. This made Li Wangyu feel a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that plagiarizing a poem would make Chang'an so excited. Suja's poem, The Fisherman's Pride. Happy birthday to his disciples, on the cake was obviously plagiarized by Li Wangyu. His beautiful boss asked him to write a birthday poem on the cake, so he copied the poem by Su Zhe, one of the 3 Sus. It was quite suitable for the occasion, and it made the old man very excited. Li Erma carefully savored this poem and nodded his head repeatedly. Zio, this poem of yours really sums up Duke Yu's entire life. Kong Ingda, Lu Quan, Dai Zhou, and the other scholars all praised the poem after reading it. In the hall, everyone's praise made Wang Ziyu's expression change, especially when he heard Chang'an say that this was the best gift he had seen today. His expression became even uglier. He couldn't help but ask in a loud voice, "Dare I ask, County Earl, what is this gift? It's a big white piece of cake. Is it just to write a birthday poem?" The words are really not very well written. Wang Ziyu's words were a bit of a wet blanket. Many guests secretly shook their heads. They felt that Wang Renyou's poem was really ignorant and incompetent. But although Wang Ziyu's question was rude, it was indeed what many people were thinking. Up until now, no one had figured out what the congratulatory gift from County Count Hu was. If it was a birthday poem, shouldn't it be written on paper, framed, and sent out? What was this big white piece of cake in front of them? Li Wangyu didn't get angry. He chuckled at Yu Chang. "Brother Jingming, can I trouble you to bring me a clean saber and have your servants prepare some bowls and plates?" His words made everyone even more confused. Why did he suddenly want a saber? "County Earl, what do you want a saber for?" Yu Chang didn't understand and asked. "To divide and eat it." "What?" "Zio, don't mess around." Li Er, who was at the side, could not help but say, "This is food? It looks like jade, but it's not jade. Although I can't tell what it's made of. How can this be food?" All the guests, including Chang'an, were stunned by Li Wangyu's words. Was such a beautiful object meant to be eaten? Only Wang Ziyu laughed out loud. He said with a mocking tone, "County Earl, you only gave Duke Yu food for his 70th birthday? I've long heard that County Earl who is good at making money. Now it seems that it's true. You're too thrifty." He was mocking Li Wangyu for being stingy. It was Chang'an's 70th birthday, and the County Earl gave him some worthless food. It was really laughable. Li Wangyu ignored Wang Ziyu and pretended not to hear his mockery. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Chang'an and Pai Lupi. "Duke Yu, uncle, this is really food. I call it a birthday cake. It's eaten on the day of one's birthday." "Oh? This really food? Then why is it eaten on the day of one's birthday?" "What do you mean? What is a cake? Is it a steamed biscuit?" Pai Lupi asked curiously. Pai Lupi's question made Li Wangyu dumbfounded. He had never thought about this question before. In his previous life, people were used to eating cake on their birthdays. But why eat cake? He had never thought about it before. Yes, why must it be eaten on the day of one's birthday? Why is it called a birthday cake? It seemed that birthday cakes were introduced to China from the West after the 1911 revolution. Its origin was probably related to the legends of the West. Since ancient times, people in China had the custom of eating longevity noodles on their birthdays in hopes of living a long life. There was also the custom of eating boiled eggs. Peeling off the shell symbolized the removal of the bad past and a new beginning. But how should he explain the birthday cake made by his beautiful boss? He couldn't help but look at his beautiful boss. He saw that his goddess was also dumbfounded. Obviously, she hadn't thought about this either. Chapter 457. Faced with Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu could only roll his eyes and rack his brain to make up a story. This birthday cake is round and symbolizes the sun and the moon. It means that it is as permanent as the moon, as rising as the sun, and as long as the South Mountain. Therefore, it must be eaten on the day of the birthday. The sweat on Li Wangyu's forehead was about to drip down. Only then did he come up with such an unreliable explanation. Fortunately, neither Yu Shernan nor Pai Lupi bothered with this question. After realizing that he and his beautiful boss had almost made a mistake due to the customs of the future, Li Wangyu did not dare to light or blow out the candles. Those were Western traditions which were different from Wuxia traditions. Since ancient times, people in Wuxia had used the saying dying of old age, or dying is like a lamp going out, to describe people dying of old age. When using candles, they would use scissors to cut them out instead of blowing them out. Blowing out the candles was not a good sign in Wuxia. If Li Wangyu followed the example of the future and asked Yu Shernan to light the candles on the cake and then blow them out with a wish, he would be asking for trouble. Wouldn't that be the same as cursing Yu Shernan? Li Wangyu would not do such a stupid thing. Soon, a servant of the Yu mansion brought a long knife. Li Wangyu presented it to Yu Shernan with both hands. Master Yu, please cut this birthday cake yourself. Yu Shernan held the knife and looked at the unbelievably beautiful cake, especially the birthday greeting on it. The old man was reluctant to cut it. Zio, are you going to cut it just like that? I can't bear to do it. Why don't we just forget about it? Let me enjoy it for a few more days. Master Yu, this birthday cake cannot be stored for long. It must be eaten in time, or the cream will melt. It has been covered with ice to prevent the cream from melting. After being persuaded, Yu Shernan had no choice but to raise the knife. With Yu Chang's help, he began to cut the cake. Then, he asked the servants of the Yu mansion to distribute the cake to the guests. The cake was delicious. Even in the future, people who were used to eating all kinds of delicacies still liked it very much, let alone the Tangs who were tasting cake for the first time. Historians of later generations once joked that the reason why the Tang dynasty was the Tang dynasty was because they liked to eat candy. Of course, this was a joke. But the Tangs really liked all kinds of desserts. Especially in the early Tang dynasty, the technology of making cane sugar had just been introduced. Sugar was still a luxury in the Tang dynasty, and was even more sought after by the nobles. When the guests received the plates of cakes delivered by the maidservants of Yu mansion, they hesitated for a moment before picking up their spoons, scooping out a piece of cake and putting it into their mouths. The rich, milky fragrance was soft and tempting in the mouth. It had a unique flavor that was unforgettable. There was no need to chew at all. It melted in the mouth, leaving a faint fragrance between the lips and teeth. Savoring the aftertaste, the thick aroma of the cream swirled in his mouth, sweet and fragrant. The birthday cake carefully made by the beautiful boss instantly conquered everyone present. For a moment, the hall of Yu mansion quieted down. No one spoke. There was only the sound of wolfing down food and the clatter of spoons against plates. Even Wang Renyu and his son Wang Ziyu, who had been looking down on Li Wangyu, did not bother to find trouble with Li Wangyu at this time. Each of them held a plate of cream cake and ate happily. Zio, your birthday cake is really delicious. This old man hasn't had such a good meal in a long time. Thank you, Zio, for making this birthday cake for this old man. This old man likes it very much. Chang'an was old. Although he was in good health, he still had some of the problems that old people usually had. For example, teeth falling out, blurred vision, and leg trouble. Although the Tang dynasty also had the technology of embedding false teeth, it was not very useful. Usually, Chang'an's diet consisted mainly of soft foods. This sweet and creamy cream cake was naturally to his taste. He, who usually had a bad appetite, made an exception today and ate 2 plates of cake. Yu Chang was grinning from ear to ear and repeatedly cupped his hands to thank Li Wangyu. Faced with Chang'an's gratitude, Li Wangyu quickly pushed his beautiful boss to the front of the table. "You flatter me, Mr. Yu. This birthday cake is actually not my gift, but my cousin's gift to Mr. Yu. In order to make this cake, she put in a lot of effort." "Oh, so it was Lady Su who made the cake." Haha, this old man thanked the wrong person. "Thank you, Lady Su, for your kindness. This old man appreciates it." Chang'an twirled his beard and laughed. Seeing that Li Wangyu actually told the truth, the beautiful boss could only look at him helplessly. She bent down and curtsied to Chang'an. "I really don't deserve Mr. Yu's praise. Mr. Yu is too polite." Everyone was full of praise for the birthday cake. Many of the women in the side hall were prepared to inquire their beautiful boss about how the cake was made and wanted to learn. At this time, Wang Ziyu's discordant voice sounded again, causing Chang'an to frown. "So this birthday cake wasn't a gift from the Count of Huxian? Haha, I was wondering why County Count who would be so stingy as to give food as a gift. I wonder what kind of gift County Count who prepared for Mr. Yu? Why don't you let me open my eyes?" Li Wangyu glanced at Wang Ziyu, whose mouth was still covered in cream. He was thoroughly fed up with this Taiyuan Wang clan. Sure enough, Fang Yai was right. That Wang Ziqiao was a scoundrel. But his younger brother Wang Ziyu was still a scoundrel. At Chang'an's birthday banquet, this Wang Ziyu was like an annoying fly, constantly buzzing around his ears. He was really annoying, because today was a festive day. Neither Chang'an nor Pai Lupi could do anything about it. This made Wang Ziyu even more disregard for etiquette and provoke them again and again. Wang Renyu didn't stop his son. Instead, he acted as if he didn't know anything and only watched from the sidelines. Li Wangyu had never been stingy with teaching this kind of overage brat who lacked discipline. Li Wangyu cupped his hands towards Chang'an and said, "Mr. Yu, since the Taiyuan Wang clan is so concerned about my gift, I hope Mr. Yu and everyone else will forgive me and allow me to give Mr. Yu my birthday congratulations first. Zio is so considerate. Then this old man will be disrespectful." Chang'an naturally nodded in agreement. After eating that delicious cream cake, the guests were very curious about what Li Wangyu's gift would be. In response, Wang Ziyu coldly snorted, his face full of disdain. Ever since the aristocratic gambling house lost a large sum of money, Chang'an City had been full of ridicule for the aristocratic gambling house. In particular, the Taiyuan Wang clan, who was the first to accept Li Wangyu's bet, was sneered at. Even the aristocratic families had many complaints. That was why the Taiyuan Wang clan threw in so much money today, sparing no expense to give away the Langxian tree that the family had treasured for many years. Although Wang Renyu felt the pinch, he wanted to use this opportunity to show the power of the Taiyuan Wang clan in front of the aristocratic families in Chang'an City. So what if the Taiyuan Wang clan lost the bet? How could the foundation of a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family be shaken by 50,000 taels of gold? Throwing in so much money to give away a gift, this kind of confidence was unparalleled in Chang'an City. That was why Wang Renyu's second son, Wang Ziyu, did this today under Wang Renyu's instructions. His goal was naturally to humiliate Li Wangyu and regain the face he had lost from losing the bet. After Chang'an had spoken, the master of ceremonies for the birthday banquet naturally took out Li Wangyu's gift list and began to read it out loud. The founding uncle of Hu County congratulates Mr. Yu on his birthday. He presents a painting scroll and a painting. Chapter 458. Li Wangyu's gift list left everyone in the hall dumbfounded. Everyone knew what a picture scroll was. But what the hell was Baian? Everyone knew what Baian meant. It referred to thick clouds that covered the sun. Pan and I of the Western Jin dynasty had a poem that said, "The morning clouds are by and the morning dew is not yet dawn." This was something everyone knew. But how could by and be a congratulatory gift? Clouds and mist as a congratulatory gift? Was Li Wangyu going to perform an immortal spell in front of everyone? Hearing the gift list announced by the MC, everyone was confused. They looked at Li Wangyu in confusion, waiting for his explanation. Yu Shernan, the birthday boy, didn't know whether he should say accept or thank at this time. Just now, no one knew what the birthday cake was. Now, this county man was creative and gave out something no one had ever heard of. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just smiled and said, "Master Yu, you won't thank me for my gift, right?" Haha, since it's from Li Wangyu, this old man will naturally accept it. Although Yu Shernan didn't know what Li Wangyu had given him, he still accepted it with a smile. Li Wangyu's two gifts were placed in a long wooden box and a small copper box. Seeing their master nod, two maidservants of Yu Mansion immediately carried them into the hall, ready to show them to the guests. The beautiful superior hadn't returned to the side hall yet. She asked curiously in his ear, "Wangyu, what's that by? Why haven't I heard of it?" "Hehe, you must know, but I won't tell you. See for yourself." Li Wangyu pretended to be mysterious and didn't answer the question directly. At this time, the maidservants of Yu Mansion had already taken the picture scroll out of the wooden box. They carefully unfolded it, revealing the true appearance of the picture scroll. When the picture scroll was displayed in front of Yu Shernan and everyone else, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Yu Chang looked as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at the picture scroll, dumbfounded. This is my master." The other guests had similar expressions, as if they had seen something unbelievable. On the scroll was Yu Shernan himself. It was a full-body portrait of Yu Shernan drawn by Li Wangyu. There was a poem beside it. It was the same poem that was written on the birthday cake. Many of the guests present had seen this sketch before at the birthday banquet of Zhang Liang, the Duke of Chongping. Everyone believed Li Wangyu's nonsense, thinking that it was an ancient painting passed down from ancient times, a peerless painting technique that had long been lost. Only Pai Lupi later found out that the goddess Luo's portrait he hung in the Hall of Governance was actually drawn by Li Wangyu, which made him very depressed. At this moment, everyone was once again witnessing the miraculous drawing skills of Yu Shernan, who was standing right in front of them. Everyone was stunned. Looking left at Yu Shernan, then right at the portrait, it really looked exactly the same. It was as if Yu Shernan had walked out of the painting. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Could this portrait have been drawn by County Count Hu? Hasn't this painting technique been lost for a long time? Where did County Count Hu learn it? Miraculous. It's truly miraculous. This is the painting technique of the goddess Luo's portrait. Who would have thought that County Count Hu would know such an ancient technique? There were also those who were quick-witted and immediately connected the dots. The so-called goddess Luo's portrait painting from that day had also been presented by County Count Hu. In that case, the goddess Luo's portrait that had been collected by the sage must have also been drawn by County Count Hu. This sketch of Yu Shernan caused Wang Renyu and Wang Ziyu's expressions to become somewhat unsightly. Although the value of this painting wasn't high, and even if it had been drawn by Li Wangyu, it would only be worth 100 strings of coins at most. However, this extraordinary technique was exceedingly precious. When Pai Lupi saw this portrait, he even had the thought of having Li Wangyu draw a portrait of him and Empress Zhangsun. This kind of vivid and lifelike portrait was much more meaningful than the goddess Luo's portrait. He couldn't help but glare at Li Wangyu, feeling extremely vexed. Since he knew that the goddess Luo's portrait had been drawn by Li Wangyu, why hadn't he thought of using this technique to draw a portrait of him and Empress Zhangsun? There were many other bigwigs who had the same thoughts as Pai Lupi. Just like how people in the future love to take selfies, how could a general like Cheng Yaojin not want to have such a realistic portrait? For a moment, everyone looked at Yu Shernan with gazes filled with jealousy. They hated that they couldn't hold their own birthday banquets tomorrow. That way, they could ask County Count Hu to draw a portrait for them. Cheng Yaojin bluntly asked, "Li family's brat, did you draw this portrait of Duke Yu? What did he mean?" Li Wangyu was just about to nod and admit it when he suddenly noticed that the surrounding guests all had an eager attitude. He was immediately shocked. What the hell was the meaning of this? Could it be that, after seeing Yu Shernan's portrait, they also wanted it? It seemed that giving Yu Shernan this congratulatory gift was a bit of a mistake. Had he underestimated the attractiveness of a portrait sketch to these bigwigs? If these bigwigs all came to ask him to draw a portrait, should he refuse? Or should he refuse? If he agreed, he really wouldn't have to do anything. Moreover, with Li Wangyu's lazy personality, how could he be willing to sit in front of a drawing board and draw portraits every day? He might as well be killed. How could Li Wangyu still dare to admit it? He hurriedly shook his head. No, this was done by my little nephew's disciple, Yen Libin. Although he studied under me, he has already surpassed me. Even your little nephew is ashamed of his painting skills. Today, Ma Zhou and Yen Libin were naturally also among the guests. When Yen Libin heard his teacher's words, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Could it really be like this? Was there no trust between people? This portrait of Yu Shernan was clearly drawn by Li Wangyu himself. But now he had directly pushed the blame to his own disciple. How could Yen Libin endure this? Faced with the heated gazes of the surrounding guests, Yen Libin's heart was filled with tears as he nodded his head in grievance. Li Wangyu gave him a thank you for your hard work look, but he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. When a teacher has something to do, the disciple naturally has to do it for him. Otherwise, why would he accept a disciple? Of course it was to use him as a scapegoat. Wahahaha. Yu Shernan was naturally very satisfied with this congratulatory gift. He leaned forward and carefully examined it for a long time before he asked Yu Chang to carefully put it away. Haha. Zio, you really put a lot of effort into this congratulatory gift. This old man doesn't deserve it. I respectfully accept it. Many thanks, Zio. To the side, Yu Chang also repeatedly bowed to Li Wangyu. This portrait of Yu Shernan would undoubtedly become the family heirloom of the Yu Yao Yu clan. After Yu Shernan's death, this portrait would definitely be hung in the Yu Yao Yu clan's ancestral hall to receive incense and worship from the Yu clan. After Yu Shernan's portrait was put away, everyone's gaze turned to the other servant girl holding a copper box. The congratulatory gift from the county count's estate was truly an eye-opener. Naturally, everyone was even more curious about the last congratulatory gift named Bayan. Chapter 459. In the main hall, everyone's anticipation vanished as soon as the copper box was opened. The item that Yu Residence's servant girl took out from the copper box was nothing special. In fact, it even looked a little shabby. Two transparent objects were embedded in a thin wooden frame. Some of the guests with good eyesight could tell at a glance that they were two thin, transparent crystal pieces. Natural crystals weren't rare in the Tang dynasty. Although it was rare for a craftsman to grind them into thin crystal pieces, it didn't seem that surprising. At the very least, no one could tell the value of this little thing. Was this the so-called Bayan? Everyone looked disappointed when they saw the gift in Yu Residence's servant girl's hand. The second gift from County Count Huxian seemed very ordinary and mediocre. Only the beautiful superior covered her mouth in shock when she saw Li Wangyu's gift. Wangyu, you can actually make glasses? How did you do it? She asked in a low voice. Li Wangyu's second gift was a pair of glasses commonly seen in the future. Li Wangyu smiled proudly and whispered into her ear. Of course. What do you think? This gift isn't bad, right? Can't compare to your birthday cake, right? The beautiful superior rolled her eyes at him. She really didn't expect Li Wangyu to be able to make glasses in the Tang dynasty. She had always assumed that glasses couldn't be made before the invention of glass. But in fact, glasses made of polished crystal had appeared a long time ago in ancient China. At the very least, there were records of glasses in the Song dynasty. And in the Ming dynasty, optometry technology was invented. It was possible to make glasses for myopia, hyperopia, and presbyopia. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Li Wangyu to make glasses with the technology of the Tang dynasty. That day, Li Wangyu was thinking hard about what gift to give Yu Shernan. In a flash of inspiration, he thought of presbyopia glasses. Li Wangyu had noticed before that Yu Shernan's eyes were a little presbyopia due to his old age. When he read an article, he would look very far away. When his grandfather was still alive, he was also like this, so Li Wangyu knew very well that Yu Shernan's eyesight was bad. Presbyopia was not a disease, but a normal physiological phenomenon. The only way to treat presbyopia was to wear reading glasses. Under these circumstances, giving Yu Shernan a pair of reading glasses was obviously the most appropriate choice. Because he had to help son Simiao make a microscope, Li Wangyu had to go to a lot of supervisors to grind the lenses for the microscope. The craftsmen who were going to be supervisors now had some experience on how to grind natural crystals and make them into lenses. The microscope hadn't been made yet because the focal length of the convex lens in the microscope had to be constantly adjusted. This was a delicate task. Without any reference, he could only try slowly. However, it was much easier to make reading glasses for presbyopia. Of course, reading glasses also had a certain degree, which Li Wangyu couldn't grasp. He could only have the craftsman grind out several different kinds of convex lenses for him. When the time came, he would let Yu Shernan experiment to see which lens suited him best. The Tangs had naturally never seen glasses before, so they were somewhat disappointed by the glasses that Li Wangyu had given them. Naturally, no one in the crowd thought that these glasses, which were commonplace in the future, were used to adjust one's eyesight. They all thought that it was just a decorative ornament. How could County Count who have the nerve to give away such a small crystal ornament? This was the first reaction of all the guests present. Today was Yu Shernan's 70th birthday, and all the guests who had come were the nobles and aristocratic families of Chang'an. Wasn't County Count who afraid of being ridiculed for giving away such a small toy? Putting aside the priceless Langxian tree that Wang clan of Taiyuan had given away, the other guests had also given gifts of pearls, agate, jade, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Putting aside how rare these things were, at least their value was there for all to see. Almost none of the gifts were worth less than 100 strings of copper coins. Compared to the birthday cake and the portrait of Yu Shernan that had been given to him by the county magistrate's estate, this little thing was far too shabby. Wang Ziyu had been sullen and silent for a long time. Now that he realized that he had caught Li Wangyu's sore spot, he immediately raised his voice and laughed. "Haha, County Count who? Your crystal ornament is quite exquisite. How many strings of copper coins would you have to spend to buy it?" Li Wangyu glanced at him and indifferently replied, "That's right. I spent a total of 10 strings of copper coins to make this buy-in." Speaking of which, 10 strings of copper coins was quite a lot. If he used it to buy cattle, he could buy 2 or 3 of them. But in the eyes of the aristocratic families and the nobles of Chang'an, 10 strings of copper coins was a joke. Wang Ziyu laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth, tears even coming out of his eyes. "I'm dying of laughter. County Count who is truly thrifty. Today is Duke Yu's 70th birthday, and the birthday cake you sent over was made by your own residents, and the portrait was drawn by your disciple. Yet you spent 10 strings of copper coins on this buy-in? TSK, you really are extravagant." Wang Ziyu's words made many of the guests frown inwardly. How could one's sincerity be measured only by money when it came to gifting? But when they looked at the crystal ornament in the hands of the Yu residence's maidservant, they didn't know what to say. This gift was indeed a little shabby. Chang Yaojin and the other big shots who were familiar with Li Wangyu were also secretly blaming Li Wangyu. Yu Shernan's portrait should have been enough. Why did he have to go the extra mile and give this crystal ornament? Originally, everyone had been shocked by the portrait and were looking forward to Li Wangyu's next gift. But in the end, it was a bucket of cold water that had been poured over them. Even the congratulatory gift that he had sent out earlier had dimmed a little. When Yu Shernan saw this, he hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Haha, Zio is too considerate. This old man really likes this buy-in. I respectfully accept it." When he finished speaking, he motioned for the maidservant to put the glasses back into the copper box and prepare to put it away. Li Wangyu was about to speak and explain the use of the glasses to Yu Shernan, but Wang Ziyu spoke up again. "Duke Yu, this nephew still hasn't seen the gift from County Count who clearly. Could you have your maidservant bring it over so that we can take a good look at it?" Yu Shernan couldn't refuse his request and could only nod helplessly. He motioned for the maidservant to take out Li Wangyu's gift and hold it in her hands to show it to everyone. The maidservant had just walked over to Wang Ziyu's side when she saw Wang Ziyu's body suddenly sway and bump into the maidservant. The maidservant was very petite, so how could she withstand such a bump? Her body slanted, and she cried out in surprise before falling to the floor. Her fall wasn't a big deal, but the crystal glasses in her hands also slipped and fell to the floor. Pa! A light sound was heard, and the two crystal lenses were smashed into pieces. Chapter 460. This sudden turn of events shocked Yu Shernan and the others. Li Wangyu's gift had been smashed to pieces just like that. Wang Ziyu shrugged and cupped his hands towards Yu Shernan. Duke Yu, I'm truly sorry. I lost my footing just now and bumped into this servant girl of yours. He then pretended to look at the crystal shards on the floor and feigned regret. Aya, Count Huxian's gift was smashed to pieces. What a pity. This is all my fault. Please forgive me, Duke Yu. I'm willing to compensate. Count Huxian said he spent 10 strings of copper coins, so I'll compensate Duke Yu with 10 times that amount. Hehe, I'm not as thrifty as Count Huxian. It was obvious that Wang Ziyu had deliberately bumped into the maidservant of Yu Mansion. His purpose was to humiliate Li Wangyu. His actions angered Yu Shernan so much that his expression turned ugly. Although Li Wangyu's crystal ornament wasn't very precious, it was still a birthday gift from Li Wangyu. His value didn't matter. How could he not be angry that Wang Ziyu had purposely smashed it to pieces? Not to mention, Wang Ziyu's pretense of asking for 10 times the compensation was an insult to Li Wangyu and to Yu Shernan himself. Wang Ziyu's actions caused Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others to glare angrily at him. However, today was Yu Shernan's birthday and they couldn't afford to lose their temper with a junior from the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Yu Shernan was the master of Yu Manor and also the birthday boy. He couldn't say anything to Wang Ziyu who'd come to offer his birthday congratulations. Wang Ziyu's claim of 10 times the compensation was a joke in everyone's eyes. Li Wangyu had said just now that he'd spent 10 strings of copper coins to make this jade ornament. 10 times the compensation would only amount to 100 strings of copper coins. Did Yu Shernan lack these 100 strings of copper coins? Yu Shernan sighed and glanced apologetically at Li Wangyu. He was just about to wave his hand at Wang Ziyu, indicating that he did not intend to pursue this matter. Li Wangyu suddenly cupped his hands towards Wang Renyu and said, Lord Wang, is what your second son said true? Is Duke Wang really willing to pay 10 times the price to compensate Duke Yu? His words stunned everyone. What did Li Wangyu mean? Was it because his gift was broken by Wang Ziyu, and he felt indignant? But even if the Taiyuan Wang clan really paid 100 strings of copper coins, the one who would be embarrassed would be him, Li Wangyu. Wang Renyu was also slightly taken aback. Then, he pretended to be generous and nodded. That's right. Since my son did something wrong, he naturally has to compensate. 10 times the compensation is very reasonable. I will have someone send 100 strings of copper coins to the Yu residence as an apology from the Wang clan. Wait, since it's 10 times the compensation, why is it only 100 copper coins? Li Wangyu pretended to be puzzled and asked. Wang Renyu smiled and said, Didn't County Count who say that you spent 10 strings of copper coins to make this crystal object? What did County Count who forget so quickly? Li Wangyu shook his head. That's not it. How can the value of this object be calculated by the cost of my production? Oh, then what does County Count who think? Wang Renyu asked calmly. This is naturally determined by the market price. For example, if Wang Yu's army wrote a copybook, the cost might be a few copper coins. Could it be that Duke Wang can use a few copper coins to buy a copy of Wang Yu's army's copybook? Li Wangyu's words were not nonsense. When Wang Shiji wrote a copybook, other than paper and ink, he didn't have any other capital. However, its value was not determined by the cost alone. Before Wang Renyu could say anything, Wang Ziyu interrupted and said, How can this be compared? Wang Yu's army's copybook is an antique. Speaking of which, could it be that County Count who thinks he's better than Wang Yu's army? Although that crystal ornament of yours has an unknown name, it's still a piece of junk. How can County Count who not be satisfied with 100 strings of copper coins? That's a joke. Li Wangyu looked at him like he was an idiot. Oh, is that so? Then I'd like to see whether or not the buy and I gave Dukyu is a piece of junk. After he finished speaking, he waved at Niu Wu, who was waiting outside the hall. The presbyopic glasses had a certain degree. The congratulatory gift he gave to Yu Manor's housekeeper could only be considered a sample. Li Wangyu had originally planned to wait until the banquet was over before taking the real gift for Yu Shernan to try on. He would then choose a suitable pair of presbyopic glasses for Yu Shernan's eyes and give it to him. At this time, Niu Wu was wearing 5 or 6 pairs of presbyopic glasses of different degrees. The reason why Li Wangyu named these presbyopic glasses Bian wasn't because he came up with it himself. It was because presbyopic glasses had been called this way ever since presbyopic glasses were invented in China. The Southern Song dynasty's records of heavenly caves recorded, by an old people can't distinguish between fine books. They use this to cover their eyes and see clearly. The Ming dynasty's Luqing Rige also recorded, every time I read an article, my eyesight becomes dizzy and I can't distinguish the details. I use this to cover my eyes so that my spirit doesn't scatter and my strokes are clear. I use a piece of silk to tie it behind my head. I don't recognize it and raise it to ask you. You said, this Bian also. Therefore, Bian was the ancient name for presbyopic glasses. Li Wangyu looked at the guests in the hall again. Dare I ask, is there anyone who has poor eyesight and can't see clearly at close range? The idiom old eyes are dizzy was used to describe the symptoms of presbyopia. There were quite a few elderly officials in the hall, and Yu Shernan wasn't the only one with presbyopia. Although the crowd didn't know why County Count who would ask such a question, many of the elderly officials, including Kong Ingda and Dai Zhou, expressed that they had such a disease. Li Wangyu nodded and turned around to take out a pair of presbyopic glasses from the wooden box in Niu Wu's hands. Another pair of Bian? When the crowd saw that Li Wangyu had taken out another pair, the crystal ornament that he had given to Yu Shernan as a congratulatory gift, they became even more curious. Could it be that this thing had other uses? Li Wangyu took the presbyopic glasses and walked directly in front of Kong Ingda. He bowed and said, Duke Kong, I have a pair of Bian here. Can cure Duke Kong's eye disease. Would Duke Kong be willing to give it a try? This crystal can cure eye disease? Not only was Kong Ingda stunned, but the other guests were also dumbfounded when they heard Li Wangyu's words. How do I use this thing? Kong Ingda was troubled by eye disease. When he heard Li Wangyu say this, he couldn't help but become excited and hurriedly ask. Li Wangyu put the glasses on the bridge of his nose and showed Kong Ingda how to put them on. Then he handed the presbyopic glasses to him and said, Duke Kong, you'll know once you try it. Kong Ingda took the presbyopic glasses and clumsily put them on in front of his own glasses. He looked around in confusion. In the next moment, the old man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of immortal technique is this? This old man can actually see clearly. Tao ancestor above. This old man's eyes can actually see clearly again. Quick, quick, give this old man a book. Kong Ingda was so excited that his beard trembled and his body trembled. If one wasn't a myopic person or someone with presbyopia, it would be very difficult to understand the feeling of being able to see clearly. To use an inappropriate analogy, it was like watching a movie. What was originally a blurry image that wasn't in focus suddenly turned into a high-definition Blu-ray version. How could one not be excited? Kong Ingda's excited expression after putting on the glasses gave everyone a fright. Was this old man crazy? Chapter 461. Kong Ingda was shouting and yelling like a madman, scaring the servants and maids of Yu Mansion. None of them dared to neglect him, as they immediately obeyed his order and ran to fetch a book. The book was the Analects of Confucius. Kong Ingda was not picky. He took the book and flipped it open. He shook his head and read aloud. Confucius said, If a gentleman is not serious, he will not be powerful. If he learns, he will not be strong. Ha ha! This old man can see it clearly. It's really a divine tool. What is this thing, Brother Zio? It's so magical. It's really incredible. Li Wangyu was speechless. Kong Ingda must be crazy with joy, right? Why is even Brother Zio here? There's a difference in seniority, old man. This is Bayan. Duke Kong. Have you forgotten? Oh, right, Bayan. Haha. This name is exquisite. It's really Bayan. Kong Ingda put on the reading glasses and was unwilling to take them off. His behavior made the other old officials, who were also suffering from presbyopia, even more curious. Duke Kong, can you let this old man try it? Brother Chong Yuan, can you let this old man wear this Bayan? Kong Ingda shook his head like a rattledrum. No, this Bayan was given to me by Brother Zio. How can I let you wait for it? Li Wangyu's face darkened even more. Damn you, stinking bastard. When did I say I was going to give it to you? I clearly said I was going to try it on. Don't you understand the meaning of trying it on? Kong Ingda's attitude made the old officials even more curious. They surrounded Kong Ingda and forced him to take off his glasses. Seeing this situation, Li Wangyu did not dare to take out the other glasses. Otherwise, they would definitely be gone forever. Brother Chong Yuan, this is a congratulatory gift from Zio. How can you wear it? Quickly take it off. When Chang'an heard Kong Ingda say that the Bayan could let his eyes see clearly, how could he not understand? He immediately shouted. This was a divine tool. Chang'an was also suffering from my problems. How could he not be anxious when he heard Kong Ingda's words? Kong Ingda waved his hands. No, Brother Bashi. Your gift has already been smashed by the Wang family's kid. This painting is not a congratulatory gift from Zio, my younger brother. Chang'an was taken aback by Wang Ziyu's words. He immediately turned to glare at Wang Ziyu. The commotion caused by Li Wangyu and Kong Ingda was naturally noticed by Wang Renyu and Wang Ziyu. The two of them were a little stunned, not understanding why Kong Ingda and the others were so excited. Wang Renyu had a bad feeling in his heart. Being glared at by Chang'an made Wang Renyu even more flustered. Things seemed to have gone beyond his expectations. On the other side, the group of old officials that surrounded Kong Ingda finally took the reading glasses away from his face. Kong Ingda was so angry that he stomped his feet. Unworthy of being a son. You guys are really despicable. Bandits. Lu Quan, Dai Zhou, Chang'an, and the others paid no attention to his curses. Each of them impatiently put on the reading glasses and made a big fuss again. None of the scholars who put on the glasses could bear to take them off again. The others were forced to argue and quarrel again before someone else tried on the glasses again. When this scene fell into the eyes of the other guests who came to offer birthday wishes, they almost thought that they were hallucinating. Whether it was Kong Ingda, Lu Quan, or Dai Zhou, these people were all great scholars of the present age or big shots of the imperial court. Why would the normally cultured, refined, and gentlemanly scholars make such a fuss over such an unremarkable crystal accessory? Could it be that Bayan was really so miraculous? After the ruckus, Li Wangyu cleared his throat and asked in a clear voice, Gentlemen, how much is the Bayan I gave to Dukyu? How many copper coins are you willing to pay for it? Kong Ingda replied without hesitation. This old man is willing to pay 500 strings of cash. My brother Zio, please sell this Bayan to me. Move aside. This old man is willing to pay 1,000 strings of cash. Humph. This old man will pay 1,000 taels of gold. County Count who, please part with this Bayan to old me. 1,000 taels of gold it is. Zio, you must keep this Bayan for this old man. Don't be rude. Today is this old man's birthday banquet. Zio, this old man will also pay 1,000 taels of gold. Give this old man another Bayan. Chang'an was not to be outdone. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This group of old officials actually knew how to make an auction on the spot without a teacher, however. He also got the answer he wanted. He turned his head to look at the stunned Wang Renyu. Duke Wang, you also saw it. This old man is willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold to buy the junk that your noble young master spoke of. I wonder if Duke Wang's words of being willing to pay 10 times the compensation still stands? Wang Renyu was momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say. Li Wangyu clearly said that he spent 10 strings of cash to make this item. Why were these old officials willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold for it? Did they have so much money that they didn't know where to spend it? Wang Renyu didn't dare to say that Li Wangyu had colluded with Kong Ingda and the others. If he said that, it would only make him a laughingstock. No one would believe him. Even Pai Lupi might not be able to make Kong Ingda, Lu Quan, and Dai Zhou lie at the same time. Wang Ziyu was also anxious. His face was flushed red as he shouted at Li Wangyu. "County count who? This thing of yours is clearly made from 10 strings of cash. Why do you want our Taiyuan Wang clan to pay 10,000 taels of gold? I think you're crazy, aren't you?" Li Wangyu smiled contemptuously. "Then why don't I give young Master Wang 10 strings of cash and you go make me a buy-in?" Wang Ziyu was speechless. How would he know how to make buy-in? He also didn't understand why Kong Ingda and the others would fight over it so fiercely, even willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold for it. Wang Renyu was also in a bit of a predicament. He had just spoken big, but now it was difficult to clean up the mess. If they really wanted their Taiyuan Wang clan to pay 10,000 taels of gold to Chang'an, they naturally wouldn't be willing. The 50,000 taels of gold that they had lost to Li Wangyu was already a huge loss. If it weren't for that fool Li Wangyu being willing to accept private money, that 50,000 taels of gold really would have emptied the Taiyuan Wang clan's treasury. Don't look at how the Taiyuan Wang clan was very generous today and gave you Chang'an the Langxian tree. It was called a treasure and was worth 10,000 taels of gold. But in reality, this kind of treasure was priceless. It was very difficult to sell it and exchange it for gold. If they wanted their Taiyuan Wang clan to pay 10,000 taels of gold, then it would be too much. But just now, Wang Renyu and Wang Ziyu had spoken so confidently, but now it was hard to take back what was spilled. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Wang Renyu's old face flushed red. He didn't know how to respond to Li Wangyu's question. It was Yu Chang'an who laughed and helped him out of the predicament. "Zio, don't joke with Lord Wang. What compensation or not, it's all a joke and can't be taken seriously. Since that Langxian tree is a congratulatory gift from Zio, naturally it's up to me to deal with it. This compensation can't be taken seriously. Lord Wang, don't mention it again. Today is my birthday banquet, and I can't thank all of you enough for coming to congratulate me. Come, everyone, let's drink." Since Yu Chang'an, the host, had said so, Li Wangyu naturally didn't have any objections. Originally, he just couldn't stand the Taiyuan Wang clan's arrogance and Wang Ziyu's domineering attitude. Now that he had taught them a lesson, he naturally wouldn't continue to pester them. He raised the wine cup in his hand and drained it in one gulp. As for the Taiyuan Wang clan, although Yu Chang'an helped Wang Renyu out of the predicament, Wang Renyu was sitting on the edge of the seat. However, Wang Renyu felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles at this moment. He kept feeling that the guests around him were talking about him. The hatred he had for Li Wangyu in his heart grew even stronger. When he thought about how he had been slapped in the face by Li Wangyu, he felt his face burn and his heart become even more stifled. "Father, that Li guy." Wang Ziyu was indignant. He lowered his voice and wanted to say something. In the main hall of Yu Manor, the guests were toasting each other when they heard a loud slap. Everyone turned their heads to look. It was Wang Renyu who had slapped his second son, Wang Ziyu, on the face, causing him to fall to the floor. Chapter 462. Wang Renyu's sudden outburst shocked the guests. The family heads who were familiar with him all tried to comfort him. "Why is Lord Wang so angry? Your family's second son is still young. If there's anything wrong, just teach him well. Isn't it just an accident that he broke that bai? Why is Lord Wang so angry at second son? Since Lord Yu doesn't care about this matter, Lord Wang shouldn't blame second son." The words of these family heads didn't ease Wang Renyu's expression. Instead, it turned even more ashen. Obviously, he could clearly feel that these patriarchs were comforting him on the surface, but in fact, they were laughing at the Wang family of Taiyuan. When Wang Renyu thought of the Langxian tree he gave to Yu Chang'an as a gift today, he suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Although the Langxian tree he gave couldn't be exchanged for 10,000 taels of gold, it was undoubtedly a treasure. For the Taiyuan Wang clan to generously give it to you Chang'an as a gift, they naturally wanted to be in the limelight and regain the face they lost because of the bet a few days ago. But they didn't expect that bastard surnamed Li to turn the Langxian tree given by the Taiyuan Wang clan into a joke with just a portrait and a buy that cost 10 strings of coins. Now, all the guests in the hall were talking about the congratulatory gift from County Count Hu, but no one mentioned the Taiyuan Wang clan's Langxian tree that was worth 10,000 taels of gold. Wang Renyu could even foresee that tomorrow in Chang'an City, the Taiyuan Wang clan would be rumored to be a fool. Wang Renyu only felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was too late for regrets. He stood up and cupped his hands towards Yu Chang'an. Lord Yu, I'm not feeling well today, so I'll take my leave first. My son was rash and disturbed Lord Yu's mood. Please forgive him. Why would Lord Wang say that? It's this old man's fault. Wang Renyu didn't say much. He nodded and walked out of the hall. He didn't have the face to continue staying in Yu Mansion today. Wang Ziyu was stunned by his father's slap and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Seeing his father leave in a huff, he could only glare at Li Wangyu with hatred. He covered his face and lowered his head, not daring to say a word as he chased after his father. After the Wang family father and son left, the atmosphere in the hall became livelier. In particular, Kong Ingda and a few other old ministers had been surrounding Li Wangyu and pestering him about the buy-in. Li Wangyu had no choice but to take out his other reading glasses and give them to Yu Chang'an so that they could discuss how to distribute them. At Yu Manor's birthday banquet, all the guests were enjoying themselves. Everyone was drinking and chatting merrily at the banquet. It was very lively. Fortunately, today Chang Yaojin, Yuchi Jingda, and the others could still be considered to have restrained themselves. They did not drink too much and put on a show of fighting. Yu Manor's main hall finally did not suffer these old ignorant people's evil schemes. The birthday banquet lasted from noon until the evening drum sounded in Chang'an. Then, the guests left one after another. Pai Lupi was in a good mood today and drank a lot of wine. He originally wanted to catch Li Wangyu and bring him into the palace to ask about the private money, but he was not in the mood to do so. Zio, come to the legislative hall after the court tomorrow. I have something to ask you. Pai Lupi was carefully helped onto the horse by Mi Tuo, but he did not intend to let Li Wangyu go. He shouted at Li Wangyu, who was about to slip away. Li Wangyu stopped helplessly and bowed to Pai Lupi. Yes, I understand. He was not a diligent person, especially after coming to the Tang dynasty. Now he had a house, money, and a beautiful woman to accompany him. Li Wangyu felt that he had no goals in life now. He was very lazy and only wanted to eat and wait for death every day. At that time, he was impulsive and accepted so much money from the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Now he regretted it. How troublesome. He thought of his previous idea. Making money was making money, but it would give him a lot of things to do. He was not short of money now. Why would he make trouble for himself? Li Wangyu wondered if his brain had been kicked by a donkey at that time. That was why he thought of accepting private money. But now it was too late to say anything. He had to continue his bad idea even if he wanted to cry. The next day, Li Wangyu went to Chang'an again helplessly to meet Pai Lupi. Before Li Wangyu finished the ceremony, Pai Lupi could not wait to ask, Zio, tell me clearly today, why did you accept so much private money from the Wang clan of Taiyuan? He had been holding this matter in his heart for a few days. He had discussed it with Mi Tuo and Empress Zhangsun, but no one knew what Li Wangyu meant by doing this. This made Pai Lupi feel like a cat was scratching his heart. He had been holding it in for a few days, but Li Wangyu did not come to the palace to explain. Yesterday was Yu Chang'an's birthday. He had finally caught Li Wangyu. How could he let him go? Hey uncle, don't worry. Let me tell you slowly. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He took a sip of tea and said under Pai Lupi's angry gaze, Uncle, how much is the Kaiyuan Tongbao cast every year in the Tang dynasty? About 300,000 strings of cash. So our dynasty is short of copper coins. Uncle, you acquiesce to these aristocratic families casting private money for circulation, right? Li Wangyu continued to ask. Yes, that's right. Speaking of this, Pai Lupi was a little helpless. He was well aware that the Tang dynasty was short of copper coins. However, no matter how hard the Ministry of Revenue and the Directorate of General Works tried, they could not increase the number of copper coins cast. Casting copper coins was actually very expensive. Casting 300,000 strings of cash every year was actually a huge expense for the imperial court. This was also a headache for Pai Lupi. This was also the reason why the imperial court of the Tang dynasty acquiesced to the circulation of private money. The lack of money was not only limited to the Tang dynasty. It was the same for all the dynasties. In addition to the lack of copper, the main reason was the limitation of casting technology. Since the aristocratic families like the Wang clan of Taiyuan could cast private money, it meant that the lack of copper was not the only reason. In the Song dynasty, the number of copper coins cast had increased by 10 times compared to the Tang dynasty. This was the increase in the production of copper coins brought by casting technology. The process of casting copper coins in Wuxia was very complicated. First, the coin had to be made. Then, the coin had to be put into a mold. After the mold was formed, the coin had to be taken out and poured with copper water. After the copper water had solidified and cooled, the sandbox was opened and the cast copper coins were taken out. The copper coins that were poured out were not scattered copper coins, but a whole string of copper coin trees. These copper coins had to be broken off one by one and then polished by hand. After going through more than 10 procedures, the final product was the Kaiyuan Tongbao that could be circulated. Therefore, casting copper coins was very complicated and required a large number of skilled craftsmen. Even so, it was difficult to increase the production of copper coins. The annual production of copper coins was 300 strings of cash. The average daily production of copper coins was only 800 strings of cash. However, the number of craftsmen needed was in the tens of thousands. Li Wangyu naturally knew all of this. He grinned, revealing 8 white teeth. He smiled at Pai Lupi and said, "Uncle, if I only need a few dozen craftsmen to turn this private money into official money, and the daily production is no less than 1,000 strings of cash, would you be interested?" "What? Zio, what did you say?" When Pai Lupi heard this, he suddenly stood up. In a moment of excitement, he even knocked over the tea on the table in front of him. Chapter 463. Pai Lupi was so excited because Li Wangyu's words were too incredible. Dozens of craftsmen could make thousands of copper coins in a day. This efficiency was too amazing. The Ministry of Revenue and the Directorate of Generals had nearly 10,000 craftsmen who cast the copper coins. If more craftsmen were arranged to cast the coins according to this ratio, wouldn't the Tang dynasty be able to solve the problem of money shortage? How much is the expense? Pai Lupi's voice was trembling. It was very important for the Tang dynasty to have enough copper coins. The consumption is very low. It's mainly the consumption of melting the copper and the craftsman's salary. Li Wangyu said with certainty. "Really? Tell me clearly, how did you do it?" Li Wangyu smiled and asked Pai Lupi first, "Uncle, do you still remember the water wheel I built in Dingzhou village?" "Of course I remember. That water wheel is even more magical. It can raise water to a high place by itself and use it for irrigation." "Ha, Uncle, don't you think that water wheel has other uses?" Pai Lupi was puzzled. He didn't understand the meaning of his words at all. Li Wangyu took out a drawing that he had drawn in advance and presented it to Pai Lupi. "Uncle, please take a look. If the bamboo tube that fetches the water from the water wheel is removed and replaced with a baffle, the water wheel will still rotate under the push of the water flow." "Yes, that's right. So, you can use the power of the water flow to do many things. Uncle, please take a look here." Li Wangyu pointed to a device drawn on the drawing and introduced, "This nephew has designed a hydraulic forging hammer press. It uses the water flow to drive the water wheel to rotate. When the central axis of the water wheel rotates, it can constantly lift and drop the forging hammer. This nephew calls it the hydraulic forging hammer." Pai Lupi was still a little confused. He looked at Li Wangyu with a blank face. Li Wangyu could only curse in his heart. Damn! This technological illiterate. He doesn't have any scientific awareness. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Uncle, the copper coins of the Tang dynasty are all cast, which takes a lot of time and effort. The hydraulic forging hammer that little nephew designed can directly punch copper into coins. Strike copper into coins? How is this possible? Pai Lupi was still in disbelief. Li Wangyu was speechless and face-bombed. Explaining technology to an illiterate was simply too painful. Since ancient times, Wuxia had always minted coins. Even in the Qing dynasty it was still the same. The West, on the other hand, began to use stamping to make money during the Greek and Roman periods. Not only was the design of the stamped coins clear and distinct, but because of the technical advantage, it was very difficult for people to imitate it. It also had a very good anti-counterfeiting function. Of course, the most important thing was that the cost of stamping coins was much lower than the cost of casting coins. Moreover, it was faster. The coins were formed in one go, so there was no need to waste time and effort on subsequent processing. Li Wangyu spent a lot of effort to make Pai Lupi understand the meaning of the drawing in front of him. Wonderful! It's really wonderful. If we use this hydraulic forging hammer to make coins, the money shortage of the Tang dynasty can be solved. Pai Lupi was so happy that his eyes narrowed into slits. It was as if he could already see the scene of the national treasury being piled up with shiny yellow copper coins. However, he quickly reacted and looked at Li Wangyu in confusion. Zio, what does this have to do with you receiving so much private money? Li Wangyu resisted the urge to roll his eyes and could only patiently explain. Uncle, coins require copper. When he said this, Pai Lupi immediately understood. The copper coins of the Tang dynasty not only required copper, but also contained other metal components. The materials used in the early Tang dynasty were bronze, white copper, and some other metals. As for the private money, although the casting process was not as good as the official money, the materials used were very particular and were almost the same as the official money. If there was a new method of coinage, the private money could be smelted again and cast into official money. Li Wangyu exchanged 3 million caddies of private money from the Wang clan in Taiyuan. According to this method, it could be cast into 3 million caddies of official money. That was equivalent to 600,000 strings of cash. Even if there were losses and expenses in the process of coinage, at the very least, coins worth 500,000 strings of cash could be cast. Back then, the copper coins that the Wang clan in Taiyuan lost to Li Wangyu only amounted to 300,000 strings of cash. In this way, the profit was close to double. After understanding the key point, Pai Lupi's breathing quickened. Zio, this is not a joke. Are you really sure? Li Wangyu nodded. As long as Uncle can let the craftsmen of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Works cooperate with me, I can quickly set up this mint. At that time, Uncle will know when you try it. If I am lying, I am willing to compensate Uncle for the 3 million caddies of private money in the palace. Naturally, he dared to say such words because he was very confident. Before Li Wangyu's rebirth, he had a friend who made fake money. In fact, it was not considered fake money. Instead, it was made with a punching machine to forge antique copper coins and sell them as handicrafts. Therefore, he was very familiar with how to cast coins. At least in this era, he was definitely at the level of a master craftsman. Li Wangyu's confident answer made Pai Lupi ponder. He kept pacing back and forth in the hall. After a long while, Pai Lupi stretched out his hand and beckoned Mito into the hall. Mito, I have a task for you. Mito was so scared that he quickly knelt down. If your majesty has any orders, I will do it with my life. All right, it's not a matter of life and death. I am going to let you transfer all the copper and gold coins in the palace and exchange them all for private money. What? Mito thought that there was something wrong with his ears. Was he hallucinating? Pai Lupi wanted him to exchange gold and copper coins for private money? Was he crazy? What was private money? It was all copper coins made by aristocratic families. The craftsmanship was rough. When used outside, there were only 2 or 3 coins which could be used as an official coin. Even aristocratic families were not willing to use this private money. But now, His Majesty wanted him to exchange the gold and private money in the palace for private money? Remember, don't make this matter public. Let the cavalry department do it. convert all the gold and copper coins in the palace into private money and transport them into the palace. Do you understand? Pai Lupi ordered again. This time, Mito finally understood and confirmed that he was not hallucinating. He turned his head to look at Li Wangyu, hoping to get an explanation from him. Pai Lupi's request was really against common sense. Li Wangyu was also shocked by Pai Lupi's generosity. This guy was even more black-hearted than him. He remembered that last time when Pai Lupi wanted to go to the aristocratic family's gambling house to bet, he asked Mito and found out that there were more than 80,000 taels of gold in the palace. If he were to exchange all of this for private money and then melt them into copper coins, the profit would be an astronomical figure. However, Li Wangyu would not stop Pai Lupi. After all, most of the private money was made by aristocratic families. Pai Lupi was sucking the marrow out of the aristocratic families. He was naturally happy to see this happen. Li Wangyu did not forget to give Pai Lupi an idea. "Uncle, you can let the cavalry department take the gold and copper coins to various counties to exchange. I heard that the more remote a county is, the higher the exchange rate of official money for private money." When Mito heard him say this, he was really about to cry. He racked his brain, but he could not figure out what this uncle and nephew wanted to do. Chapter 464. In recent days, many merchants in Chang'an and city realized that the amount of private money they had was much less. There were even rumors that someone was buying up large amounts of private money. Moreover, the exchange rate was 1 to 2, which tempted many merchants who had private money. They discussed amongst themselves, how could there be such an idiot? When the private money of the aristocratic families was used, in Chang'an City, it was usually 5 copper coins for 2 official coins. As for the provinces and prefectures further away, 3 to 1 was the normal exchange rate. As for the aristocratic families who had large amounts of private money, they knew about this long ago. There were even merchants who came to ask if they were willing to exchange. Regarding this, these aristocratic families naturally did not reject anyone. If they rejected such a good thing, they would be stupid. In less than a month, there was almost no trace of private money in Chang'an City. Without a doubt, all of this private money had been silently moved into the treasury of the Taiji Palace. This was all for later, so let's not talk about it for now. Li Wangyu patted his chest and promised Pai Lupi that he would definitely create the hydraulic forging machine. Then, Pai Lupi gave an order for the Ministry of Works and the General Supervisor to cooperate with County Count Hu. Li Wangyu used the excuse that the mint needed to be kept a secret and that they needed an abundant water source to suggest that the mint be built in the Yellow Valley of the Qinling Mountains, near the Imperial Palace. Near the palace, there was a river that flowed out of the Qinling Mountains. The river water flowed rapidly and was very suitable for moving water wheels. Moreover, it was located in the Yellow Valley and was guarded by the palace guards, so keeping it a secret and safe was not a problem. As for whether or not the smoke from the blast furnace would pollute the environment, Li Wangyu could not be bothered to consider it. The main reason he suggested this to Pai Lupi was because it was close to home. 20 miles was only a matter of 15 minutes on horseback. For Li Wangyu, who was getting lazier and lazier, the most important thing was to be close to work. How could Li Er have thought of his cunning scheme? Naturally, he nodded his head in agreement. As a result, the area near the royal palace, Suiwei Palace, became a bustling construction site. Countless craftsmen from the Bureau of Works were like diligent worker ants, carrying all kinds of wood and bricks, preparing to construct a workshop here. Fortunately, with the four-wheeled carriage and the mirage mud that could be considered a divine artifact, it was very easy for the Ministry of Works to build a workshop of this scale. It didn't take much time at all. On the other hand, Li Wangyu and the craftsmen under the work supervisor had to spend a lot of time and effort to develop the hydraulic press forging machine. Li Wangyu was very annoyed by this. He felt that it was wasting his time. He still had other things to do. Fortunately, he had a disciple like Yen Liben, who was proficient in mechanisms and construction. Although Yen Liben had never seen the hydraulic stamping forging machine mentioned by Li Wangyu, he quickly understood its operating principle after looking at the blueprint. Division Commander, wonderful. Through the flow of water, this item could be continuously hammered and forged without the need for manpower. TSK. This means that not only can it be used to mint coins, but the weapons and armor used by the soldiers of the Tang dynasty can also be forged through this hydraulic press. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Yan Libin held the blueprint as if he had received a treasure. He was full of praise for Li Wangyou's invention of the hydraulic press forging machine. Haha, Libin, as expected, you saw through Master's good intentions. I'll leave the construction of the mint in your hands. If there is anything you don't understand, go to Dingzhou village and ask Master. Li Wangyu very shamelessly pushed this matter to Yan Libin. His time was so precious. How could he waste it on this construction site to figure out how to make the hydraulic press forging machine? It was still the same saying, if Master has something to do, the disciple will do it for him. Yan Libin did not see through Li Wangyou's sinister intentions. He was still happily holding Li Wangyou's blueprint and continuously studying it. He had always had a strong interest in painting, mechanisms, and construction, so he was naturally happy to do it. Yan Libin now worshipped his little teacher to the extreme. He treated every task Li Wangyu gave him as if it was an imperial edict and did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Li Wangyu was naturally in a good mood after getting rid of the burden of building the mint. After leaving Huangyu, he did not head in the direction of Dingzhou village. Instead, he turned his horse around and headed straight for Chang'an. Li Wangyu had to go to a place he had originally sworn to never go again. Duke Lu's residence, Chang Yaojin's residence. There was no other reason other than the fact that his manor had already been completed. It had to be said that the Ministry of Works was really efficient. A manor in Noda was actually completed in 5 months with only manpower and simple construction machinery without the help of modern machinery. Li Wangyu, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and the others had already visited the new residence several times. Everyone was extremely satisfied. According to Li Wangyou's original intention, since the manor had already been completed, they should move immediately. In any case, there were no harmful substances such as formaldehyde when building houses in this era. The interior decorations were all made of natural and environmentally friendly high-quality wood. If he moved earlier, the villagers in Dingzhou village who had been eagerly waiting for a long time could also move into the new residence. But the old butler Li Heng did not agree no matter what. In Li Heng's words, moving the county count's residence was a big matter, and they had to choose an auspicious day to move. In addition, they had to pay respects to the old master Li Zhou and send out invitations to the guests. There was also the need for the number of maids and servants in the manor. During this period of time, the old butler Li Heng followed his beautiful boss to Chang'an, and almost every day in order to go to the Shi city to select the maids. And these maids and servants bought from the human market had to be carefully trained, and the old man was extremely busy. But Li Heng was not tired of it, and the smile on his face did not disappear every day. In this regard, Li Wangyu could not win against the old man and could only let him do whatever he wanted. In fact, Li Wangyu also felt that it was a bit ridiculous. Half a year ago, when he had just transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he pitted these maids and servants in order to prevent Yang Quan from using them to pay off the debt. He even did not hesitate to bear all the debts and let all the maids and servants in the manor go free. But now, in just half a year, he had thrown out a large amount of copper coins and bought more maids and servants. This was really ironic. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only secretly shake his head. But he did not intend to be a saint. As long as he did not mistreat these maids and could live with his conscience, he could only let it be. This time, the old man Li Heng did not save at all. He bought nearly 100 maids and servants and sent them all to the manor. The old man also asked Li Wangyu to go to the Taiji Palace and borrowed a few servants and maids who were proficient in etiquette from Mi Tuo to train the maids and servants he had just bought. In short, in order to move to a new home, Li Wangyu was tortured by Li Heng a lot. He also specially asked the old Taoist Yuan Tiangang to calculate an auspicious day for him. The 31st day of the 8th lunar month in the 2nd year of Chang'an was an auspicious day and easy to move. After confirming the time to move to the new mansion, Li Wangyu still had a lot of things to do. Naturally, he could not take care of the matters of the mint, so he threw it all to Yan Libin. Today, the reason why Li Wangyu braced himself and prepared to go into the dragon's den and tiger's den was naturally to collect the debt from Chang Yaojin. Chapter 465. That day, when Chang Yaojin and his group of old men came to the Li family's old residence to drink and make a scene, they personally promised him that when his county magistrate's mansion was completed, they would give him 50 troops. Now that the county magistrate's mansion— oh no, it was already the county magistrate's mansion— they could only move on an auspicious day. Li Wangyu naturally had to find Chang Yaojin and ask for people. He couldn't just rely on Niu Yong and Niu Wu to build such a large manor, right? Therefore, Li Wang, you didn't have time to fear Chang Yaojin, that old scoundrel, and could only brace himself to ask for the debt. Wahahaha! Nephew, what wind blew you here today? You came at the right time. Come, accompany me for a few drinks. As soon as Li Wangyu stepped through the door of Duke Lu's residence, he heard a voice that made his scalp go numb. He quickly bowed and greeted. Nephew greets Uncle Chang, but nephew can't accompany Uncle Chang to drink today. I hope Uncle Chang can forgive me. Oh, why is that? Chang Yaojin's eyes immediately widened. In his opinion, coming to Chang Yaojin's residence without drinking was simply heinous. There was no ceremony without wine, no joy without wine, no banquet without wine, no respect without wine. These were the family rules of Duke Lu's residence. Since Li Wangyu dared to come, he naturally thought of an excuse. Nephew has recently been following old immortal son to practice a kind of magic, so I need to abstain from drinking. Therefore, I can't accompany Uncle Chang to drink today. It's really regrettable. Learning magic from Sun Simiao was naturally Li Wangyu's nonsense, using the tiger's skin as a banner. He was purely afraid of Chang Yaojin, that old scoundrel, forcing him to drink, so he came up with this excuse. Although it was a fabricated excuse, Chang Yaojin had nothing to say. When he heard that Li Wangyu didn't drink, Chang Yaojin's face, which was brimming with enthusiasm, immediately darkened. He asked in a low muffled voice, Li family's child, since you didn't come to drink, why did you come today? F***ck, just now he was still a virtuous nephew, and now he was a child of the Li family. Li Wangyu's fingers couldn't help but tremble a few times, and he suppressed the urge to raise his middle finger with great difficulty. Uncle Chang, that day when we were drinking in my mansion, you promised to give me 50 troops. I wonder if Uncle still remembers? Li Wangyu did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Chang Yaojin rolled his eyes. Is there such a thing? Why can't I remember? Li family's son, you must have remembered wrongly. Seeing that Chang Yaojin was planning to go back on his word, Li Wangyu could only curse the old gangster for being shameless. Isn't it just that I didn't drink with you? He actually turned his back on him and refused to acknowledge him. He was truly inhumane. Fortunately, Li Wangyu was not unprepared for this. Uncle Chang, I'm actually here to give you a gift. As Li Wangyu spoke, he reached into his waist and took out an item. He wore it in front of his eyes. Uncle Chang, look at this item. I specially made it for you. Chang Yaojin took a closer look and flew into a rage. Isn't this the wand you made? Boy, my eyes are very good, and I'm not old and dim-sighted. Why are you giving me this? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? No. This item is called sunglasses, and it's definitely not one. Uncle Chang has misunderstood me. I feel that Uncle Chang has to endure the scorching sun every day to go to the army and train the soldiers. It's very tiring. That's why I specially ordered people to make these sunglasses for Uncle Chang to block the sun and make Uncle Chang look even more heroic and heroic. When he said this, Chang Yaojin finally noticed that the wand in front of him was indeed different from the other sunglasses Li Wangyu was wearing. The outer frame was made of metal, and the crystal embedded inside was actually blue. Li Wangyu had thought of giving Chang'an a pair of reading glasses. Naturally, he wouldn't forget about these pretentious divine tools like sunglasses. Natural crystals, other than being transparent, had different colors such as purple, blue, yellow, and red. When Li Wangyu asked the craftsman to help him grind the reading glasses, he also used different colored crystals to grind out flat lenses to act as sunglasses. As a must-have summer artifact for handsome men and beautiful women, sunglasses naturally had their own uniqueness. And what kind of sunglasses are you wearing? It's quite interesting. Hurry up and let me try it. Chang Yaojin's interest was piqued as he impatiently reached out to Li Wangyu. This is a small gift from your nephew. I hope Uncle Chang will accept it. Li Wangyu very obediently handed over the sunglasses with both hands. Chang Yaojin immediately placed it on the bridge of his nose. The dazzling light in front of him suddenly dimmed. Through the blue crystal, the scenery outside made people feel exceptionally refreshed. Wahaha, not bad. These sunglasses are very interesting. It's rare for you to be so filial. You still think of me when you have such a good thing. Someone, bring me the bronze mirror. Chang Yaojin laughed heartily. His palm leaf fan-sized palm landed on Li Wangyu's shoulder, slapping Li Wangyu until he grimaced in pain. Chang Fu's servant girls immediately brought over the bronze mirror. Chang Yaojin, this old fellow, wore the sunglasses and looked left and right in front of the mirror. He was very satisfied. Narcissist. Li Wangyu inwardly ridiculed. He had been looking at the bronze mirror for a few minutes, but Chang Yaojin, this old fellow, still hadn't had his fill. Wahahaha. Not bad. Someone prepare the horse. I'm going to the Duke of Yi's estate. Chang Yaojin was in a very good mood. He called for his troops to prepare the horse and prepared to go to Yuqi Jingda's estate to show off. Seeing Chang Yaojin take his things and want to run, Li Wang, you couldn't help but panic. Uncle Chang, this nephew's troops? You stinking brat. You really won't act until you see the hair. Your family's Duke Li is such a loyal and honest person. How did he give birth to such a slippery brat like you? Don't worry. I've already prepared those 50 troops. In a moment, I'll have Chumo take you to pick them up. All right, scram, scram, scram. I'm annoyed just by looking at you. Scoundrel, why aren't my 3 disgraceful brats as smart as you? After Chang Yaojin finished cursing, he no longer paid any attention to Li Wangyu. Wearing the sunglasses, he arrogantly walked out the door. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to him and sent him off with his eyes. This old scoundrel had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He had already prepared troops to watch over the house, but he still insisted on scaring the little children like this. Chang Chumo had naturally already been notified by the servants in the estate. When he rushed to the front courtyard, he saw his father carrying a blue cloak and walking out the door with his head held high. Ziyu, what did you give my family's Darren? It's quite interesting. Chang Chumo immediately asked Li Wangyu. Needless to say, this kind of thing was definitely his doing. Li Wangyu wasn't in a hurry to speak. He first took out a folding fan from his waist and opened it with a schwa sound. After being angered by the old scoundrel, he naturally had to make it up to his son. Brother Chumo, this thing is called sunglasses. Do you want it? Sunglasses? Ziyu, you made them? They look just like Bayan. Quickly bring them out and let your older brother see. Brother Chumo, I naturally have sunglasses, but... Chapter 466. Li Wangyu did not finish his sentence, which made Chang Chumo's heart itch. He saw his father wearing sunglasses and thought it was very interesting. Naturally, Chang Chumo wanted to get a pair. But what? Ziyu, if you have something to say, just say it. Even if I have to risk my life, I will not hesitate. Chang Chumo patted his chest loudly. Li Wangyu heard him say this and could not help but smile until his eyes narrowed into slits. It was as if there was a fox's tail wagging behind him. Since Brother Chumo said so, I will not be pretentious. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he pulled out a large stack of invitations like magic and stuffed them into Chang Chumo's arms. I am moving to a new house on the 31st of this month. Brother Chumo, please help me with these invitations, please. The nobles of the Tang dynasty naturally had to formally hand over invitations if they wanted to treat someone to a meal. Moreover, these invitations could not be casually sent by the servants. They had to be of a certain status. This was basic etiquette. Now that Li Wangyu was in Noda's Chang'an city, he knew a lot of rich and powerful people. Since he was moving to a new house, he naturally had to invite many guests. Therefore, on such a hot day, running all over Chang'an city to deliver invitations was definitely a difficult task. Chang Chumo was naturally aware of this. Hugging the stack of invitations in his arms, his expression was bitter, but he was also curious. Zio, you have too many invitations. Where did you get them from? That's not important. Like Doraemon. Li Wangyu reached into his waist and pulled out a pair of purple crystal sunglasses and put them on his face. Brother Chumo, what do you think of these sunglasses? Chang Chumo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and replied with difficulty. Ziyu, leave this matter to me. These sunglasses. Li Wangyu was not stingy and immediately pulled out 3 more pairs of sunglasses and handed them to Chang Chumo. In fact, these sunglasses were originally prepared for the rich. Now that they could exchange them for free labor, it was a huge profit. Chang Chumo was just like his father. After putting on the sunglasses, he immediately asked the servant girl to bring him a bronze mirror. In front of the bronze mirror, he stroked his hair and flirted for a long time. Finally, the flirtatious man was satisfied and put down the bronze mirror. Li Wangyu was about to ask him to take him to see the troops that Chang Yaojin had given him, when he saw Chang Chumo waving his hand to summon another maidservant. Go get Erlang and San Lang. Yes. Under Li Wangyu's puzzled gaze, Chang Chumo made a shushing gesture to him, indicating that he should not speak. After Chang Chuliang and Chang Chubi were called over, they exchanged greetings with Li Wangyu. Then, they saw the rainbow-colored crystal sunglasses that Li Wangyu and his elder brother were wearing. Dalong, what are you carrying? These are the sunglasses that Zio gave me. These sunglasses can block the sun after you wear them. It's amazing. The most important thing is, don't you think that your elder brother has become a lot more handsome? Chang Chumo laughed and began to explain the benefits of the sunglasses to his 2 younger brothers. Good stuff, Dalong. Lend it to me. When Chang Chuliang heard this, he could not hold back and reached out to grab it. Chang Chumo was already prepared and dodged. Do you want it? Yes. But there is no free lunch in the world. Chang Chumo turned around and stuffed the stack of invitations into the arms of his 2 younger brothers. Zio will be moving to a new house in a few days. You go and help him deliver these invitations. This elder brother will give you 2 these sunglasses. Chang Chumo's actions left Li Wangyu dumbfounded. F***ck. This is too shameless. Very Chang Yaojin style. Deceiving his 2 younger brothers like this. Really despicable. However, Li Wangyu did not intend to expose Chang Chumo. He just watched from the sidelines and watched the show with peace of mind. As long as someone helped him deliver the invitations, he did not care whether it was Chang Chumo or Chang Chuliang. When Chang Chubi heard his elder brother's words, he was just about to nod and agree, but he was stopped by Chang Chuliang. Wait, it's just a pair of sunglasses. How can San Lang and I split them? Then let's add another set. 1 for each of you. That should be fine, right? Chang Chuliang nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then it's settled. Give us the sunglasses first. After the 2 sides agreed on the terms, Chang Chumo immediately took out 2 pairs of sunglasses and gave them to his younger brothers. Chang Chuliang and Chang Chubi immediately put on their sunglasses, hugged the stack of invitations, and laughed as they walked out. Erlang, you are really smart. Otherwise Dalong would have deceived us again. Humph, of course. I have seen through Dalong's trick long ago. The 2 brothers walked away with their arms around each other's shoulders, leaving Li Wangyu sweating like a waterfall. It seems that Uncle Cheng's stupid sons have a worrying IQ. Chang Chumo, on the other hand, was not the least bit ashamed of deceiving his younger brothers. He hooked his arm around Li Wangyu's shoulder and said, Zio, let's go. My father has already told me to bring you to meet those old ruffians. Wait, Brother Chumo, what veteran ruffians? Li Wangyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. Chang Chumo, who felt that he had misspoken, immediately looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, today's weather is really good. The sky is really blue. Chang'an, tell me clearly. Li Wangyu was angry. This bastard, he dared to play dumb with him. There must be something wrong. It's nothing. Don't you want a troop? Let's go. The Jinwu guards, my family has already prepared it for you. Chang Chumo still wanted to talk about other things. Li Wangyu was so angry that he grabbed Chang Chumo's collar. Tell me clearly, what veteran ruffians are you talking about? Uncle Chang, what troop did you prepare for me? Actually, there are some people, but whether you can take them with you or not, it's hard to say. Zio, I'll tell you the truth, in Chang'an, it's actually not easy to recruit troops. Chang Chumo saw that he could not hide it from Li Wangyu, so he might as well tell him everything. The military system of the Tang dynasty at the beginning of the Tang dynasty was the government army system. In normal times, the government soldiers were farmers who cultivated the land. They trained during the farm breaks, and in times of war they fought in the army. Moreover, the government soldiers had to prepare their own weapons and horses. In other words, in the Tang dynasty, those who could raise government soldiers had to have good family conditions. Otherwise, they would not be able to afford weapons, clothing, and horses. These soldiers were conscripted from the various military prefectures and prefectures. All middle-aged men above the age of 21 to 60 were conscripted. The imperial guards of the 16 guards of the southern Yamen were all selected from the government soldiers and took turns to serve. Therefore, there were not many government soldiers who were willing to join the noble families and become part of their troops. After all, being part of a troop was dependent on one's status. How could these government soldiers with good family conditions be willing to be part of someone else's troop? Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Among the government soldiers, there were naturally many whose families went bankrupt for various reasons, or who were unwilling to return to their hometown after the death of their parents. There were also some who wanted to join the noble families and fight for a future for themselves. In Chang'an City, most of the troops of big and small dignitaries and aristocratic families joined the troops because of these reasons. This time, Cheng Yaojin found dozens of veterans who were unwilling to return to their hometown and were willing to join the noble families and noble families for Li Wangyu. However, it did not mean that these veterans would listen to Cheng Yaojin's words and join Li Wangyu, the county magistrate who founded the country. After all, in Chang'an, there were many nobles and noble families who wanted to recruit troops. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, and a good minister chooses a master to serve. This group of veterans were all very capable, but Li Wangyu might not be able to recruit them. The only thing Cheng Yaojin could do was to connect the two parties. As for whether it would work or not, it would depend on Li Wangyu's own ability. After listening to Cheng Chumo's explanation, Li Wangyu could not help but curse in his heart. Damn it, he was tricked by Cheng Yaojin again. In the past, Yuchi Jingda and the others had bragged so much. He really took it for granted that, with Cheng Yaojin's word, his government would have dozens of loyal troops. It turned out that this was the same as the recruitment in the future. It was a double selection. Chapter 467. Cheng Chumo's words made Li Wangyu feel a little conflicted. The imperial guards were in charge of patrolling the palace and the capital city day and night. They were also responsible for the safety of the emperor. In the words of the later generations, it was equivalent to the Central Guard Bureau. Therefore, the old soldiers of the imperial guards were outstanding and were favored by the nobles and aristocratic families in Chang'an. He was just a powerless county earl who founded the country. How could these old soldiers be willing to submit to him? Compared to those nobles and aristocratic families, he did not seem to have any advantages. Although he was the county earl who founded the country, there were many dukes, county dukes, and aristocratic families in Chang'an. Moreover, they all held military power or were officials in the imperial court. If he were one of these old soldiers, he would not choose to submit to an empty shell like him. No wonder Cheng Yaojin was not prepared to show up. It seemed that this old hooligan also felt that the old soldiers under his command might not be interested in him. In fact, it was not impossible for Li Wangyu not to recruit these imperial soldiers as his troops. If it was not possible, he could go to the market and buy some strong servants to guard the house. Most of the rich families in Chang'an were like this. It was rare to find someone like Li Wangyu who had two subordinate troops. Those who were not dukes, county dukes, or aristocratic families were not qualified to have troops. However, Li Wangyu felt that those servants were just for show. They looked strong, but they did not have much fighting power. Niu Wu once said that it was not a problem for him to fight 7 or 8 of such strong young men. Li Wangyu was not willing to entrust his safety to such people. He had another choice, which was to recruit troops from Dingzhou village. In Dingzhou village, there were more than 500 villagers and about 200 young men. Most of these young men had been trained by the old soldiers and could be considered skilled in archery and horse riding. Moreover, they were very loyal to Li Wangyu and were on his side. it was easy to use them. However, Li Wangyu could not bear to let them go. The villagers of Dingzhou village were like family to him and his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu did not wish for the villagers to join the vassal forces and become part of the troops. They would also have to protect their homes and courtyards, and they might even face other dangers. After figuring out all of this, Li Wangyu was speechless. Chang Yaojin, Yuchi Jingda, those old scoundrels, back then their big talk shook the heavens, as if they could casually gift him some troops. He actually believed it. Now that he thought about it, he was really naive to have been tricked by these shameless old hooligans. But now, even though Chang Yaojin was unreliable, Li Wangyu could only give it a try. Let's go with Cheng Chumo to try to recruit those veteran ruffians and see if our small company can move them. Brother Chumo, let's go. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Alright, let's go then. On the left and right of the Jinwu guards, there were a total of 73 old soldiers who expressed their willingness to join the army. Most of these people have served in the army for many years and their abilities are indisputable. How many troops you can recruit will depend on your ability, Brother Chumo. I have high hopes for you. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. Are you Constable Xing? You have high hopes for me. He was too lazy to say anything else. He placed the crystal sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and snapped his fingers, indicating for Cheng Chumo to lead the way. The two of them left Duke Lu's estate. Li Wangyu called Niu Wu and the three of them rode toward the Jinwu Guards' encampment. When they dismounted at the entrance of the Jinwu Guards' encampment, an imperial army captain immediately bowed to Cheng Chumo. As a trusted subordinate of the Jinwu Guards, even though it was just a nominal position, Cheng Chumo was still a 6th-rank Jinwu Guards general. Furthermore, Chang Yaojin was his old man, so there were no taboos in the Jinwu Guards. With him leading the way, the journey was smooth and unimpeded. Cheng Chumo gave a few instructions and the Imperial Army captain immediately had his subordinates run to the entrance of the encampment to inform the old ruffians. The guard's army lieutenant led the way in front, preparing to lead the three of them to a small drill ground. After taking a few steps, they heard the sound of horse hooves behind them. Cheng Chumo turned his head and his face couldn't help but turn unsightly. However, he still respectfully greeted the person who had come. This child pays respect to grandfather. Greetings to Duke Lu. Why are the two of you free to come to the Jinwu Guards encampment today? Are you looking for my lord? He isn't in the encampment today. The person who had come was Cheng Chumo's mother's father, Chang Yaojin's convenient father-in-law, the head of the Chui clan of Qinghe, Chui Xian. The other person was Duke Lu, the general of the Right Guards, Ho Junji. Cheng Chumo and his two brothers were born from Chang Yaojin's first wife, Madame Sunday. They had a good relationship with their father's second wife, Madame Chui, but they didn't have a good impression of this convenient grandfather. But regardless, Chui Xian was still their senior, so they naturally had to show him some courtesy. And Ho Junji was Chang Yaojin's colleague, a big shot in the army, so they naturally had to treat him with respect. Although Ho Junji's relationship with Chang Yaojin wasn't that bad, they were both officials of the court, so their relationship wasn't too stiff. Cheng Chumo was very curious as to why these two had come to the Jinwu Guards encampment today. When Li Wangyu saw the two of them, he naturally went up to greet them. This one pays respect to Duke Lu and Duke Chui. Although he didn't have a good relationship with the great clans, he still had to show the necessary courtesy. As for Ho Junji, they didn't seem to have much interaction. But Li Wangyu knew that this fellow was extremely arrogant and proud, and his future wouldn't be very good, so he had no intention of getting too close to him. But upon seeing Ho Junji, Li Wangyu suddenly had an interesting idea. If Li Changqian, under his tutelage, became a loving father and filial son with Pai Lupi, Li Changqian probably wouldn't try to rebel again. What would happen to Ho Junji then? It was rather interesting. Chui Xian and Ho Junji naturally had to return Li Wangyu's greeting, but their tones and attitudes were extremely flat, paying respects to County Earl Chumo. After this simple greeting, the two of them turned to Cheng Chumo. Chumo, we didn't come today to find your lord. Rather, we heard that many old soldiers of the Imperial Army in the Jinwu Guards intend to stay in Chang'an and join the vassal army. Thus, we came today to recruit these old soldiers. Nanny? These two fellows also came to recruit those old ruffians? Li Wangyu's face instantly turned rather nasty. Fuck! This damn Cheng Yaojin. How could a woman get married so many times? It seemed like this recruitment had become a recruitment meeting. Even competitors had come out. In truth, Cheng Yaojin had no other choice. No matter what, Cui Xian was still his father-in-law. And Ho Junji was a fellow duke in the army, so he naturally couldn't give these two any face. The fact that some old soldiers of the Jinwu Guards wanted to join the vassal army naturally couldn't be kept a secret, and quite a few people knew about it. Hearing this, Chang Chumo's face turned ugly. He looked at Li Wangyu with a troubled expression, but he could only nod his head and say, "If that is the case, then I ask grandfather and Duke Lu to travel with us. County Count, who has also come today for this matter." Cui Xian couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression when he heard this. He snorted coldly but didn't say anything. Ho Junji, on the other hand, had a playful smile on his face as he looked at Li Wangyu. "County Count, who you also want to recruit soldiers? That's truly interesting, heh." After saying this, Ho Junji strode back into the Jinwu Guard camp, leaving Li Wangyu with a pained expression as he mentally cursed. Interesting, your sister. Chapter 468. On a small drill ground in the barracks of the Golden Guard, the old soldiers of the Golden Guard who had received the notice had already gathered. The 73 old soldiers were either standing or squatting, chatting in groups of twos and threes as they waited for Wang Chong and the others to arrive. When they saw Cheng Chumo, a general of the Imperial Guard, arrive, they simply stood up and gave a casual bow. But they were more interested in Cui Xian, Ho Junji, and the others behind Cheng Chumo. They were well aware that if nothing unexpected happened, this would be the main family they would be joining in the future. As for Li Wangyu, he had long been ignored by this group of ruffians. They all thought that he was just here to watch the show and was a descendant of some noble family. Li Wangyu followed Cheng Chumo into the drill ground. When he saw the ruffian appearance of these old soldiers, he couldn't help but be speechless. Are you sure that these are valiant soldiers? What difference was there between this group of people and the villagers who had finished their farm work and gathered together to chat? In his imagination, shouldn't these elite soldiers have bright armor, imposing appearances, and valiant spirits as they crossed the Yalu River? Pui, wrong, should they be majestic and valiant? These fellows wrapped in jackets and wearing scarves, standing and sitting without a proper posture, were they really the valiant soldiers of the left and right Golden Guards? Li Wangyu cast a doubtful glance at Cheng Chumo, wondering if this old hoodlum Cheng Yaojin was trying to trick him again. Cheng Chumo could see the doubt in his heart and chuckled. Before he could explain, Niu Wu suddenly spoke. "Lang Jun, these people are incredible. They are all valiant soldiers who have killed and seen blood." Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned by Niu Wu's words. These village-like people were valiant soldiers? Niu Wu, are you sure you're not mistaken? Niu Wu nodded with certainty. There's no mistake. When I was in the army, I saw many valiant soldiers like this. These valiant soldiers seem casual, but they can actually go on a rampage at any time. They seem undisciplined, but they are actually valiant and have a fierce aura. If Lang Jun can recruit these people, it would be quite good. Li Wangyu naturally believed Niu Wu's words. No matter what, the Niu brothers were the kings of the special forces in the Sui army. To be able to become a member of the Tabai army, all of them were elites. Furthermore, the Niu brothers were Turks who had fought bloody battles on the battlefield. They were veterans who had survived hundreds of battles. Speaking of which, he was really lucky to have the Niu brothers wholeheartedly attach themselves to him as part of the troops. Li Wangyu suddenly asked curiously, "Niu Wu, how do these people's skills compare to yours?" Niu Wu, on the other hand, was not polite at all. He raised his head proudly and said, "Bare-handed, I can fight 1-against-2. If I have a suitable weapon, bow and arrow, I won't be afraid even if there's a fire in the forest." His words made Li Wangyu involuntarily click his tongue. A single flame was equivalent to 10 people. In the era of cold weapons, what kind of concept was it to have one person fighting against 10 people? Niu Wu added, "If Big Brother was here, I would join hands with him. Without holding back, I wouldn't be afraid of these 70 people." Li Wangyu took his words as he was bragging. After all, when Zheng Kongbua from the Zheng family led his troops to attack the carriage in the East City, Niu Yong had suffered a little and was slightly injured. How could he be as strong as Niu Wu bragged? What Li Wangyu didn't know was that Niu Yong had also faced the troops of the Zheng family, who were also fierce soldiers. Secondly, Niu Yong's methods were mainly to kill in one blow. He was also missing an arm. Under the circumstances where he couldn't kill, he could only use 40 to 50% of his skills. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage. While Li Wangyu and Niu Wu were whispering to each other, Cheng Chumo took 2 steps forward, raised his voice, and introduced to the veteran ruffians the identities of these nobles who wanted to recruit them. Listen up, this is the family head of the Chui family, Duke Chui. This is the Duke of Lu, Great General Ho. This young man is quite extraordinary. He is the founding county count of the country, the Hu County Count. At present, he has a great reputation in Chang'an. The Three Kingdoms book that you all like to listen to recently was written by this Hu County Count. Cheng Chumo also had his differences. He only gave a simple introduction to Chui Xian and Ho Junji, but when it came to Li Wangyu, he was full of praise. However, these words of his were a little useless. In front of the reputation of the Chui family and Ho Junji, there didn't seem to be any old soldiers interested in a minor founding county count like Li Wangyu. After all, there was no one in the world who didn't know of the Chui clan. At the time, the Chui clan was regarded as the #1 clan in the world, the leader of the northern clans. In the 6th year of Chang'an, in order to suppress the influence of the great clans and strengthen his imperial authority, Pai Lupi ordered people to revise the clan annals and re-rank the clans. But in the 12th year of Chang'an, when the clan annals were completed, the Chui clan was still ranked first. This infuriated Pai Lupi so much that he wanted to die. Under the forceful suppression of Pai Lupi, he ordered people to revise the clan annals, and only then did he carry out Pai Lupi's orders. With the imperial clan as the leader and the relatives of the emperor as second, the Chui clan was demoted to the 3rd tier. From this, one could see the status of the Chui clan in the eyes of the common people. Today, the head of the Chui clan, Chui Xian, had personally come to recruit them. What sort of glory was this? As for Ho Junji, although he wasn't from a great clan, he was the Duke of Lu and the great general of the Right Guard. To those old soldiers who wanted to fight for a better future, he was rather attractive. As for Li Wangyu, he was beautifully ignored. Although the Golden Guards protected Chang'an and knew all sorts of things in the city, they had heard of Li Wangyu. They had long ago heard of Li Wangyu, the newly promoted county count of Huxian, and they knew that he had stirred up a great deal of trouble. But in any case, in their view, a young county count who had yet to become an official of the court had no power or influence. How could he possibly compare to the other 2 clans? After hearing Cheng Chumo's introduction, the attitude of these old soldiers became much more respectful, and they once more bowed to Chui Xian, Ho Junji, and Li Wangyu. But the majority of their gazes were on Chui Xian and Ho Junji. They only curiously glanced at Li Wangyu. After all, Li Wangyu was a young county count, and there were many rumors about him in the market square of Chang'an. Some called him a wastrel, some called him the god of wealth, and some said that he was the reincarnation of the literati star or a divine physician. But to these old soldiers, these were just idle chatter. If they wanted to entrust the rest of their lives to such a young man, throw themselves into a vassal state, and regard him as their master, they would almost never consider it. Chui Xian and Ho Junji naturally noticed the behavior of these ruffians. The 2 of them looked at Li Wangyu with ridicule. They felt that this county count was about to lose a great deal of face today. Chui Xian was already thinking that once this matter was over, he would bring this matter to the banquet and have a good talk about it. County Count Huxian had wanted to recruit troops, but he had ended up returning in defeat. For the great clans, this matter was enough to make them laugh for a very long time. Cheng Chumo's face also darkened, but there was nothing he could say. He could only mutter, "Grandfather, Duke Marquis Zio, tell them about the salary." He was going to talk about this salary and benefits. Li Wangyu was well aware that whether or not he could recruit troops today would depend on whether or not the benefits he offered were attractive enough. Chapter 469. After exchanging some pleasantries, Chui Xian and Hou Junji ignored Li Wangyu and turned to the veterans. The Chui clan of Qinghe receives a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins. If there is any injury or death, there will be additional compensation and rewards. This one's residence is the same as Duke Chui's. In truth, Chui Xian and Hou Junji's conditions were the customary conditions for the great clans and nobles of Chang'an, and to recruit soldiers. A monthly salary of 6 strings of coins was truly not a low income. This was the same as the salary of a rank 2 official of the imperial court. Of course, officials also received other benefits, as well as income from land. But 6 strings of coins was still equivalent to the actual income of a rank 4 official. In a situation where the average income of Chang'an was the same, this was considered a high-income class. Thus, unless one was a noble, one would not be able to support a troop. If not for the fact that Li Wangyu didn't lack money, he wouldn't have dared to ask for 50 soldiers. Even at the market price, 50 soldiers would still cost 300 strings of coins a month. After all, the soldiers had to protect their master, and when needed, it was very normal for them to put their lives on the line. Thus, the master naturally gave his soldiers generous treatment, similar to that of bodyguards in the future. The veterans nodded in satisfaction at Chui Xian and Hou Junji's conditions, and they began to whisper to each other about whether to join the Chui clan of Qinghe or Hou Junji. While everyone was discussing animatedly, Li Wangyu burst out laughing, attracting everyone's attention. Chui Xian and Hou Junji didn't like Li Wangyu to begin with, and now, they found him even more frivolous and couldn't help but show anger. Li Wangyu put away his smile and lightly coughed. My apologies, I couldn't hold back for a moment. I just didn't think that the monthly salary of the soldiers in Chang'an would be so low. The monthly salary that my county count of Hu County gives to the soldiers. Cough, cough. Nyowu, tell me, how much is your monthly salary? Soldiers were different from servants. Although they were subordinates, they did not sell their bodies to the master, so they naturally had to be paid. Li Wangyu had been a poor loser in the past, so he had been unwilling to take in the Nyo brothers mainly because he was poor and couldn't afford a salary. Fortunately, the Nyo brothers didn't care about this at all. The two of them were here to repay the debt of gratitude. Li Wangyu made a fortune very quickly. In less than half a year, his net worth had increased rapidly. The treasury in the old house could not hold any more copper coins. Naturally, he would not be stingy with the Nyo brothers. Moreover, after the Nyo brothers got married, they would also have to support their own mother-in-law. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't let these two brothers be embarrassed. Nyowu grinned at the group of veterans and said with a simple and honest smile, "Now that eldest brother and I have received Longjuan's favor, our monthly salary will be 50 strings of copper coins." His words caused an uproar among the veterans. 50 strings of coins a month? Was this a joke? How could the main family give such a high salary to the troops? Could it be that this county earl was, as the rumors said, the god of fortune in this world? Actually, Li Wangyu originally wanted to give the Nyo brothers a monthly salary of 100 strings of copper coins. But the two brothers refused to accept it no matter what, so he reduced it to 50 strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu's businesses were now bringing in a daily income that he couldn't even calculate. So how could he care about such a small sum of money? If everyone is willing to come to my county earl's residence, 50 strings of copper coins is temporarily out of the question. But I'm still willing to pay 30 strings of copper coins a month. Li Wangyu wasn't afraid of messing up the market. He directly shouted out a price 5 times that of Chui Xian and Hou Junji, causing the faces of the two bigwigs to turn green. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but that they couldn't pay it like this. After all, the two of them weren't a single person like Li Wangyu. They were a large family with a large business, so how could they act so recklessly? If they used this price to recruit these troops, wouldn't the old people in the residence also get a raise? Li Wangyu now somewhat understood the thoughts of the owner of Chelsea Football Club, Roman Abramovich. This daddy isn't a rich family, but this daddy has money. I'll use money to smash you to death. Are you tempted by a monthly salary of 30 strings of copper coins? If the Chui clan of Qinghe and Hou Junji wanted to compete with him in terms of money, then he didn't care. Even if it was a monthly salary of 100 strings of copper coins, he would still be willing to pay. At the same time, he would have an excuse to give the Niu brothers a raise. After saying these words, Li Wangyu beamed at Cui Xian and Hou Junji, waiting for them to raise the conditions for recruiting troops. Everyone present was tempted by a monthly salary of 30 strings of copper coins. Wasn't it precisely for the sake of fame and fortune that they were willing to join the noble clans? For a moment they hesitated. The county earl's residence that they had never considered before had now entered the sights of these old ruffians. No one would refuse money, and 5 times the monthly salary was enough to tempt these old ruffians. Everyone turned to Cui Xian and Hou Junji, wanting to see if these two bigwigs had anything to say. Cui Xian and Hou Junji were inwardly cursing, but when they saw the gazes of the crowd, Cui Xian hesitated for a while before saying, "In the future, when you have children, they can enter the Cui clan of Chang'an to study." Hou Junji scanned the crowd and said, "The troops of this residence will follow this one into battle, and their contributions will be calculated. In the future, it is possible for any of you to become a general in the army." These two conditions had tempted these old soldiers. Joining the Cui clan of Chang'an and Hou Junji might not bring them much money, but it wasn't without benefits. The Cui clan of Chang'an had the advantage of stability, and their children could study in the Cui clan of Chang'an and have a promising future. And joining Hou Junji would allow them to make contributions on the battlefield. While they were both on the battlefield, serving in the army was completely different from serving as a duke's subordinate. Firstly, it was safer, and secondly, it was easier to make contributions. There were many captains and commandants in the army who had been promoted from serving as the subordinates of bigwigs in the army. At this moment, Li Wangyu opened his mouth again. "The county count's manor of Hu County will provide each troop with a house and a wife." "Nanny? Wife?" His words not only caused Cui Xian and Hou Junji's eyes to widen, but the eyes of the old soldiers also turned red. The reason why these old soldiers were willing to stay in Chang'an and join the nobility was naturally because they had no one to rely on. Of these 73 people, their parents were no longer alive, and they hadn't married yet. Otherwise, these soldiers with families wouldn't be willing to become subordinates. To put it bluntly, these 73 old bachelors were single dogs. They were no different from the original Niu clan brothers. Hearing that they would be given a wife, the crowd naturally went into an uproar. "County Earl of Wuxia, you must be joking. You can give a wife? She can't be a maid bought from the market, right? Is she really a woman with a clean background?" Li Wangyu turned to Niu Wu and asked, "Niu Wu, tell us, what is your wife's background?" Niu Wu couldn't help but be a little surprised. He rubbed his hands together and chuckled foolishly. "Before my wife married me, she was a palace maid in the Taiji Palace. Is she beautiful? As beautiful as a fairy." Li Wangyu nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he turned to the old soldiers and asked, "Did you hear that? A palace maid in the Taiji Palace. Do you want her?" The wolves howled, "Yes." Chapter 470. Li Wangyu inwardly cursed. These old perverts. When they heard that he was going to marry a beautiful wife, they started howling like wolves. His words just now had Cui Xian and Hou Junji panicking. Hou Junji's face turned stiff. "County Count who? How could you say such things? Marriage is naturally decided by the parents. What reason is there to give them away? Aren't you a sex matchmaker?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. "How am I a sex matchmaker? Of course, it's a formal marriage. Isn't this Chu of mine also a formal marriage? Duke Marquis should know that the sage personally gave her away, right?" Hou Junji angrily retorted. "Even so, the sage showed mercy last time and allowed 3,000 palace maids to leave the palace. Presumably, this Chu of yours is also one of those palace maids. But now, where are you going to give your fellow soldiers the chance to marry palace maids? Aren't you just using your fellow soldiers to tease us?" His words made the old ruffians rather suspicious. Just because County Count whose soldiers could marry palace maids didn't mean that they could as well. Li Wangyu chuckled. "Why not? I can ask the sage to release several dozen palace maids. This isn't a difficult matter." "You? Who do you think you are?" Hou Junji was so infuriated that he almost choked on his own saliva. Me? Surnamed Li. Given name Wang Yu, given name Zio. Has Duke Marquis forgotten? Li Wangyu shook his head, seemingly regretting that Hou Junji's memory was poor. Before Hou Junji could speak, he added, "Right? My uncle's surname is also Li." Hou Junji was rendered speechless by his words. On the other hand, Li Wangyu was delighted. He had finally experienced the pleasure of shouting "My father is Li Gang" in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, how could "My father is Li Gang" compare to "My uncle is Li Shimin"? Saying these words made his mind and body feel refreshed. His thoughts clear. Li Wangyu truly wasn't trying to fool these old ruffians. In any case, there were still several thousand palace maids in Taiji Palace. With his reputation, it would not be difficult to ask Pai Lupi to release dozens of palace maids who were willing to marry. The performance of these veteran ruffians even made Li Wangyu wonder if he could use this method to recruit long-term troops in the future. He didn't think that having a few dozen troops was enough. Even that Zhang Liang had shamelessly taken in 500 fake soldiers. Li Wangyu, had so many businesses. If he didn't recruit more troops to protect them, it wouldn't do. If Pai Lupi knew that Li Wangyu used the palace maids in his Taiji Palace as a bargaining chip to recruit troops, he would probably chop Li Wangyu into pieces. Li Wangyu's shameless words made even Chang Chumo's eyes widen. Hedonistic, he was too hedonistic. Seeing that many of the Golden Guards still didn't understand, Chang Chumo could only lightly cough and say to the stunned veterans, "County Count whose Uncle Tsong is the current sage." The Uncle Tsong who hasn't stepped out of his first marriage. With his explanation, the old ruffians from the Jinwu Guard finally understood why Li Wangyu had said those words. The young county count in front of them was the current sage's nephew Tsong, who hasn't stepped out of his first marriage. 5 times the salary, a promised daughter-in-law, and a frighteningly deep background. This county count who seemed to be the one in high demand. Before anyone could say anything, Li Wangyu added another heavy bargaining chip. In the future, when you have children, they can study with His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness King Yu, and the sage's 7th prince, His Highness King Jin. This lord might also accept them as disciples. His words first stunned the veteran ruffians. Then they became ecstatic. Yes, how could they forget that this county count who was the Crown Prince's imperial tutor? If they became his troops, wouldn't their sons be able to study with the Crown Prince in the future? In comparison, the teachings of the Chui clan of Qinghe weren't even worth a mention. In truth, they had also forgotten that the Crown Prince was already 9 years old. But they didn't even know where their daughter-in-law was. Even if they were to get married right away and give birth to a son after 10 months, how old would Li Chengxian be by the time he reached the age where he could study? How could he possibly study with those brats? However, Li Wangyu wasn't trying to fool them. After all, the future emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Ji, had just been born. If they moved fast enough, it wasn't impossible for their children to study with Li Ji in the future. Li Wangyu's many conditions left Chui Xian and Hou Junji with bitter expressions. They had thought that this county count who was overestimating himself by competing with them for a troop. But looking at the gleaming eyes of the veteran ruffians, how could they not know that they had made a wasted trip today? As the head of the Chui clan of Qinghe, Chui Xian didn't like Li Wangyu, but he didn't have much of a grudge against him. Of the 5 clans and 7 watches, only the Zheng clan of Xingyang and the Wang clan of Taiyuan were like fire and water with Li Wangyu. While the other clans didn't like Li Wangyu, they weren't so bad as to make things worse. Seeing that he couldn't do anything, Chui Xian decided to leave. Too lazy to stay any longer, he coldly snorted and led his servants away. Hou Junji wasn't as straightforward. His triangular eyes were filled with hatred as they constantly scanned Li Wangyu's body. Hou Junji had always been a narrow-minded man with a crude personality. The old book of Tang described his character as arrogant and reserved. Pai Lupi had ordered Li Jing to teach him the art of war, but this fellow had turned to Pai Lupi and falsely accused Li Jing of plotting a rebellion. From this, one could see just how narrow-minded Hou Junji was. He had rendered a great service in the coup at the Xuanwu Gate and had been made Duke of Lu and Great General of the Right Guard. With his pride, he naturally looked down on Li Wangyu, the founding county count. But today, Li Wangyu had managed to steal the limelight when he had come to recruit soldiers for the Golden Guard, infuriating Hou Junji. In truth, Li Wangyu had never offended him. It was just a fair competition. His offer wasn't as generous as Li Wangyu's, but Hou Junji was so angry that he vented his anger on Li Wangyu. But Hou Junji also knew that Li Wangyu was a noble and also Pai Lupi's nephew, so he couldn't do anything to him. His triangular eyes couldn't help but turn to Niu Wu, who was standing behind Li Wangyu, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. County Count Hu, this one has heard that one of your two soldiers is one-armed and one-eyed. Today I see that this is just as I expected. Since you're willing to give this one-eyed soldier a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins, he must be very capable for County Count Hu to value him so highly, right? But County Count Hu is willing to give the one-eyed soldier a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins. But County Count Hu is only giving 30 strings of coins to these elite soldiers of the Golden Guard. Isn't this a little unfair? TSK. This one truly feels that these soldiers aren't worth it. Hou Junji's words were extremely harsh. He was clearly trying to sow discord between these old ruffians of the Golden Guard and Niu Wu, painting Li Wangyu in the eye. As expected, as he tried to sow discord, those old ruffians of the Golden Guard began to look at Niu Wu with ill intent. They were already planning to submit to Li Wangyu, so they naturally wanted to display their abilities in front of him. Just as Duke Lu had said, if this one-eyed soldier could get a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins, why couldn't they? Chapter 471. Li Wangyu was infuriated by Hou Junji's shameless words. He really wanted to curse out loud. What does it have to do with you? And Hou Junji's insult of Niu Wu being a one-eyed dragon had infuriated Li Wangyu even more. But Hou Junji's provocative words had stirred up the hearts of these ruffians. Faced with a group of eager killers, Li Wangyu was caught off guard for a moment. He had a deep relationship with the Niu brothers, and it wasn't something that could be described as formidable. Even if the Niu brothers didn't have much skill, he wouldn't look down on them. He would never abandon them. When he was still insignificant, he was still having a headache over how to survive the plague of locusts. At that time, the Niu brothers had already pledged themselves to him. How could this friendship be measured by a monthly salary? To put it bluntly, Niu Yong and Niu Wu were Li Wangyu's family in the Tang dynasty. Let alone a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins, even if he had to give half of the family fortune to these two brothers. Li Wangyu wouldn't even bat an eyelid. But he couldn't explain these words to these ruffians in a short time. But Li Wangyu didn't want Niu Wu to fight with these ruffians to prove his ability. Although Niu Wu had said that he wouldn't have a problem fighting one against two, fists and kicks had no eyes. If Niu Wu was injured, Li Wangyu would be heartbroken. Even if he injured these ruffians, it would still be very troublesome. Li Wangyu naturally understood that this group of old ruffians had the intention of throwing themselves into his residence. In the future, these people would be Niu Wu's comrades. If they were to get angry and hurt the harmony, it wouldn't be good. But before he could think of a way to speak, Niu Wu puffed out his chest and strode forward. This one truly doesn't have much skill, and I was even blinded in one eye by the Turks. But if you want to measure this one's ability, you can come and try. Niu Wu seemed rash, but he was actually quite meticulous. The reason he had stepped forward to challenge these ruffians wasn't just because of Hou Junji's provocation. Niu Wu was well aware that if this group of assassins wanted to pledge their allegiance to his Langjun, they would become his subordinates. The leader of this song was none other than him and his brother. This was not only due to their confidence in their own abilities, but also due to their understanding of Li Wangyu's righteousness. Therefore, Niu Wu naturally had to consider Li Wangyu. Using his fists to subdue this group of killing geniuses was the best choice. Otherwise, a group of ruffians born in the Jin Wu guards might not necessarily submit to him and his older brother. If they could not achieve unity, how could they protect their own Langjun? Niu Wu's words stunned Li Wangyu, and he subconsciously wanted to object. However, Niu Wu's resolute gaze caused him to hesitate. At the same time, he immediately understood Niu Wu's intentions. But he couldn't stop it, and this only made Li Wangyu even more furious at Hou Junji's despicable conduct. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and said in a clear voice, "Haha, Lord Hou is right. This song of mine doesn't have much skill, just a bit of punching and kicking. After hearing the Marquis's words, I felt that they made sense. This monthly salary of 50 strings of coins was most likely a loss. But since Lord Ho wants to recruit troops today, why don't you let my good-for-nothing troops test their skills against Lord Ho's troops? Let me see the difference between a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins and a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins. TSK. A monthly salary of 6 strings of coins is truly cheap. Lord Ho is truly formidable. Since he couldn't stop Niu Wu, he decided to direct the spearhead to Ho Junji. Didn't you insult Niu Wu for being a one-eyed man? Then let's see how formidable Ho Junji's troops are. Li Wangyu's mention of a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins made the troops behind Ho Junji pale. Just now, when Ho Junji's troops had heard that Li Wangyu's troops were being paid 50 strings of coins a month and that he was offering 30 strings of coins to the veterans of the Jinwu Guards, their eyes had turned red with envy and jealousy. Now that they heard Li Wangyu describe them as cheap goods, they could no longer hold themselves back. Lord Ho, let me test out that one-eyed man's skills. I'd like to see just what sort of person can get a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins. Lord Ho, let this one measure him. Lang Jun. This one requests a battle. Li Wangyu's words had provoked Ho Junji's troops into acting like they had eaten gunpowder. This was far beyond Ho Junji's expectations. He had always been the one scheming against others, but now he had been tricked by this youth, causing Ho Junji's face to scowl. But now that his troops were all asking for a battle, how could he say no? But Ho Junji was in no rush. He naturally had absolute confidence in his subordinates. These were the valiant soldiers of his army who had fought alongside him for many years. Ho Junji felt that dealing with a one-eyed man was no problem. He only regretted that his plan to sow discord had been ruined by Li Wangyu's simple words. Since County Count who is interested, then let them have a match. But Ho Junji's triangular eyes gleamed with cold light as he stared at Li Wangyu like a viper. But since it's a match, there should be a little prize. What does County Count who think? Oh? What does Lord Ho mean? Ho Junji sinisterly chuckled. This one has heard that County Count whose estate has a 40% share in the Shadaozi wine workshop. This one is not greedy, so if you use 20% as the wager, does County Count who dare to make a bet? Li Wangyu inwardly cursed at these words. This bastard was actually eyeing his businesses? Li Wangyu was also perplexed. This carriage company, the wine workshop, and the underwear store were all money trees. Which noble in Chang'an wouldn't be envious? But everyone knew that this was a joint venture between Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi. No matter how envious others were, none of them dared to touch it. So why was Ho Junji so bold as to covet a share in the wine workshop? But when he thought about Ho Junji's reputation in history for being greedy, Li Wangyu understood. This fellow had always been a bastard who viewed wealth as his life. In the 14th year of Chang'an, Ho Junji had led an army to destroy Gaochang, plundering the kingdom of Gaochang and stuffing his own pockets with treasure. In the history books, it was written that he obtained the essence of gold and mules, but the imperial residents did not have it, so he hid it and did not offer it. He even dared to take the precious spoils of war for himself. From this, one could see just how greedy he was. Li Wangyu inwardly sneered as he calmly asked, if Lord Ho is interested, then there's no problem. But what will Lord Ho use as the prize? Ho Junji heartily laughed and said, this one's residence has 2 supreme beauties. Would County Count who be interested? Li Wangyu's face darkened. Damn, 2 women in exchange for 20% of the wine workshop. Was this Ho Junji crazy? He suddenly recalled a rumor he had read about Ho Junji in unofficial history. After Ho Junji was executed, he made a record of his residence and obtained 2 beauties. Taizong asked about them and replied, ever since you came, you have often eaten human milk instead of rice. This was about Ho Junji's residence being recorded after he was killed for his rebellion. Not only did they find all sorts of treasures, they even obtained 2 supreme beauties. These 2 beauties were peerless in appearance, and their skin was even smoother than a baby's. Pai Lupi curiously asked how they maintained their skin, and the answer was, Ever since I entered the Marquis residence, I have eaten human milk as rice every day. Li Wangyu almost got goosebumps when he thought about this unofficial history. He didn't have such heavy tastes as Ho Junji, and besides, was he the kind of person who couldn't move at the sight of beauties? Using 2 women to gamble with him for a share in the wine workshop was simply wishful thinking. Heh, Lord Ho should keep the beauties for himself to enjoy. I'm not interested, so why don't Lord Ho use some other prize? Chapter 472. Ho Junji could only shake his head at Li Wangyu's words. It seems that County Count Huxian is still young and doesn't understand the benefits of this stunning beauty. Haha, since that's the case, this one will take out 20% of the Chang'an gambling house and gamble with County Count Huxian. How about it? The Chang'an gambling house was Ho Junji's property, one of the 72 gambling houses in Chang'an. Li Wangyu immediately shook his head. Might I ask Lord Marquis how much your Chang'an gambling house earns each month? This about 5,000 strings of cash. Li Wangyu coldly chuckled. Heh. Does Lord Marquis know how much the winery earns each month? This one does not know. At present, the winery earns 40,000 strings of cash a month, and it's still increasing. Even if it's 40,000 strings of cash, 20% is still 8,000 strings of cash a month. Does Lord Marquis feel that using 20% of the gambling house's shares to gamble with me is somewhat inappropriate? Ho Junji's eyes turned red when he heard that the winery's profits were this frightening, and he gasped for breath. Then this one will use the entire Chang'an gambling house to gamble with you. The land of the gambling house is also worth quite a bit of money. Li Wangyu couldn't help but chuckle at Ho Junji's appearance. Although I have no interest in the gambling house, since Lord Marquis has such a refined interest, it's naturally fine. But what? Ho Junji impatiently asked. He could already see the 20% share of the winery falling into his pocket. But since the stakes are so large, this gamble naturally can't be so casual. A witness must be invited. In addition, a mere competition of fists and feet is a bit too much of a joke. I have a suggestion for a gamble. Would Lord Marquis be willing to hear it? Li Wangyu already had a plan in mind, so he unhurriedly spoke. Speak. A mere competition of fists and feet between 2 troops is truly boring. Why don't our troops find a forest outside Chang'an and have a real battle? What does Lord Marquis think? This? Li Wangyu's suggestion caught Ho Junji by surprise. Of course, since my troops have a high monthly salary, they naturally can't be the same as the Marquis troops. TSK, a monthly salary of 6 passes is truly cheap. Li Wangyu's words caused Ho Junji and his subordinates to scowl. This bastard, is he addicted to talking? Logically speaking, the 2 troops in my residence have a monthly salary of 100 strings of coins, which is equivalent to the salary of 16 troops of the Marquis. However, as Marquis Ho said, these 2 troops in my residence are handicapped. Li Wangyu pointed at Niu Wu and continued. So, after weighing the pros and cons, let's have 2 troops from my residence fight against 10 troops from the Marquis residence. How about it? Is Marquis interested? Li Wangyu's words caused Ho Junji's eyes to brighten. 2 cripples against 10 of his troops. Weren't they rushing to give him money? There was no reason for him to refuse. In a one-on-one battle, he didn't think that Li Wangyu's troops had a chance of winning, much less 2 against 10. This was simply suicidal. Was this young man worried that his troops wouldn't die quickly enough? Agreed. Let's do as County Count Hu says. Ho Junji was worried that Li Wangyu would go back on his word, so he immediately nodded. Li Wangyu happily smiled. Okay, then it's settled. Of course, in order to avoid harming the relationship between our 2 clans, when they fight, the weapons and arrows must be wrapped in cotton cloth. They can be smeared with lime, and if they are struck by a sword or saber, they will have to withdraw from the competition. Does Lord Marquis think this is acceptable? Ho Junji thought about it and decided that there was nothing disadvantageous to him, so he nodded. It's fine. Since that's the case, how about Duke of Lu and the Duke of Yi act as mediators and referees? 3 days later, our 2 clans will find a forest near the Jade Star Palace and decide the victor. Ho Junji naturally nodded in agreement, and the 2 clapped their hands together to seal the deal. Haha, Then this one won't delay County Count Hu from recruiting troops. This one will go find Duke of Lu and the Duke of Yi and have them act as mediators. See you in 3 days at the Jade Star Palace. After saying this, Ho Junji heartily laughed and led his troops away. Li Wangyu looked at Ho Junji's back, a smile on his lips. Chang Chumo hurried over and anxiously asked, Zio, have you gone crazy? How could you agree to this kind of condition? Even if it's a one-on-one, the Nyo brothers might not be able to win. Why did you ask for a 2-on-10 battle? How could you possibly win? Before Li Wangyu could reply, Nyo Wu replied in a low, muffled voice, Humph, so what if it's 2 against 10? Do you think that my brother and I are afraid of them? Che, you can't say it like that. Zio, why did you agree to this kind of bet? It's completely unfair. Chang Chumo anxiously said, This won't do. I'll go find my lord and have him come forward to stop this bet. Li Wangyu hurriedly grabbed Chang Chumo and said, Haha, big brother Chumo, don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. Since this little brother dares to propose such a bet, he naturally has complete confidence in winning. What confidence do you have? I know that the Nyo brothers are very capable, but they're still. Chang Chumo glanced at Nyo Wu, too embarrassed to say the word, cripple. Haha, let's keep it a secret for now. In any case, big brother Chumo, be at ease. I'm not a wastrel. How could I possibly go and make a bet with that bastard Ho Junji if I'm not confident? Humph, just watch. He dared to call Nyo Wu and Nyo Yong cripples. This time, this old man will definitely make Ho Junji take a big tumble and obediently hand over his gambling house. Right, go back and ask Uncle Chung if he's interested in taking over the Chang'an gambling house. I have no interest in the gambling house. If Uncle Chung is willing to take over, I'll sell it to him at a cheaper price. Chang Chumo was somewhat dumbfounded by these words. Could it be that he had made an error in judgment? Were these Nyo brothers some sort of peerless expert? But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only nod hesitantly. Fine. Then Zio, you have to be careful. Duke Lu's troops aren't easy to deal with. They're all fierce soldiers of the army. Haha. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just a troop with a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins? Big brother Chumo, haven't you heard of this saying? Nothing good comes cheap. Chang Chumo's nose was about to become crooked from anger. How could there be such a comparison? Moreover, didn't the troops of his Duke Lu residence also have a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins? Could they also be cheap goods? Zio, it's best if you be careful and don't be careless. Okay, I understand. Let's not talk about this for now. I still have to recruit troops, Li Wangyu said, and then turned to the group of veteran ruffians. Everyone, what do you think? Are you interested in joining the vassal forces and joining my Hu County's county count residence? The confrontation between Li Wangyu and Ho Junji had already left them dumbfounded. At this moment, they no longer had any desire to compete with Ho Junji. Hearing Li Wangyu's question, the veteran ruffians of the Golden Guard glanced at each other. One of them asked, Dare I ask County Count Hu, is our monthly salary the same as what County Count Hu said just now? The monthly salary of 30 strings of coins? Does it still count? Of course. Since I said it, it's only natural that I keep my word. Another veteran ruffled his feathers and asked, County Count Hu, are you in charge of finding ants? Li Wangyu heartily laughed. Haha, of course. The veteran ruffians glanced at each other and finally made their decision. In the next moment, the 73 veterans of the Golden Guard all got down on one knee and said, We pay our respects to Lang Jun. Lang Jun didn't abandon us and was willing to take us in. We dare not serve you with our lives. Li Wangyu had originally planned to recruit 50 troops, but he didn't expect that he would be able to recruit 73 veterans today. He naturally didn't refuse anyone. This was Han Xian's army, so the more the better. Haha. Good. Everyone, please rise. From today onwards, as long as you don't betray me, I will definitely not betray you. When he thought about how he would be able to lead a group of troops and strut around the city, Li Wangyu couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh heartily. How delightful. Chapter 473. When Li Wangyu led the 73 troops to the county office of Hu County to complete the citizenship procedures, Yang Quan was shocked, especially when Yang Quan learned that the troops Li Wangyu recruited were all from the Golden Guards. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. The troops of the Sui and Tang dynasties were very different from the troops of the Wei and Jin dynasties. The troops of the Wei and Jin dynasties were considered private soldiers. It was normal for aristocratic families to have several thousand troops. However, the troops of the Sui and Tang dynasties were more like servants or bodyguards. The troops and the main household had a master and follower status, but they were different from servants. They had their own private property and could marry good girls, but they didn't have an independent household registration. In Chang'an, it was already very difficult for the other aristocratic families to recruit a few troops. Although Zhang Liang had 500 fake troops, most of them were just people who made up the numbers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten down by Li Wangyu and a group of wastrels at the entrance of the Northern Imperial Army's barracks. In truth, there weren't many of them who were as valiant as the Golden Guards. Even Yang Quan's teacher, Yu Shinan, who was a third-rank official, didn't recruit any troops. He only had strong servants to look after the house. How did Li Wangyu manage to recruit as many as 73 people so easily? It was as if he was buying cabbages from the market. Yang Quan could only shake his head and sigh at Li Wangyu's monstrous talent. He ordered the county office to complete the citizenship procedures for the Golden Guards. The 73 veterans officially became the troops of Hu County's founding county. They were bound to Li Wangyu for good or ill. After Li Wangyu led the troops back to Dingzhou village, there was a lot of excitement. He introduced everyone in the house, especially the beautiful boss. Although Li Wangyu didn't say her identity, he repeatedly emphasized that other than him, Madame Su had the final say in the house. These veteran ruffians were all shrewd people. How could they not understand Li Wangyu's meaning? Therefore, they did not hesitate to call their beautiful boss Madam. The beautiful boss couldn't help but blush slightly, but she didn't object and tacitly agreed to this title. Naturally, the Li family's old residence couldn't accommodate these 70 troops. Li Wangyu asked the old housekeeper, Li Hang, Niu Wu, and Niu Yong to lead the troops to the manor on the hillside. At the same time, he had to familiarize himself with the terrain as soon as possible so that he could take over the guard duty of the new mansion. After busying himself for a while and waiting for Niu Wu and the others to leave, Li Wangyu collapsed on the chair without a care for his image. He ordered like a master, "I'm so tired. Changqing, pour me a cold drink." His beautiful boss rolled her eyes at him, but she didn't say anything. She went to the kitchen to make a cold drink for him. After his beautiful boss left, Li Wangyu beckoned to Aphrodite. "Aphrodite, come and massage my legs. I've been riding for half a day. I'm so tired." Aphrodite immediately agreed and obediently knelt beside Li Wangyu to massage his legs with her fair little hands. "So comfortable. This is what life is like," Li Wangyu lamented. Just as he was about to lower his head and talk to Aphrodite, he caught sight of Aphrodite, who was bending over to massage his feet. Her loose neckline revealed a touch of her soul-stirring snow-white bosom. Li Wangyu almost had a nosebleed. He couldn't even move his eyes as he admired the rise and fall of the mountain range. Li Wangyu only snapped back to his senses when he heard his beautiful boss's footsteps. He hurriedly turned his head and pretended to be nonchalant as he took the cold drink from his beautiful boss. The beautiful boss glanced down at Aphrodite and couldn't help but snort. Her slender fingers couldn't help pinching Li Wangyu's waist. "Bah, you big pervert. You're bullying Aphrodite again." No, don't spout nonsense," Li Wangyu hurriedly explained, but Aphrodite was confused. She looked up at her beautiful boss and then at Li Wangyu. She didn't understand what her beautiful boss meant by her Langjun bullying her. The beautiful boss couldn't be bothered to talk to this confused girl. She glared at Li Wangyu and asked, "Didn't Uncle Chang say that he was going to prepare 50 troops for you? Why are there so many people?" She still didn't know what had happened in Chang'an, so she asked this question. "Don't mention it. Chang Yaojin, that old swindler. He's lying to me." Li Wangyu's anger flared up as he spoke of this matter. 50 troops for him? That old scoundrel Chang Yaojin was just bragging. He had spent a huge sum of money to snatch these 73 troops from the mouths of the Chui clan and Ho Junji. Li Wangyu recounted the events of the day to his beautiful boss in full detail, but the beautiful boss frowned again and again as she listened. Wangyu, aren't you being too arrogant? It's true that Niu Yong and Niu Wu are very powerful, but you shouldn't have agreed to let them fight with Ho Junji's troops. And even though there are troops, aren't you being too disrespectful to them? The beautiful boss was still not used to the hierarchy of the Tang dynasty, much less the hierarchy of master and servant. In her view, Niu Yong and Niu Wu were her family. But Li Wangyu actually wanted them to fight with their lives on the line against Ho Junji's troops. She found this very hard to accept. His beautiful boss's words also made Li Wangyu feel a little awkward. Thinking back, when he made the bet with Ho Junji, he really hadn't considered the feelings of Niu Wu and the others, much less asked for their opinion. It seemed that after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty for half a year, he had already gotten used to the hierarchy of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu seriously reflected on his beautiful boss's criticism before nodding his head and replying, "Chang'an, you've said too much. It was my lack of consideration. I'll apologize to Niu Yong and Niu Wu later. But don't worry, I only agreed to that bastard Ho Junji's request because I was completely confident." He looked at his beautiful boss guiltily and said, "It's mainly because that bastard Ho Junji humiliated Niu Wu as a cripple and called him a one-eyed dragon. In a moment of anger, I proposed the bet with him." "Then what method do you have to ensure that Niu Yong and Niu Wu win? They have a total of 10 opponents." His beautiful boss wasn't angry at Li Wangyu. She just felt that Li Wangyu lacked consideration and put the Niu brothers in danger. "He who asked Niu Wu to boast to me. He said that he and Big Brother together could defeat the 73 old soldiers of the Jinwu Guard. No matter how powerful Ho Junji's troops are, they can't be as powerful as these 73 people, right?" Li Wangyu explained with a smile. "And I have a divine weapon." Li Wangyu lowered his voice and whispered a few words into his beautiful boss's ear. Hearing this, his beautiful boss raised her eyebrows and asked, "That's it? Are you sure?" "Yes, it's definitely true. If you don't believe me, we can give it a try first. I'll have to trouble you to bring Afro, Perrin, and the others to make it first. Then, I'll have Niu Yong and Niu Wu use it to fight against the 73 soldiers. If it really doesn't work, I'll just admit defeat. Isn't it just 20% of the winery? I can afford to lose. Don't worry, I definitely won't let the Niu brothers take the risk." "All right, since you've said so, I'll listen to you." His beautiful boss didn't waste any time. She pulled Afro to the rear courtyard and called over Perrin and the 4 maids in the residence. Then she got to work. Chapter 474. 3 days later, in the Yellow Valley of the Qinling Mountains. The originally quiet Jade Star Palace of the Tang Dynasty was exceptionally lively today. When Li Wangyu led the Niu brothers and the 73 newly recruited troops over on horseback, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. What was going on? Wasn't today the day of the bet between him and that bastard Ho Junji? Why was the Jade Star Palace so lively? Looking around, he realized that they were all familiar faces. There was no need to mention Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others. They were probably here to act as middlemen for their bet. But what about the others? Duan Jishuan, Chai Lingwu, Li Jing, Li Shiji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zhang, Zhang Sun Wuji. It felt like all the big shots of the imperial court were here. Of course, there was also Li Wangyu's group of hedonistic friends. Naturally, they were all here today. Li Wangyu even saw Pai Lupi in the crowd, dressed in casual clothes. The hell, wasn't this a little too grand? Were Li and this group of big shots so bored that their balls hurt? Did they have nothing to do? His gambling match with Ho Junji had managed to draw over more than half of the big shots of Chang'an. If he had known earlier, he would have discussed with Ho Junji and sold tickets to these big shots who didn't mind watching the show. Li Wangyu didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly dismounted and greeted Pai Lupi and the other big shots. "This little nephew pays respects to uncle. May I know why uncle has the time today to come and watch my bet with Duko?" Pai Lupi glared at him. "Zio, what are you up to now? Why do you want to bet with Junji for no reason? And you're still so arrogant, wanting to fight 2 against 10? Do Do you know that the troops in Junji's residence are all valiant soldiers who have fought with him for many years? How could they be incompetent? Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and chuckled. Hee hee, uncle, this little nephew might not lose. Whether it works or not, we'll know after we try. His words angered Pai Lupi so much that he coldly snorted. He was too lazy to waste any more words with him. He simply stretched out his hand. Where are my sunglasses? Ah! Li Wangyu was stunned. Pai Lupi, aren't you jumping from topic to topic a bit too fast? Just now, they were still talking about the bet. How did the topic change to sunglasses? He then looked at Pai Lupi's side. Chang Yaojin, that black-faced old hooligan, was wearing the crystal sunglasses he had given him, proudly showing off to the others. Naturally, he understood everything. Li Wangyu quickly and respectfully took out a pair of sunglasses from his waist and presented it to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi didn't stand on ceremony. He took the sunglasses and skillfully put them on the bridge of his nose. From the looks of it, he had already learned how to use the sunglasses from Chang Yaojin and had even tried them on. Li Wangyu was even surprised to find that not only was Chang Yaojin wearing sunglasses today, but many of the big shots present were also wearing sunglasses that he had made himself. Chai Linggu, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui. Li Wangyu suddenly understood that these were the sunglasses of the rich playboys, which had been confiscated by his father. He had asked Chang Chumo to give the sunglasses to the debauches. Now, it seemed that these big shots had benefited. Chang Yaojin, who was wearing a pair of sunglasses, came over and slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder heavily. Wahahaha! My dear nephew, you've got guts. Using 2 troops to fight against 10 troops of Duke Ho, even this old man wouldn't dare to do such a thing. But don't worry, this old man will definitely support you. This old man even went to those gambling houses of the great clans and placed a bet of 100 taels of gold on your victory. Li Wangyu was confused, but he could only hurriedly bow and say, Many thanks for Uncle Cheng's great favor. This little nephew can't thank you enough. What bet? What did this old hoodlum bet with the gambling houses? Li Wangyu had no idea that over the last 3 days, everyone in Chang'an knew about the gambling match between him and Ho Junji. It was naturally Ho Junji who had ordered people to spread the news. He had done this because he was worried that Li Wangyu would go back on his word and cause him to miss out on the 20% share of the winery. Thus, when Ho Junji had decided on the gambling match, he had ordered people to spread the news so that Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to go back on his word. This was also why everyone had gathered here today. How could Pai Lupi and the others not come to personally witness such a spectacle? The gambling houses of Chang'an had also begun to place bets on the outcome of the battle between County Count Hu and Duke Lu. However, even these gambling houses, including Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other gambling houses in the Duke's public houses, did not think that Li Wangyu would win. The gambling houses placed the odds that Duke Lu's troops would win, with the odds being 1-1. 2. It meant that if one bet a copper coin and won, the gambling house would pay out 200 copper coins with interest. If the county count of Hu County, Li Wangyu, won, the odds would be 10. If one bet a copper coin, one could win back 10 coins. But even so, very few people dared to bet that county count who would win. Everyone in Chang'an believed that Li Wangyu had brilliant literary talent, was the god of wealth, and was also a divine doctor. But no one believed that his 2 crippled troops could defeat Ho Junji's 10 elite troops. Li Wangyu knew nothing of this. In the last 3 days, he had been holed up in Dingzhou village with the Niu brothers, studying the divine tool. He had not gone to Chang'an even once. After Chang Yaojin left, the 3 Chang brothers appeared out of nowhere and said something that made Li Wangyu so angry that he almost pulled out his knife and hacked at them. Ziyu, haha, in truth, my family's milord even bet 1,000 taels of gold on Duke Lu's victory. If it weren't for the fact that he was in front of the 3 Chang brothers, Li Wangyu would have given Chang Yaojin the middle finger as a sign of respect. This old hoodlum was truly too shameless. He actually bet on both sides, and he even said that he supported him. This was truly a disgrace to the Tang dynasty. The group of silk pants also squeezed to Li Wangyu's side, but all of them looked dejected. Ziyu? Those sunglasses? Haha. Why don't you give your older brother another pair? Ziyu, your older brother is so pitiful. Those sunglasses weren't even warm before my milord took them away. Me too. Ziyu, can't you make more sunglasses? When Li Wangyu saw the wastrel's expressions, he almost burst out laughing. Haha, brothers, this younger brother doesn't have any more sunglasses. You all know that these sunglasses are made from crystal. Although they aren't expensive, grinding the lenses takes a lot of effort. This younger brother can't take out any extra sunglasses in such a short time. Haha, but don't worry. I've already instructed the craftsman to continue grinding the lenses. In a few days, there will be new sunglasses for everyone. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, the wastrels could only nod their heads helplessly. They then looked at Li Wangyu and the three Chang brothers with incomparable envy. Among the younger generation, only the four of them still wore sunglasses. Even the Yuchi twins didn't lose a single pair of sunglasses. They were all snatched away by Yuchi Jingda, saying that he was going to give them away. If their father wanted them, what could these fearless wastrels do? Of course, they could only give them away. After chatting and laughing for a while, Ho Junji walked over. Haha, County Count, who has also come. Very good. This one was worried that County Count who would go back on his word and refuse to show himself. Li Wangyu smiled. What is Duke Ho saying? If someone wants to give me a gambling house, how could I refuse? Humph. Then let's cut the crap. Since the sage has personally come today, let's make a formal bet in front of the sage and begin the gambling match. Good, that's how it should be. Li Wangyu was not the slightest bit hesitant. For today's gambling match, he had spent a great deal of effort over the past 3 days waiting for Ho Junji to say these words.